Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Midnight Radio. I'll be your host. Hey, it is Nicholas. But hi, everybody. I know it's been a hot minute since I streamed last. But I'm back. I've been really busy with stuff. I am still busy with stuff actually, but I'm taking the opportunity to get a stream out there because it's like, I like streaming and it's fun. But yeah. So, my plan for today. Gotta adjust my headphones. My plan for today is I want to hit you guys with a little bit of a spooky game, a little bit of a scary game, and a game that I've heard some pretty good stuff about, to be perfectly honest. Put this there. Oh my god, that method does work. Let's go. There we go. Anyway, so today we're going to be playing Sayana Uta, or The Song of Saya. I know very little about this. But I know, are you streaming me when I streamer? It is me when I streamer. I know very little about this game. I do know it's a classic in the visual novel scene, and I haven't really played too many visual novels. And I do know that it has something to do with like an eldritch horror vibe, but aside from that, I've got nothing. So let's all take a ride and experience this together. We might not finish it all today, but we'll see, because it is 6 hours long, and I'm going to be reading a lot. Yeah, let's get going. This story is a work of fiction. The procedures and conditions described here in our imaginary thoughts on. My thoughts are on. This work of fiction contains grotesque images that may disturb some viewers. Please select how would you like such images to be displayed. Don't modify grotesque images, obscure focus of grotesque images, lower brightness, obscure focus, and lower brightness. My thoughts on what? What you want thoughts on? I got a lot of thoughts. Just because I'm streaming, I think I might blur them. Just because I'm streaming. I did set this beforehand as... Yeah, let's go do not modify. That is a lot louder than I expected to be. Hey, the wriggling mass of flesh burbles. No. How do I... Oh, this is... That's how. Config menu. Voices. Alright. Hey, the wriggling mass of flesh burbles. Three such creatures sit around the table in front of me, slurping filthy sludge from their cups as they trade wines, growls and sounds that I cannot describe. Oh. I've learned space is what hides the text. By listening carefully, I am able to grasp the gist of their conversation and respond when it is required of me. This is necessary to avoid arousing their suspicion. However, these creatures look, they are my friends, apparently. I wish that I could still deny it, but I gave up on that a long time ago. Night after night, I went to sleep praying for an end to this nightmare, only to wake each morning to the same twisted hellscape as the day before. I know now that I have to blend in, that I have to act like one of them. Such has been my life these past 3 months, and so it will remain until the day I die. I wonder what the voices do sound like. Let me... Oh, so many voices. Judging by his tone, this one must be Koji, and the one next to him, squealing more than the others, is probably Omi. Oh my god, Omi! Omi like Aromi Hasu, oh my god! Which means that the one next to me is Yo, though I can no longer see any trace of her once attractive features. I try my best to ignore the rotten stench of excrement that issues from her quivering flesh. Let me turn the voices down so I can turn this game back up. It's still pretty loud. If that needs to get turned down, please tell me. I think I will turn that down a little bit more, actually. Just because there's no master volumes. I'm gonna have to just gauge how loud everything should be. Oh. No. Oh, now the voices are way too quiet. I'll turn you up. I'll turn you down. Turn you up. Everything has changed. Or almost everything. By some cruel trick of fate, my relationship to the world alone remains the same. As if an insane architect took the blueprints of my life and rebuilt it out of blood and gore. These monsters and I were part of the same college club. We studied together, ate together, we even went skiing together every winter break. Now these are the painful memories of days that will never return. If only no one recognized me, I might have been able to disconnect myself from the world. It would have been comforting, in comparison, to believe that I had been abducted by aliens, or that I had stumbled through a gateway to hell. But no, this is beyond a doubt the city where I was born and raised, the society that I was part of for 20 years, save that I, and I alone, can no longer see it that way. The world as I knew it is gone. I have no place to call home. I love, like, the visceral nature of, like, this background. It's so good. Anyway, I can tell that whatever they're discussing is of no importance to me. I decide to keep quiet while pretending to listen. But just then... The voices aren't that clear for this one. Hey, Fuminori. One of the flesh beasts say as it swivels in bloodshot eyes towards me. What do you think? About what? Let me turn the voices off. They're not helping too much. I try desperately to suppress my loathing and behave normally, but my hoarse voice ruins the attempt. We're talking about this ski trip. You're coming too, right? A slimy hole near the top of the creature writhes nauseatingly as it vomits some semblance of words. That must be Koji's face, what I would have seen as such 3 months ago. Unable to stomach the sight of it, I avert my eyes and give a neutral answer. I don't know. You have other plans? Not really. These were my closest companions. One of them had even wished to be more. How many nights have I spent crying in loneliness, lamenting the friends who no longer exist? In 3 months, my tears ran dry, and now there was only loathing left in me. Surrounded by hideous creatures that I can only assume are Koji, Omi, and Yo. I spend each day trying to act as I always have. If I fail at this, I'll surely be sent back to the hospital. Only this time, I'll be locked away forever. No matter what, I won't let that happen. I mean, it's not like physical activity could affect your injuries, right? I'm not sure. I'll ask the doctor during my checkup. That's it. I can't look at them or bear their screeching any longer. I jump to my feet, desperate to escape. Hey, Fuminori! A spray of stringy slime from the cilia around its voice box flies at me. I try to cover myself. Too late to keep my slime from splattering across my face like the yolk of a rotten egg. I'm about to lose it. I want to grab a chair, a desk, anything within reach, and use it to smash the life out of this creature, ending it all. I barely suppress the impulse. I mustn't let on that something is wrong. However they look to me, this is their world. I'm the outsider here. Like I said, today's my checkup. I've gotta go. Struggling to put on a smile, I reach into my wallet, pull out the first bill I find, and put it on the table without even looking at it. I don't care about the chains. I just need to get out of here. Now. Later, I mutter, hastily, and flee the cafeteria. I'm not crazy. Hey, says Takada Omi. Why don't we go somewhere we can skate for this year's ski trip? Tsukaba Yo frowns at the suggestion. Skate? But we just got to a ski resort to skate. But skate? Why go to a ski resort to skate? Give her a break, Tsukaba. It's all she talks about these days. Tonokoji supports Omi with a laugh. Her impromptu suggestions are nothing new, but it's Koji's role as her boyfriend to provide backup. They're a good match for each other, Yo thinks. Sometimes it makes her jealous. I mean, she'd seriously never gone skating before. I took her the other day. Hey, is it really that strange? No matter, not many people start skating in their 20s, you know. I was scared when I was little. Those shoes look like big knives. Hello, everyone is just me, and everyone is good. And there's totally not something strange and eldritch going on in the background of everything. Everything is fine. It's all fine. How are you doing, Bolts? But you picked it up just like that? That's pretty amazing, Omi. It's a lot like skiing. You keep your weight forward and use the angle of the shoes to steer. You made it sound so easy, I figured I'd give it a try, and it was fun. So it was a date. Yo feels a stab of envy. Koji and Omi enjoy their time together, as normal lovers do. That's certainly not something that should make her jealous. It's just that her luck in love has been bad. I'm doing well. My cat just broken into my room and is attacked me with love and cuddles. Let's go! What a perfect way to get broken into. Like, I guess that's a better way than, someone actively breaking in. Big fan of cats and loves and cuddles. Oh, well, I want to see Omi skate too. Yo keeps her voice upbeat, trying to cover up her disquiet. She knows that it's wrong to envy her friends. She too would be spending time with the man she admires, if not for the terrible tragedy that befell him. His is true misfortune. Her bad luck doesn't begin to compare. My cat has a gun. I am being No! Call the police. Call the police. Stay safe. The police are on their way, Bolts. They will save you. So, how about it? If you make the next ski trip to a skating trip too, it'll be twice as fun. But you can skate at a skating rink, can't you? Why go all the way to a ski resort? I don't want to skate indoors. I want to skate outdoors, on a lake or something. That sounds fun, but won't it be crowded? While speaking, Yo sneaks a sideways glance at the young man sitting next to her. Although the conversation has involved only 3 people so far, there are in fact 2 couples at the cafeteria table. Yo's boyfriend, though there's still some doubt over whether he could be called that, is beside her, as silent and expressionless as a statue. Hey, Fuminori, what do you think? Perhaps Koji sensed Yo's pain, in his usual quiet and considerate way. Oh, 4th Elden Ring ad all day. Elden Ring, oh my god. Him up. Why are there women in this game? I just realized okay, so now we're back. Okay, so Bolts, you weren't here prior. We saw Eldritch Monstrosities prior. 2F, 1 fast forward return. Oh, okay, that's for like rewinding. Can I play the voices? Is it because I have... No, I think it's just because I have the voices off entirely. Because I'm on the bed if I go, wow. I can, if they're in Japanese, I guess I can have them on. It doesn't really add too much. I can still read over them. Listen, I get like a tone for how they're meant to sound. So then, all on. Apply and exit. They sound like kind of living creatures. Yeah, so basically we saw a bunch of Eldritch Monstrosities, and we were watching from Fuminori's perspective, and so now we're back and we're kind of seeing it from the non-Fuminori vision, and everything's all normal and sweet, and it didn't click at first. Perhaps Koji sensed Yo's pain. About what? The cause of Yo's distress. Sakasaki Fuminori responds to Koji's sudden query with a vague, mumbled question of his own. We're talking about this winter ski trip. You're coming too, right? Koji speaks gingerly, as though probing a tumor. A few months ago, he would not have hesitated to rebuke Fuminori for his attitude. Their long acquaintance had forged a strong and honest friendship. But now, I don't know. Fuminori responds bluntly, his downcast eyes and sullen demeanor making it clear that he has no desire to break his silence. You have plans? Not really. Even Koji, Fuminori's best friend, cannot communicate with him as before. What hope does Yo have of breaking through the shell? Let me turn this down a little bit more. I'm fine-tuning the settings so much. The scars left by the events of that late summer day are still deep, all these months later. Each one of the 4 bears them. Not only Fuminori. I mean, it's not like physical activity could affect your injuries, right? Not sure. I'll ask the doctor during my checkup. As though the answer drained the last of his patience, Fuminori bolts out of his chair. Hey, Fuminori! Even Koji can't keep his voice from raising as he tries to stop Fuminori from leaving. Fuminori reacts swiftly, throwing his hand over his face as though to shield himself from something terrifying. Maybe some spit flew inadvertently from Koji's mouth. That happens sometimes. Fuminori's reaction is beyond the pale. Like I said, Fuminori snaps, making no attempt to relieve the discomfort of his friends. Today is my checkup. I have to go. Even as he tosses money on the table to pay for his coffee, he acts like he's touching something filthy. Later. Fuminori stalks out of the cafeteria, almost as if he's running away. Cloaked in heavy silence, the remaining three lower their gaze at the table, where the abandoned 10,000 yen bill sways forlornly. Fuminori's coffee is untouched. I can't take this anymore, Omi says with a sigh, but Koji shakes his head reproachfully. Fuminori just needs a little more time. But it's been 3 months. What's with his attitude? I feel like I'm going crazy hanging around him. Hey, I don't understand what's going on either. I don't think any of us can. Can you imagine losing your whole family like that? That'd screw anyone up. It could have happened to anyone. A tractor trailer flipping over on the highway, crushing the sack. It could have happened to anyone. A tractor trailer flipped over on the highway, crushing the Sakisaka family car into twisted scrap. They said it had been difficult to tell the bodies of Fuminori's parents apart. Goodness. For a while, it looked as if there was no hope for Fuminori either. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was able to leave the hospital and return to normal life. He was worse when he went to see him in the hospital, remember? He was terrified of us, like he didn't know who we were. He even had to be tied to the bed. He freaked out so bad. I'm just glad he made it this far. There's still something strange about him. What's with the way he looks at us? It's like we're not even human. Cut it out, Omi, Koji says forcefully, probably less out of empathy for his friend than out of consideration for Yo. While Koji's kindness makes her happy, Yo also knows that she mustn't take advantage of it. Fuminori is the victim, just as Koji said. He's the one who most deserves sympathy. Yo's feelings for Fuminori are her problem, and no one else's. She doesn't blame Fuminori for not giving her an answer after she worked up the courage to ask him out. In fact, she thinks even more fondly of him for taking the time to consider that she would have been treated than she would have had he treated their relationship casually. Apparently, the fact that Fuminori did not reject her was enough to make them a couple in a Koji and Omi's eyes. They've had plenty of fun at Yo and Fuminori's expense since. The truth of it, though, is that he still hasn't given her an answer. After revealing her feelings to him, Yo didn't see Fuminori again until a week later, and then she could only stare at his broken body through the window of the ICU. And when he was finally released, after 50 days that seemed an eternity, he was somehow different. She's starting to doubt that he even remembers that what she confessed to him before the accident. Now winter is coming, and her feelings hang forgotten in the cold, lonely air. Dr. Tambu Ryoko has never seen a more troublesome patient. Any changes since her last visit? No, nothing to speak of. His voice is hard and flat, his words tossed carelessly into the air. It's like he's speaking to himself in an empty room. Ryoko is a surgeon, not a psychiatrist, but even she can sense the thickness of the wall he has erected between himself and the world. Any nausea, dizziness, or hallucinations? No. While Sakisaka appears to be looking at Ryoko, his gaze is actually aimed a fraction down and to the side. He's only superficially engaged in the conversation, when in truth it does not interest him in the slightest. Perfect rejection. Realizing that she can't interview him like this, Ryoko sighs and sets her chart aside. Mr. Sakisaka, the procedure you received at this hospital was the latest in experimental neurosurgery. We explained this before, didn't we? Treatment of subdermal hematoma through the use of micromachines, a procedure available in Japan exclusively here at T University, had been the only way to save Sakisaka Fuminori from a cerebral contusion that should have been fatal. With any experimental treatment, there's always the risk of unexpected complications. Of course. Sakisaka Fuminori's lips twist slightly in what might be a bitter or mocking smile, but it has gone before Ryoko can discern its meaning. Normally, I would never say anything to frighten a patient, but there have been reports of serious neurological disorders post-surgery. You must continue to monitor your condition carefully. Hence, these weekly checkups. If only he could take them a little more seriously. How was last week's MRI? Sakisaka asks abruptly, as if to catch Ryoko off guard. MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, is a way for doctors to examine the brain in detail without opening the patient's skull. Surprised by Sakisaka's uncommon technical knowledge, Ryoko recalls his profile. Oh, that's right. You're a medical student, aren't you? The kind of anomaly you're worried about to show up on an MRI, right? Did you find anything? No. There was nothing. Not the slightest hint of abnormal activity. For a procedure with such a low rate of success, the results have been nothing short of miraculous. However, something still bothers Ryoko. She can't shake the feeling that he's hiding something beneath his guarded exterior. Some terrible weight on his soul, perhaps. But if it's an inorganic problem, then there's nothing she can do as long as he refuses to explain it. I'm fine. I've been on my own for 3 months without any problems. What could go wrong now? Please. You know that continued observation is required after these difficult surgeries. You have to trust us a little more. I suppose you're right. I do want to trust you, Doctor. Can I come to you with anything? Yes, of course, Ryoko answers, smiling to cover up her irritation. Sakisaka asked exactly the same question during last week's visit. Well then, let's pick up where we left off. Have you learned anything about Dr. Ogai? Unable to answer, Ryoko hardens the mask of her smile. As before, the patient is inquiring about someone whom he has no business knowing. If you don't mind my asking, what does Dr. Ogai have to do with your treatment? You just told me to trust you, and now you're keeping secrets? Ryoko is used to patients treating her with hostility. Some degree of paranoia is natural when dealing with a person whose mistakes could kill you. In Sakisaka, however, she doesn't see the anxiety that other patients exhibit. His demeanor is perfectly calm, almost like a detective questioning a suspect. He left the hospital some time ago. I never had any contact with him myself. Do you know why he left? Yes, I believed it was personal, Ryoko answers smoothly, her earlier hesitation gone, having decided at the outset to lie. She has no trouble doing so with a straight face. But why do you keep asking about Dr. Ogai? Are you acquainted? Did you know that the doctor has gone missing? No. Ryoko realizes that her answer may have been a little too quick. She should have acted more surprised. I've recently become close with a relative of his. It was she who asked me to find him. A relative? Ryoko considers this with a frown. I didn't think Dr. Ogai had any relatives. Oh? Who told you that? I heard it from a nurse, Ryoko replies, remembering that she just claimed to have no contact with the man. I see. The doctor was famous enough to have nurses gossiping about him. I hear he was an unusual man, but no one knows why he left the university. Ryoko falls silent, knowing this isn't a topic she can brush away with a smile. Sakisaka seems to have finally grasped her mood, however, as his strangely stiff tone softens a little. Please, I have to find Dr. Ogai. There's a girl who needs him. Can't you help me? Isn't this something police should handle? Although she makes it sound like the most obvious thing in the world, suggestion is actually a gamble. If Ogai Masahiko's disappearance becomes a police matter, then the university will be investigated. Everyone who was involved in the incident will be at risk of exposure. Oh shit. And of course, that includes Ryoko herself. She knows, however, that Sakisaka is unlikely to go to the police. First of all, his excuse is obviously a lie. They already made sure that Ogai had no relatives whom could come looking for him, which is why they could bury the truth of what happened. But then how did Sakisaka, a mere patient, learn about Ogai? Let me make sure. Okay, I'd be happy to help, but there's no word from Dr. Ogai since he resigned last April. I can only assume that he's gone on an extended vacation. I see. Expecting resistance, Ryoko is surprised when Sakisaka backs down. She's still worried about his condition, and the mysterious link between him and Ogai is only making her more uneasy. But as long as he doesn't open up to her, there's nothing she can do. After a brief pause, Ryoko writes, "Progress good," on Sakisaka's chart for today. About next week's appointment. How does 4 o'clock against out? Before she can finish, Sakisaka is gone. Are we going to get the Sakisaka perspective? It looks like someone sprayed the walls with pig guts from ceiling to floor. Let me quickly check. If I blur them, is it just going to... Oh, we'll just blur those. Okay. I'll keep this. I don't think this is... Entrails. There's entrails. It looks like someone played the walls with pig guts from ceiling to floor. What color should the walls of a hospital be? White, of course. And with creatures of rotten flesh shambling around me, I'm sure this hallway looks just as white as it should. I know intellectually that the walls are white. I know that the flesh beasts are really human. I'm the one with the problem, and it's because I've accepted this that I'm able to lead something approaching a normal life. Even if my university's medical department is nowhere near as good as T University's, I'm still a medical student specializing in neurology. I have a basic idea of what has happened to me, though it's hard to believe. This isn't a pathological condition. It's probably some form of agnosia, unlike anything that has ever been studied before. The flesh beast called Tanbo Ryoko said that other patients had developed neurological disorders after receiving the same treatment. I did. So I guess I'm just another failure. It makes me want to laugh in that know-it-all doctor's face. That said, I don't blame the doctors who operated on me. After all, I do owe them my life. I know as well as anyone how low the chance of success was, and how that I had no other hope of survival. I was unlucky. That's all there is to it. The point is that my condition isn't treatable. Just like someone adapting to a hearing aid or wheelchair, I have no choice but to adapt to this nauseating scenery. Of course, it's hard. It wasn't easy to resign myself to this fate. But now there's more than just despair. Even for me, there's a glimmer of hope. Keeping my eyes on my feet, I hurry home. I live in a quiet suburban neighborhood, in a house that's much too large for me alone. My parents, even unluckier than I was, died in the accident 3 months ago. I couldn't even go to the funeral for being in intensive care. I had to sell my father's business, but at least that left me with the house and enough money to live on for a while. Of course, I'm sad, but the accident took more from me than my parents. In fact, being on my own has probably saved me. If they were still alive, my parents would have never allowed me to live with some strange girl. Welcome home. As I open the door, a bright voice greets me from the kitchen. The voice is beautiful and clear as a bell. Human. Its sweet sound washes the day's cacophony from my memory. I'm home. Saya. Even her patter of feet coming down the hallway is music to my ears. Nowhere else in the city can I hear such footsteps. Only in this house, with Saya, am I so privileged. You're late. I was worried. Sorry. I had to stop by the hospital today. Oh, that was today. In her smile, in the inquisitive tilt of her head, is everything that I have lost. Since my accident, this girl is the only person I've met, perhaps the only person in the entire world who does not trigger my cognitive disorder. True, her skin seems too white, and the color of her eyes and hair is probably different in reality. But even so, her form is undeniably human. It's not just her appearance and her voice either. As I bend down to take off my shoes, Saya wraps her arms around my neck and pulls me gently into her chest. Her skin feels truly human, not cold or slimy, and from her hair wafts a sweet, feminine fragrance. She looks really young for him to be saying this. In all the world, only Saya is pleasing to my five senses. And what's more, she smiles at me, embraces me. She knows that she is my salvation, and for some reason is happy that I need her. If I had not met Saya, if I had been all alone in this twisted, filth-ridden world, I would no doubt have succumbed to madness. It is no exaggeration to say that Saya, alone, is keeping me alive. What did you do today? Worked in the living room, the painting's half done, and now I'm making your dinner, like I learned from the TV. Sounds good. It'll take a little longer. Can you wait? Sure. I'll do some more work in the living room. After I see the humming Saya off to the kitchen, I step in the living room. I realized one day that if the natural colors of the world were sickening, all I had to do was paint over them with colors that seemed pleasant. I went to the hardware store and bought every color of paint I could find. Then Saya and I tried different combinations until we found one that worked. After painting the bedroom from ceiling to floor, I was finally able to get my first good night's sleep since the accident. Guys, it's Morale Booster's Seafoam Green. I don't know if anyone is going to get that reference, but it's Morale Booster's Seafoam Green. When we first started in the living room, Saya, unsure what to do with the curtains, just painted carefully around the windows without a moment's hesitation. Without a moment's hesitation, I tore the curtains down and painted over the glass itself. There'll never be anything out there I'd want to see. As long as we keep the storm shutters closed, the neighbors probably won't think anything of it. Dinner's ready. Can you bring it in here? As she enters the living room with a tray of food, Saya sniffs the air. The paint smell doesn't bother you? Now that she mentions it, I suppose the smell of paint there must be building up in this closed room. It doesn't really bother me, though. There are far worse smells outside. Does it bother you? No, I'm fine if you are. Saya sets the food on the table. Unfortunately, neither its color nor its smell is at all appetizing. Not that food elsewhere is any different. Thanks, Saya. As it become routine, I steel myself and methodically transport the food into my mouth. The taste is as gut-wrenching as I expected, but it's not Saya's fault. I'm sure she made it exactly like the cooking show had, just that my taste buds can't accept it. It's not good, she asked hesitantly. Well, No. Lying won't make Saya happy. She knows about my condition. Don't worry about it. I'll make something different tomorrow. Sorry. You always go to the trouble of cooking, but It's fine. If I keep trying, maybe I'll find something you'll like. In my current state, eating is nothing more than an unwelcome duty. As much as I hate it, I need food to survive. Let me get myself a little drink of water. Love me some water. Big fan. If I stay alive, then perhaps one day, as Saya says, I'll be able to taste something delicious again. I met Saya, didn't I? Aren't you going to eat? No, I already ate. In all the time we've been together, Saya's never once eaten with me. I don't know why she refuses to do so. It makes me a little sad. Still, I'm not about to push the issue, not when she's putting up with all the problems I have. By the way, I asked about your father again. You did? Dr. Ogai Masahiko is Saya's father, and her only living relative. Saya's asked me to unravel the mystery of his disappearance. They still wouldn't tell me anything. I get the feeling they're hiding something. Oh. I expected Saya to be a little more disappointed. You haven't given up, have you? No, Saya responds with an unreadable expression. It's not that. She gives a little shake of her head and then smiles at me once again. Once I have to blow my nose. Hello, I'm back. Thanks for all you're doing for me. It's nothing compared to what you've done for me. I thank her for the meal and set my chopsticks down next to the perfectly clean plate. As wretched as the taste was, thinking of the care that Saya put into it gave me the strength to finish every bite. Is it bath time? Yeah. Will you wash my back again? Sure. Ever since I moved in, it's been like having my own wife. She looks very young. Saya, why are you so good to me? Is this truly what you want? What am I that you can give yourself to me, body and soul? Is this merely sympathy? Do you pity me, the exile from society? Is that enough for you to surrender yourself to such mad desire? Are you so wanton? Saya is here. She is with me. Now. Only in this moment is her existence certain. Only when I am joined with her can I believe. No matter what cruel fate might await me, Saya, there is nothing I fear more than losing you. Fuminori? Are you crying? I realize that my cheeks are wet with tears. Why, Saya? How do you go so far from me? Fuminori. I don't understand it. I don't, but I'm losing myself to you more every day. I can't live without you, Saya. I wrap my arms tighter around her, praying that our bodies will melt together and never again be apart. Tell me, please, what must I do to keep you with me? How can I repay you? Keep holding me, Saya whispers into my chest. I want to stay like this forever. I won't leave you, Fuminori. Why? Why me? Because you're all alone, she says softly, gazing up into my eyes. All alone, just like me. The sorrow in her voice resonates with my own. There is a deep loneliness in her eyes, a loneliness from which now springs boundless affection. You're all I have. In the whole world, only you will embrace me. My precious Fuminori. Now I know, no matter what horrors this world unleashes upon me, all I'll ever need is Saya. So I think, I'm not sure too much, because I read the Steam page for it, and they mentioned how the game has been fitted for every audience. And I looked into it, and I'm pretty sure this was initially an Arrow visual novel, and I think the erotic section of it has been removed. The rest of the plot, which I'm happy with. I think I wouldn't be able to stream the game otherwise, and I don't know. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of how Saya is depicted. But I get the artistic, like she's young, she's innocent. So, I don't know. Well, we'll have to see. Yo is determined to talk to him today. Nothing will happen as long as she hesitates. It will only prolong her suffering. The time has come to show courage once again. Yo's fourth period on Thursdays is biology. This is her one chance to see Fuminori. As a required course with many students, the lecture is held in a large hall that can seat well over 200. But since the room is usually only half full, it's really difficult for Yo to find a seat she wants. Yo prefers to sit near the center, where it's easiest to hear the professor. Most of the students congregate in this area for the same reason. Fuminori usually sits beside her, although, given the ambiguous state of their relationship, she knows better than to take this for granted. Still, she tries to save a seat whenever possible. The classroom isn't crowded today, so Yo is able to set her bag on the seat next to her without inconveniencing anyone. When the professor arrives at the usual time to start class, there is still no sign of Fuminori. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Yo scans the room furtively. Fuminori is there, sitting alone in the far back corner. Did he miss Yo when he came in? No, he couldn't have. Besides, no serious student would willingly sit so far from the front. Feeling miserable, Yo slides her bag back over to herself. Fuminori is out the door at the moment class ends. Yo barely manages to catch up to him before he disappears down the hallway. Fuminori! Fuminori jerks at the sound of his name. You would think she just screamed at him. What? He turns to her and asks reluctantly. Now they are face to face. Yo is painfully aware of how much weight Fuminori has lost. His sunken eyes and protruding cheekbones are a far cry from the features familiar to her. She wonders whether he's under a lot of stress, perhaps not getting enough nutrition. Maybe it's both. He definitely looks more tense than he should, afraid, even, though of what she can't imagine. His eyes move restlessly from point to point, and he refuses to look Yo in the eye. It hurts to see Fuminori this way. What could have changed him so? Today, she reminds herself, rekindling the flame of courage in her heart. I want to talk to you about something. Do you have some time? The courtyard is empty and silent. No one is willing to sit and chat in the cold November air.
話って何？
So, what is it? Don't you remember? Yo almost blurts the question, but manages to keep her composure. She is so pretty. You've been acting strange lately. I'm worried about you.
そうかもね。
Well,
ま
a lot's
あ、
happened.
あんな目にあった後だから。
He smiles like it's nothing, but even that seems forced. He's even standing precisely one pace farther away from her than he used to. Is that really all?
君にはそれだけじゃ
What
ないように
more do you
見える
want?
みたい。
Yo manages to keep from flinching at the harshness of his tone. It's like you're struggling with something. Rather than answer, Fuminori grinds his toe into the dead grass at his feet. Fearing that her determination might flag, Yo lets the words come out, as they may. It's like this terrible weight on your shoulders, and it's slowly breaking you. That's how you look to me.
そうかい。
Oh, really? Fuminori mutters through clenched teeth, no longer trying to deny it or change the topic. There's an even clearer signal of rejection than his prior evasiveness. But Yo's determination is strong. Today, at least, she won't back down. It's times like these, she implores, trying to convey the sincerity of her feelings for him, that you need your friends. I feel really bad about your parents, but you're not alone. You have Kochi and me, and you have... And Omi, how did I read that as me? And Omi, and you have me. Yo can no longer stop the words pouring from her lips. She fears that if she does not unleash the feelings now, she'll be lost forever. I think we can help you so we don't have to deal with it all by yourself. Even if we can't do anything just by talking to us, you might make us feel better. I want to help you. I'll do so, please. Tell me.
やめてくれ。
Stop it! Fuminori shouts, silencing Yo. Yo's entreating. She promised herself that she wouldn't back down, but Fuminori's expression is terrible enough to shatter her resolve. The look in his eyes is not anger or any warm-blooded emotion. It is hate. Murderously cold hate.
そういえば君には
Come to think of it,
返事しな
I
きゃいけ
never
ない
gave you an answer, did I? He remembers. He remembers and still has treated her so coldly. That's all the answer she needs. If his words could stab any deeper, she might very well die.
僕は君のことを
I never saw you
特別に意識
in
したこと
any
なんて
special way before. When you asked me
好意を
out,
持たれてもどう接す
I
ればいい
wasn't
の
sure
か
how to
迷った
respond.
僕が君の
I
こと
didn't
を
know how I really felt about you then.
さ
Fuminori,
でもね
but now I can
今
give
で
you
は
an
もうはっ
answer.
きりと答えが出てる
I've had plenty of time to think
あ
it
れだ
over.
と考える時
You
間
know,
だけはたつくばさん
I hate you,
僕はあ
Tsukuba.
んたのことが大
I
嫌
don't
い
even want to look at you.
顔も見たくない
Don't cry, Yo tells herself. But too late to stop the tears pouring from her eyes.
もう二度と会いたくないっていうの
I suppose it's too much hope I never see
同じ
you
学
again.
校に通ってるんだし
We do go to the same school.
だからせめて
So just
今
make
後は
sure.
僕に声をかけない
So
で
just
くれ
make
ない
this the last time you speak to me,
目障り
okay?
なんだ
Your voice makes me sick. How can you be so cruel? Yo whispers in shock and despair. To which Fuminori twists his lips into a malevolent smile.
君さ
You should really try thinking for yourself once in a while. But it was Koji and Omi's idea, wasn't it? Well, you can play at love all you want, but leave me out of it. 1 second. It keeps... Synchronize text speed. Cancel auto mode on click. I'm seeing if there's... Because it keeps like flickering off the text, and I was curious if that was a thing, but I don't think that's a thing that you can like actually disable. Even after shedding tears in front of him, she absolutely refuses to let him hear her cry. Any disgrace would be preferable to breaking down here. So she runs, fleeing breathlessly from the courtyard with Fuminori's cold smile at her back. Omi was the first to catch sight of Yo and Fuminori leaving for the courtyard. Reluctant to interrupt them, but still unwilling to leave them alone, she and Koji ended up watching the whole thing from the pardon me. Hiccups. Reluctant to interrupt them, but still unwilling to leave them alone, she and Koji ended up watching the whole thing from the shadows. That asshole. Throughout the exchange, Omi was clearly itching to jump out and punch Fuminori in the face. Knowing her temper, Koji kept firm hold of her arm until the end. If he hadn't, she might very well have done it. Fuminori leaves after Yo, his every step seeming to take an act of willpower. Koji sighs heavily into the once more empty courtyard, but the bitter taste in his mouth will not go away. What's wrong with him? Even Koji cannot forgive Fuminori's treatment of Yo. However, the first thing that he feels is confusion, not anger. Koji has known Fuminori since long before college. Fuminori was never this cruel before. There's no question now that the accident changed him. Are you just gonna let this go? I don't want to, but what can we do? Something besides watch, Omi shouts, her face red with fury. I won't be satisfied until I give him a piece of my mind. That won't make Tsukaba feel better. It'll make me feel better. You and Omi are best friends, just like Koji and Fuminori. In fact, it was the relationship between Koji and Omi that brought the other two together. Omi's anger is only natural. I'm going to talk to him alone, and you don't have to come. You serious? Take care of Yo for me, will you? She's probably really hurt. She'll need someone to be nice to her after she's done crying. Wait, shouldn't we switch jobs? You know how I am. If I try to comfort her, I'll end up making it worse. Yeah, you've got a point. Hey. Anyway, just go easy. Okay? Ending the conversation before Omi's mood gets any worse, Koji heads off to find Yo. I feel awful, miserable, but also refreshed. I finally crossed the line. I knew it would come crashing down like this sooner or later, having become unable to feel anything but disgust for other people. There's no way I could hope to maintain the relationships I've had before the accident. So is that all of the... Let me quick check. No, there's still one voice we haven't met. There's still one more major player. Today's incident will definitely get back to Koji and Omi, and everyone will be convinced I've had a major change of character. Honestly, I don't care anymore. At least I probably won't be committed for this. Just need to avoid acting any stranger than I already have. If this puts a rift between me and the others, good. The thought of all the stress I'll avoid brings a smile to my lips. I'm fed up with them, sticking their noses into my life, It's like they don't care that they make my gut turn just by being near me. I've been terrified of them until now, but today I struck fear into one of them. In that sense, it's something of a relief, but I'm not entirely without remorse for what happened. The person I just demolished with the verbal equivalent of a nuclear bomb used to be my friend Yo. Even if my senses don't believe it, my mind accepts the theory. I don't have any particular grudge against Yo herself. I just don't want to hurt her. In retrospect, perhaps I should have ignored her outright. Yo was an attractive girl. I certainly didn't think badly of her. To be honest though, I was annoyed when Koji and Omi tried to stick us together. Felt like they were using us as entertainment. And Yo seemed totally oblivious to the fact that she was dancing to their tune. Her cluelessness was irritating. Still, I knew that none of them meant any harm. Back then, I didn't have any reason to hurt others just to get in my way. If having a casual relationship with Yo would keep our circle of friends together, I was willing to make that compromise. I can't open it up. Oh, I always assumed it was... No, what? Sorry, I was willing to make that compromise. Now, however, there is no room in my heart for such forbearance. If merely talking to someone is an ordeal, then how can I be expected to show them kindness? These ruminations have left me exhausted. I want to return to Saya as soon as possible, but thinking about the packed trains and crowded downtown streets here and home saps my spirit. Catching sight of a nearby bench, I sit down and close my eyes to the horrors of the world. I can't do anything about the stink or the noise, but at least I can calm my nerves enough to rest. When I regained consciousness in the T University hospital ward, the world was as dark as it is now. I had not yet recovered my sight, even though my eyes and optical nerves were undamaged. It must have been an after effect of the accident. Blindness was a shock. But now that my suffering then was nothing. But now I know that my suffering then was nothing. After all, my senses of hearing, touch, taste, and smell were all fine at the time. The real horror began when my sight returned. The one small mercy was that I was able to come to terms with the accident and my neurosurgery while still blind. I panicked when I first saw the nightmarish hospital, the blood-curdling shapes of the doctors and nurses, but I soon guessed the cause. It chills me to think of what might have happened if I had recovered my sight along with my consciousness. Suddenly awakening in what can only be described as hell, I could no doubt have lost my mind instantly. Soon my disorders spread to the senses of touch, taste, and smell. As it turns out, sight exerts a tremendous influence over the other four. The taste of my food, the feel of my bedsheets, the fragrance of my get well flowers all became unbearably foul, as my eyes said they should be. Eventually, when the doctor's voices became unrecognizable as human, I decided to kill myself. I didn't believe for a second that I could live in this new world. At least, not until I met Saya. One night, while thinking of a painless way to die, I found myself succumbing to sleep. Drifting between the nightmares in my dreams and the nightmares of reality, I didn't notice her enter the room. The next thing I knew, there was a face staring down at me from next to my bed. The face was not covered in pus or slime or earthworm-like feelers. It had smooth white cheeks, round eyes, a lovely little nose, all things I'd never expected to see again. The face was that of a girl, undeniably human and positively glowing with beauty. Ah, I sighed in admiration, savoring the first peace and joy since regaining my sight. She'd not expected such reaction, apparently.
怖くないの？私の
Aren't you afraid of me? She asked, looking at the clock. I saw that it was exactly 3 in the morning. No time for a young girl to be alone in the hospital. Perhaps he expected me to mistake her for a ghost. But I would not have cared if she had seen a ghost. She had been a ghost. Either way, she was a godsend. Who
誰だ
are you?
いなぜここに
What are you doing here?
私はさや
I'm Saya.
パパのこと
I'm looking for my
知りた
dad.
の
I assumed that she was the daughter of a late shift doctor or another patient. It was unusual, but not unthinkable for such a girl to be wandering around the hospital.
あなた怖がらないんじゃ
It's
つまら
no fun if you're not scared.
あちょっと
Wait, I cried, desperate to keep her from leaving. It was only after she turned around that I realized I hadn't thought of what to say next.
何
Well, her beautiful eyes drew me in, healing my soul to its core. Through the white haze clouding my mind, I struggled to form a coherent sentence.
女の子にお願いしていいことじゃないんだか
Shouldn't do this to a girl.
ら
but
君にしか
You're
頼
the
め
only one I can ask. No longer concerned with propriety, I let the words come as they willed.
でも
Will you let me
助け
hold
て
your
もらえない
hand?
だろうか
Saya looked confused at first, but then she smiled. She has found a new toy. Like she just found a new toy. Her smile was brighter than the memories of the sun.
変な人
You're strange, she said,
あなたが
holding out her slender white hand. No one's asked me anything like that before. Ever so carefully, as though catching snowflakes, I placed my palm against hers. I could feel her human warmth and the softness of her delicate fingers. She was there, just beyond the palm of my hand. Thinking back to the joyful tears I shed then, I knew that this is the moment I was saved from my fate.
この半月の間に初めて
This is the first time in weeks that I've touched someone
人だと
and
感じ
felt them as human.
は
他の人じゃダメな
I
んだ
can't touch anyone else.
僕事故に
It wasn't an accident, it was a side effect of the surgery. I can't see people as human anymore.
うーん
Mmm,
本当
how
に
mysterious.
あなたって面白い
You're interesting, she said,
明日
winding her fingers gently around
ま
mine.
た来ていい
Can I come back tomorrow night?
あそりゃもう
Yes, of course, but
いい
are
じゃ
you
ない
sure it's
君は
okay?
そんなこと
大丈夫よ
Don't worry, she replied.
夜は私
The nights belong to me. Okay, so I kind of already knew that an eldritch thing was going on, but I'm liking this, like she's as like she was as confused. It's like his sense of just flipped. I'm liking it. So, and so our rendezvous began. Saya came to my room every night at 3 a.m., skillfully taking advantage of the duty nurse's shift change. I was astonished to learn that she was living inside the hospital.
これだけ広いと
It's so big that I never run out of
隠れ
places
る
to
場所が
hide, she
ない
said,
から
answering my surprise with a nonchalant smile. Nonchalant. She'd been living in the suburbs with her father, she told me, until one day he'd suddenly stopped coming home. After she had tired of waiting, Saya had decided one night to sneak into the hospital where he worked, and there she'd live for over 2 months, searching for his whereabouts after all the while.
学校には行かなくていいのかい
Don't you have to go to school?
いいの
No,
勉強は全部
Dad taught me everything I needed to know. I'm really smart.
とっても頭がいいんだよ
She was a strange girl. On the one hand, she looked and acted like a child. On the other, she was remarkably self-reliant, and at times exhibited a sharp intelligence and deep knowledge that many may have found unsettling. I didn't care. Sai was the only other human in the world in a world gone mad. Her existence meant far more to me than the standards of society.
危なくないのか？見つかりそうになったことは。
Aren't you worried you might get caught?
全然平気。
Nope.
ここにいれば食べる
I don't have to worry about food here. And it's a lot more fun than staying in Dad's house by myself. I'm a big fan of her little hair wings that she's got here. I'm a big fan of them. They look funny and goofy. Maybe the last line? Nope, I don't have a last word, but it's not more fun. Yes, I did. I looked through the patient list and found the ones that have mental and found the ones who have mental problems, I continued, grinning mischievously. Sometimes I sneak into the rooms late at night and scare them. Even if they raise a fuss, I don't believe is what mental patients say. That's so fucked. That's so fucked. They just brush it off as a bad dream. Her confession reminded me that the hospital was famous for its ghost stories. Who could have imagined there was actually a real girl impishly roaming these hallways? So that's why you came to our room the first time. Yeah, sorry. Are you mad? While her pranks were hardly praiseworthy, I couldn't bring myself to scold her for the very thing that had brought us together. You shouldn't do it anymore. Will you come talk to me instead? Yeah, that's more fun for me too. With extreme care, I was able to conceal my sensory disorder. It was glaringly obvious that the doctors had no way to cure me, and the fact that I had undergone a still experimental procedure made me even more cautious. As a medical student, it was easy for me to imagine how the doctors would react if they discovered that I was exhibiting such unusual side effects. I was not about to become a guinea pig, a mere specimen to be examined with clinical detachment. And so I hid my discomfort and loathing behind a mask of normalcy, convincing the doctors that any signs of stress were merely a result of hospitalization. Saya was my support. Looking forward to her nightly visits gave me the strength to endure my daily torture. Hope can make an enormous difference in a patient's progress. With the aid of my secret nurse, I recovered at a pace that left the doctors stunned. On the last night before my release, I summoned my courage and asked her, "Are you going to stay here forever?" Yeah, I couldn't learn anything about my dad, but it's not like I have anywhere else to go. I guess I'll stay as long as I can hide. In other words, there was nothing keeping her there. Why not stay with me? I asked timidly. The question took all the courage I had. Huh? My family's gone, so I have plenty of room. You won't need to hide, and it's not a bad place to live. You want me to live with you? I was too afraid to ask her what she thought of that, so I hastily offered a deal. In exchange, I'll help you look for your father. I'll find him, no matter what. I think that's gonna be hard, Saya said, looking a little embarrassed. Dad probably did something bad on it and had to leave the hospital. We can't get the police involved. They'll have to be as discreet as possible. I'll do whatever it takes. Unable to control myself, I finally spoke the truth. I can't be apart from you. At first she looked bewildered, but after a few moments of silence, she said, "Give me a little time." That night she left my room earlier than usual. On the day of my release, I managed to smile as I accepted the hideous, foul-smelling, celebratory bouquet. The flesh beasts, calling themselves Koji, Omi, and Yo, came to pick me up. They had come to see me many times during my stay. It never got easier to see my friends changed so horribly. My sudden tears of despair drew suspicion, but I managed to explain away as tears of joy. While we walked to Koji's car, I looked desperately for Saya amid the grotesque scenery. Even as we drove away, I kept watching the hospital fade into the distance, praying for a last glimmer of hope. But Saya never appeared. After Koji and the others dropped me off, I paused a while to regard my surroundings. I'd lived my entire life on this block, in this house. There was no other place that I could call home. But nothing was as I remembered. As I walked up the path to the front door and took in the yard where I had spent my childhood, I could feel those memories being defiled by the twisted, festering shapes around me. Inside the house, I found nothing familiar, nothing to offer me comfort and warmth. What I had once called home was now a whole other world. I have no home, I whispered, with a smile of self-pity. There was one last stop to make, one last nail to hammer into my coffin. I stepped into the room that had cradled me from childhood. The walls were papered with human entrails and a bed tangled a mass of worm flesh. But none of that mattered. There, curled up on the bed like an abandoned cat, was Saya. As I stood there in shock, she looked up to me in a tiny, weak voice, said, "Can I really stay?" I responded by sweeping her into my arms, embracing her tightly so that she would not escape. Saya did not resist. When she arrives at the Sakisaka home house, Omi first takes a deep breath to calm herself. Her anger does not vanish entirely, of course, but at least now she can hear herself think. While waiting for a response from the intercom, she looks over the patch of yard she can see from outside the gate. Even Omi isn't normally one to complain about other people's housekeeping. This is going too far. The grass is growing wild and there are piles of dead leaves scattered everywhere. It doesn't just look untended, it looks like an uninhabited ruin. It's still light out, but every window has storm windows tightly sealed. I guess they've just been closed since morning. What kind of life is Fuminori leading? Even if he's living alone, he can't neglect his housework forever. And is it just her imagination, or does something stink? Like rotten meat? Couldn't be coming from the yard. Could it? There's still no response, so she presses the buzzer a second time, and a third, and a fourth. Finally, after this has gone on for over 10 minutes, Omi loses her patience and opens the cover of the intercom. As she expected, the power has been disconnected. Perhaps Fuminori has a good reason for shutting out the world, but Omi can only see it as a lack of respect for others. Her anger rekindled, she pushes the gate open and stomps through the yard to the front door. Given the state of his intercom, she doubts that Fuminori will respond to a knock, so Omi decides just to open the door and go in shouting. If the door is locked, she'll just have to. Surprisingly, the doorknob turns easily in her hand, and the enraged Omi finds herself throwing the door open wider than she intended. Her nostrils are instantly assaulted by a choking stench. What is that smell? As Omi stands petrified on the threshold, the cowbell hanging on the inside of the door chimes loudly. A moment later, "Welcome home." Omi can't believe her ears. The voice she just heard could not have been human. Its intonations were too complex for any animal she can imagine. "Is someone there?" she calls out to the end of the hallway from which the voice came. There's no response. Instead, she hears the sound of something soft and wet flopping its way into the house. Finding it difficult to place a meaningful image to the voice she just heard, Omi stares blankly at the empty vestibule. There's nothing there. Not even Fuminori's shoes, which can only mean that he's still outside somewhere, wearing them. The house should be empty. But then what was that voice just now? Her anger has vanished, as if it were never there. Nevertheless, Omi sets foot into the hallway, leaving the door open so that the cowbell won't ring. The floor creaks, setting her nerves on edge. Omi isn't sure why she is acting like a burglar, but something tells her to make as little noise as possible. The potency of the stink inside the house makes the whiff she caught outside pale in comparison. It's sickening, like rotten fish guts. Has food been left to spoil in the kitchen? She hears a bubbling sound up ahead. Stepping gingerly on the creaking floorboards, Omi makes her way to the end of the hallway. She finds rooms to both sides of her. One lit, the other dark, and chooses to look into the lit rooms. But the lit room in the kitchen, lit by what must be the only window in the house not covered by a storm shutter. The sound she heard was the pot boiling on the stove, and on the chopping board next to it, a butcher's knife and some half-diced carrots. A perfectly normal household scene, with the light of the setting sun making everything the color of decomposing fruit. Something is wrong. Who is cooking here? Where did they go? Is anyone here? Omi calls, regretting it immediately as she realizes that her voice is shaking. As her words echo faintly through the silent house, she begins to feel foolish and defenseless. Suddenly feels something cold seeping through her pantyhose. She suddenly reaches down to touch her feet. Fingertips cut away, covered with a viscous olive green slime, like the filthy water from a tank, long clogged with algae and dead fish. The whole floor is covered with it. Must be the source of the stench. Omi now wishes she had worn her shoes inside. Beggars be damned. When she looks back ruefully the way she came, she realizes that her current position is not visible from the entrance. This kitchen must be where the strange voice came from. The next room is probably the den. As she expected from the closed storm shutters, it's pitch black inside. Omi wants nothing more than to flee this house, but without meaning turning her back to the darkness, and that she cannot simply bring herself to do. Just walk backwards. Just walk backwards, Omi. Omi, walk backwards. Moved by some irrational compulsion, Omi sets foot into the den. It's too dark to see anything, and the stink is far worse than before. She slides her hand along the wall, feeling for a light switch, finding it much sooner than she expected, and flips it on like it's her last hope. The colors. The colors. So many colors. The purple of entrails, the brown of rotten meat, the crimson of flesh blood, the yellow of fat. These colors are more that cannot be described, cover every inch of the room in maddening array. The colors are all that needs to be said about the painter's hatred, malice, and insanity. Omi's legs give out from the shock, sending her to the floor. Slime immediately soaks through her jeans, its cold tendrils keeping up her legs, crotch, and her neck. Her hand flies to her neck, where it's greeted by another drop of chilly slime. Above her, something is dripping down on her head, making perhaps the worst decision of her life. Omi looks up. Predator clinging to the ceiling, poised to leap upon its prey. She sees its every detail. Her mouth and nose sealed before she can scream, and her belly is torn open, and something enters to feast on her innards. By the time she feels any of this, Omi has already gone mad. I bit the bullet and tried to take the train, but the rush hour crowds were so bad that I'd got off halfway and walked. I'm running pretty late. Is Saya worried? I hope she's not mad. When I enter the yard, I realize the front door has been left wide open. Light from the living room is seeping into the hallway. I hear what sounds like someone smacking their lips. There's also a tantalizing fragrance in the air. Is it Saya? I consider calling out to her, but decide to enter in silence instead. Something smells strange, though not unpleasant. The aroma is quite soothing, in fact. It reminds me of Saya's hair. At first, I am surprised by what I see in the living room. The floor is covered in what looks like some kind of grass. Probably the source of the herb-like smell. And there are fruits or vegetables like balls of varying sizes scattered everywhere.
さや
Saya. Saya turns around, her eyes wide with surprise. She then looks away sheepishly, like a child caught at some prank.
何を食べてるんだい
What are you eating?
これは
This is, well, she stammers so flustered that I suddenly feel bad for sneaking up on her. Remembering that she's never eaten in front of me before, I realize that she might be quite embarrassed.
一ついいかな
Can I have one? I scoop up the closest fruit thing and pop it into my mouth, ignoring Saya's attempt to wave me off. It has a strange texture, soft and pliable, like a peach or a pear. When I bite into it with my back teeth, a succulent juice fills my mouth, combined with a sharp, strong fragrance. It's unlike anything I've ever tasted.
何か味付けとか
How did you make this? What'd you use? Hi! Thank you for the first time chat. Please, as appreciation for your first time chat, take all of these moas. Nice to meet you. I'm currently playing Song of Saya. I'm enjoying it a lot, actually. I think this is the first visual novel that I've, really, a noise. Oh my god, thank you so much for the follow. Oh my god, wow. Oh my god. I'm blushing. Oh my goodness.
調理って
It wasn't hard.
さば
I
いて
just
から
took it apart and melted a little to make it easier to eat.
だけで
It's
ほとんど
practically raw.
うーん
Oh? I pick up a different lump. This one consisting of fruity flesh around a hard core. Oh, thank you. Tearing a chunk off my mouth, I find that it had a similar taste to the last one. So for context, right now our main character is a little bit of this game, but I want to get it. It's really good. I don't know how much you know, so I'll kind of give you what is it put so far? So basically our main guy, Fuminori Sakisaka, had an accident 3 months ago, where a tractor trailer had fallen over in the highway, and it had crushed the car that he was in. Both of his parents died in the accident, and he hanging on with threads. He had this experimental surgery done, and by the time, when he finally comes through, all of his senses, the world's fucked. He can't process anything right. Everything looks disgusted, organs and trails, and he's going through all of this, mentally collapsing. And then eventually one night he meets Saya, who's basically been his rock. Saya was surprised by this fact. So, and based on the events that we just saw, where one of his college friends had come into the place to, give them a piece of her mind, Saya is an eldritch entity. And I am currently believing that he is currently eating his college friend. So, peak.
ねえ大丈夫
One second. Find it similar taste to the last one.
それって
Hey, are you okay? That's, yeah, even I can eat this. In fact, it's
それ
good.
よりうまいよ
Num num num, num num num, indeed.
そうなの？
Really? At first, Saya looks dumbstruck. But then she bursts out laughing. So this is what you like? Now I feel stupid for going to all that trouble.
さやっていつもこういうものを
Is,
食べて
is this what you always eat, Saya?
こんな大物を
Yeah,
久
though
しぶりだ
it's been a while since I've had one so big. I usually catch them in the nearby park.
とかで取ってくれるや
That's an impressive nature preserve, not too far from here. I've never heard about fruits like these growing there, but, well, of course, they only look like fruits to me. They're really something else.
つ。ごめんね。
Sorry, I already ate the best parts.
いいよまた今度で
That's okay.
それ
There's
で
always next
一
time.
緒に
And
食事ができるね
now we can eat together. Yeah. Saya seems really happy. I'm happy too, of course. Eating with someone is much more fun than eating alone. It makes the food taste better too. In my mind, I'm envisioning there's going to be a scene. There's gotta be a scene where his vision gets fixed and he's going to react to Saya. And I'm curious because I don't know how that's going to play this. Because it is playing this as a very straight romance at the moment. Well, romance, I don't know if they're going full romance route, but it feels that way.
まだまだいっぱいあるし。
There's still plenty left.
半分は
It'll keep chilled for 2 or 3 days, although it won't taste as good.
じゃあ
Then we'd better start putting it away. Sealing the small fruits in Tupperware and the large ones in pots and bowls. Saya and I store the remaining food in the refrigerator. Thinking of tomorrow's dinner fills me with anticipation. I feel that, little by little, I'm starting to regain the joy of eating. The joy of living. Oh my goodness, can't read. Saya will guide me. With her, I can live on. True Scary Stories, Hospital Edition. Chapter 4, The Monster in the Hospital. A medical student relates his shocking experiences. Will you believe him or not? Strange things started happening at the hospital around the end of last spring. It began with patients waking up in the middle of the night, screaming. They all spoke of terrifying nightmares. Many of them had to be sedated. Some patients even transferred to the other hospitals because of it. The weird thing was, they all had exactly the same dream. A dream about some horribly disgusting monster staring down at them from their bedside. But the really strange stuff started happening after that. There used to be a lot of stray cats around campus, looking for scraps from the students. One day, the cats suddenly disappeared. And it wasn't that they'd stopped coming, it was more that, like, they'd vanished from the area entirely. And then people stopped walking their dogs around. According to rumors, the dogs were refusing to go anywhere near the school. Eventually, things started going missing in the hospital. Organs, to be precise. Transplant organs kept disappearing from storage. People came close to losing their jobs over it. And it wasn't just 2 or 3 times that it happened. They tried to keep it from the students, but we heard it was a lot worse than that. People started saying there was something living in the hospital. The janitors would find strange messes that have only been made in the middle of the night. Traces of something that had crawled down the hallway, or weird stains caused by something dripping through the ceiling. The late shift nurses talked about hearing strange noises on the same nights that patients were screaming. There's one last story, one you can never mention inside the hospital. One day, the obstetrics department. The obstetrics? I know what obstetrics is. 1 second, quick research. Obstetrics. Connected on pregnancy. Oh no. They said that a newborn had disappeared in the night. If that were true, the police would have come and would have been all over the news. But they say the big shots managed to make it all go away. It's a rumor, of course. These strange incidents suddenly stopped toward the end of summer. Now there are almost no patients complaining of nightmares, and the cats have started coming back to campus. Still, what happened in the hospital that summer? Even now, just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Boop, 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 boop. Nothing. This is the third day in a row they haven't been able to get in touch with Omi. There's no sign that she returned to her apartment, and even her family doesn't know anything. Her parents have already filed a missing persons report. I am awake. I woke up at like... Huh. How many hours ago did I wake up? I think I woke up at 1. Oh my god, speaking of... And oh, wait, it's a bit late to take my meds now. I'm playing Song of Saya. Hi, Soul. Well, you know her. She'll probably just pop up somewhere like nothing happened. I hope so. Yo replies with a gloomy expression. She's worried about Omi, of course, but the incident with Fuminori 3 days ago must still be weighing on her as well. Yo hasn't seen Fuminori since then, and Fuminori hasn't made any effort to approach her or Koji. 4 people used to meet in this cafeteria between classes, but now there are only 2. Hey, Koji, let's keep thinking. Isn't there somewhere Omi might have gone? No, Koji answers evasively. I already checked everywhere. It's a lie, of course. Koji knows where Omi planned to go that evening, but he doesn't want to bring Fuminori up in front of Yo. Their awkward silence is mercifully broken by the bell signaling the start of the next period. Well, I've gotta go. Yeah. Unless Koji is mistaken, Yo is supposed to have class next period too, but she just sits there, staring off into space. Unable to come up with anything to say, he leaves the cafeteria reluctantly. Both Omi's disappearance and Yo's depression worry Koji, and both problems lead back to the exact same place. What the hell is Fuminori doing? When Omi went missing, the first thing he did was question Fuminori. After all, the last time he'd seen her was just before she stormed off to give Fuminori a piece of her mind. Fuminori responded with unequivocal denial and acted like he hadn't the slightest idea why Omi would have gone to see him. Perhaps that was only natural, as he was unaware what Omi and Koji had witnessed him reduce Ko to tears. Did Omi even make it to Fuminori's house? She'd been riding a wave of emotion when she'd left. It might have calmed down and changed her mind halfway there. Or perhaps she ran into trouble on the way. Koji concluded, or more accurately convinced himself, that one of these possibilities was the truth. Subconsciously denying the one remaining possibility, that Fuminori was lying, that he had met Omi and was involved with her disappearance. Well, a little bit, I guess. He doesn't know. When questioned by the police, Koji told the truth about Omi's destination. Only up to the train station, maintaining that he had no idea where she'd planned to go after that. He wanted to cooperate with the search, of course, but Omi couldn't have made it to Fuminori's house. Fuminori said so himself, didn't he? In that case, he told the police everything they needed to know. Not wanting to get the still fragile Fuminori involved, he forced himself to accept this flimsy logic. But the conflict had built up inside him, without his notice, leaving unanswered suspicion to fester in his mind. Koji is deep in thought, paying no attention to his surroundings, but perhaps that is what allows him to catch sight of his friends back through the crowd of milling students. Okay. don't know why that one. All the other image changes have prompted me to click. Fuminori. At first, Koji assumes that he's headed to the lecture hall, but it soon appears that he's instead going home. Strange. Medical students have required courses in the afternoon. Though he is initially surprised, Koji's hesitation lasts for only a second. He follows his friend, taking care to stay far enough behind that he wouldn't be noticed. Fuminori wasn't going home, as became obvious when he boarded a train headed to the opposite direction. Koji's next guest was going to see his doctor at the T University Hospital, but Fuminori rode straight through the closest station. Where is he going? At first, Koji felt ashamed for tailing his friend like this, but his conscience fell silent as Fuminori's actions grew more mysterious. The stranger it gets, the closer Koji feels to discovering the truth behind Fuminori's sudden transformation. Any knowledge would be welcome, no matter how slight. Even Koji is beginning to think that there must be more behind Fuminori's change than the accident alone. He wants a more satisfying answer, one that will help him decide whether Fuminori can still be trusted. I had to drink some water. Fuminori gets off at a small station in a nondescript suburb of Tokyo. Koji follows, trying not to lose sight of him amid the other disembarking passengers. The area is quite desolate, with only a small bookstore, a convenience store, and a market in front of the train station. It is easy for Koji to keep Fuminori in view. This neighborhood was carved out of the Fuji foothills, and here and there remain steep inclines and wooded areas that escaped assimilation. Koji is amazed that such a quiet place exists less than an hour out of central Tokyo. Fuminori seems to know these streets. He moves quickly and purposefully through the suburban community, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Before long, Fuminori reaches a house. Without ringing the bell or even knocking, he opens the door and vanishes inside, leaving Koji to wonder how Fuminori can treat the house as his own. Let me save, actually. Not skip. I'm gonna make a save here, because I've been playing for a while. I have so many save pages. Before long, Fuminori reaches a house. Without ringing the bell or even knocking, he opens the door and... Oh yes, I did this one already. Good night. After waiting to see if Fuminori comes out, Koji approaches the gate and checks the nameplate. A guy, it reads. Koji has never heard of anyone by that name among Fuminori's acquaintances. Oh, I want to watch the stream, but I feel like I'm spoiling too much. No, I don't think so. I don't feel like you spoiled anything. Or do you mean for yourself? So far, there's been not too many, there hasn't been any choices or anything. It's kind of been pretty straightforward. Next, his attention is drawn to the thick wad of leaflets sticking out of the mail slot. This, coupled with the general dilapidated feel of the place, suggests that it has been abandoned for some time. A small playground, about 2 blocks away, provides an adequate vantage point from which to watch the front, the Yagai home. Fortunately, it does not appear to be the sort of house that has a rear exit. Koji settles down on a bench to begin his stakeout. I should have brought more smokes. 1 hour passes, and then another, but there remains no sign of movement around the Ogai residence. Soon twilight settles upon the neighborhood. After Koji's 1 pack of cigarettes runs out, the stakeout becomes a battle against mounting impatience. He kills time by redialing Omi on his cell and sending her short text messages, but his efforts are futile, as he knew they would be. When the sky began to turn deep blue and the streetlights come on, Fuminori finally emerges from the house and heads back toward the station with the same hurried stride. After some brief consideration, Koji decides that right now investigating the house is more important than tailing Fuminori. He rings the doorbell just to make sure. After receiving the expected silence in response, he checks to make sure no one is watching and turns the doorknob. The door is not locked. The moment he enters the house, stale air, thick with mold and dust, fills Koji's nostrils. It is the unmistakable smell of a house that has long lain untouched. There's also a faint hint of something else in the air, something reminiscent of damp sewers and fetid cisterns. Flipping the light switch does nothing. The power must be cut off. Koji uses his cigarette lighter to illuminate the immediate area. In the thick dust covering the floor, he sees several brand new trails of footprints that could only have been made by shoes. Fuminori's. Koji decides to follow suit and dispense with courtesy. He enters with his shoes on. The lighter's flickering flame pushes back the deathly silence and gloom of the house. Koji is surprised to see evidence of life remaining. Everything from furniture to tableware and appliances. Nothing seems to be missing. The thickness of the dust suggests that the house has been empty for several months, which means that the owner must have left with little more than the clothes on his back. Could he have gone on a long vacation? The calendar in the den is turned to April, empty and silent, yet still exhibiting signs of the life that were once lived there. Bass reminds Koji of a passenger ship entombed at the bottom of the sea. In the graveyard-like quiet, a sinister thought suddenly enters his mind. No one is living here, but that does not have to mean that the owner left. Maybe he was murdered, and his rotting corpse is right under Koji's feet. He finds himself wanting a stronger light. A flashlight in his hand would have made him feel much better. Koji follows Fuminori's footsteps to the second floor, where he begins to catch the scent of paper in the stale air. It is the smell of old books, reluctantly recognizable to anyone who has worked in an antique bookstore or library. The first room on the second floor turns out to be a study, its towering shelves packed with such a vast number of books that Koji fears for the stability of the floor. As a medical student himself, he is able to discern that at a glance that this study belongs to a medical professional, and a high-level one at that. Judging by the content of the books, a smorgasbord of technical volumes far beyond that of a simple student's understanding. The owner's interests lie more with medical research than with clinical practice. Fuminori must have spent most of his time here. The scattered dust suggests that he is searching for something, and the contents of the desk's drawers are in obvious disarray. A small pile of books stacked to the side table catches his eye. Being next to the desk, they must have been the most frequently read. Their nature could shed some light on the character of the person who worked here. Koji frowns as he examines the 3 books. These aren't scientific texts like the rest, but the old, leather-bound Western tomes like that sort you would find in a rare bookstore. The titles are meaningless to him. Traité de chiffres appears to concern semiotics, but Ars Magna et Ultima is some kind of treatise on divination. And then there's the Voynich manuscript, which looks like some kind of picture book. When he pages through it, he finds the text utterly incomprehensible. Maybe it's some kind of cipher. Whatever they are, they clearly have nothing to do with the medicine, refuting Koji's earlier guess that this Ogai was a doctor. Looking down, Koji suddenly notices the glint of something black and metallic underneath the chair. A pocket-sized flashlight, quite out of place among the dusty books. Fuminori must have brought it in. With relief, Koji exchanges his lighter for the flashlight. Its tiny body emits a powerful white beam that casts away the darkness. His courage restored, he decides to explore the rest of the house.
Hmm?
I feel that the flashlight makes this seem so much more unsettling. Koji notices something strange, something that's not visible in the lighter's weaker flame. The slime. Dark, oily stains are everywhere. The stains are especially thick around the doorknob and the stair banisters, like someone grasped them with hands in greasy cloth. Looking closer, he sees places where there is splashed low in the walls, almost as if a wet mop was run violently across the floor. Could Ogai have made these marks? If so, how? Koji begins to feel sick as he imagines a man shambling through the house with the slime dripping from his body. Finding the bedroom next to the study, Koji checks the closet on a hunch. He discovers 2 empty suitcases, not what one would leave behind when going on a long vacation. A sudden chill runs through him. Whoever is living here is still somewhere inside this house. Suppressing the urge to flee, Koji goes back downstairs to check the first floor. If he finds a corpse, he'll have to call the police right away. He might get away with trespassing if he reports it first, but if they find the body later, it'll be awfully hard to explain his fingerprints all over the house. The flashlight reveals the den to be covered in even more slime than the rest of the house. The sofa looks as though it was dredged from the bottom of a swamp. In the kitchen, Koji takes one look at the sink and decides not to get any closer. He doesn't want any more fuel for his imagination. He reaches the door to the bathroom. A common scene from TV dramas flashes through his head. A body with slit wrists floating in a bathtub full of water. Wasn't there a movie where a hitman disposed of his victim in a bathtub filled with lye? Koji braces himself for the worst and opens the door slowly, then shines his light into the ceramic bathtub that appears from the darkness like a white ghost. Bones. A mountain of bones, black with dry flesh and blood. Koji puts one hand against the wall to steady himself as his legs threaten to buckle. Something is wrong, he realizes as he tries desperately to get his thoughts in order. Bones are too small and there are too many of them. They aren't human. After taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Koji enters the bathroom and examines the tub. The bones are piled atop each other like fallen leaves. They appear to be from small animals, perhaps cats or dogs. Even so, the quantity is mind-boggling. How many bodies would it take to produce this many bones? Bones have all been separated from one another, so it doesn't look like bodies were just thrown in the tub and left to rot. Each bone is covered with deep grooves, marks left by teeth biting through the flesh. Koji's sanity won't let him consider the possibility that a human could have done this. The owner of this house must have kept some sort of carnivorous animal as a pet, giving it the bones of small animals to eat and disposing of the remains in the bathtub. But why not dispose of the leftovers properly? It had just been thrown out with the garbage, or was there something keeping him from leaving the house? The relief Koji felt when he realized that the bones weren't human is once again under attack. In the first place, what the hell was Fuminori doing here?
どうしたコウジ
What's wrong, Koji? Koji whirls around, his light revealing Fuminori's expressionless face.
不法侵入だぞコウジ
You're trespassing.
お前だって
So are you, Koji replies, barely managing to speak over the pounding of his heart. Fuminori pushes past Koji and looks in the bathtub. He hasn't even flinched at the sight of the bones.
僕はこの家の人と知り合いなんだ
Friend of mine lives here. I'm just running an errand. What? Who is this person? Where did you meet them? Koji doesn't want to believe that the old, friendly Fuminori could have contact with the Denzians of this house. I'll introduce you one of these days, he says, turning to leave without even a glance at Koji. I owe her my life. Hey, Fuminori! Koji runs after Fuminori. His heart is finally beating normally again. Wait, is this friend of yours the reason you've been acting so strange? Standing in the entrance, Fuminori glares coldly at Koji over his shoulder. The utter lack of emotion in his eyes gives Koji pause. You followed me, didn't you? Koji swallows. What can he say? You're starting to bother me, Koji. Don't do it again. Fine. Fuminori walks away without another word, leaving Koji alone in the entrance. Up until this very moment, concern for his friend was still at the forefront of his mind. Now, however, that concern swiftly gives way to a growing sense of dread. Does the Fuminori he knew no longer exists? Was the person who just stared Koji down an imposter wearing Fuminori's skin? Well, he's a cannibal now, so... Koji has begun to believe that it might be so. What a nuisance. Why does he insist on interfering? If he only spoke with me to exchange the pleasantries, even I could bear it. But now he's sticking his nose into my business just to satisfy his curiosity. Koji is a perfect example of someone who thinks that it's always good to take an interest in other people's affairs. He probably thinks that he's doing me a favor by prying into my life. He couldn't be more wrong. I'm gonna drink some more water. If he keeps this up, I might have to find some way to deal with him. Like Saya said, I have to keep my search for Dr. Ogai a secret. Koji could ruin everything. I don't have time to fully investigate the Ogai residence today. At this rate, it'll probably take several days just to go through the study. Saya didn't believe that I'd find anything to help with the search, but I think there's still a lot to explore. Who knows what I'll discover? The problem is Koji. He knows about the house now. Will he make things difficult? A hair-raising voice calls as I'm about to pass through my gate. Suppressing a shudder, I put on a fake smile and turn to face the writhing mass of rotten flesh that is staring at me with bulging eyes.
Good evening. I'm going home.
Yes, I am. Of course, this is my next-door neighbor, Suzumi. Middle-aged painter, I think. He spends all day at home while his wife works. I haven't had much contact with him since the accident. Why is he suddenly talking to me now?
Have you gotten used to living alone?
Yes. Thank you for your help.
I know it must be very difficult, but you're still young. You have to try to move on with your life.
Yeah. What is this? Did he stop me just deliver a lecture?
With such a big house, it must be hard to take care of everything by yourself.
Yes, I suppose it is rather difficult.
Why not hire a caretaker? Didn't your father have one?
I'm still a student. I can't really afford the expense.
I see.
The flesh beast undulates foully, as though it still has something to say, the sight of it driving me close to the edge.
Even so, don't you think you should at least tend to your yard? I'd be happy to help.
No, thank you. I'll manage on my own. Now I get it. He's worried about the unsightliness of my house. Might diminish the image of his own. Damned snob. I flash a token smile, then retreat behind the safety of my gate. I can feel Suzumi's eyes boring into my back all the way to the front door. I want everyone stay out of my life. I just want to live together with Saya, alone with, where no one else, where no one will ever bother us. Oh, is this our final character? Is this our final character? I gotta just press C. It is! This is our final named character. Or our final, like, titular character. Let me open D. Save here again. Yes. Suzume Yosuke sighs in annoyance as he watches the neighbor boy retreat into his house. What's with his attitude? Even while talking, he kept his eyes averted, as if to avoid looking at something repulsive. Has he always been such an unpleasant young man? No, of course not. When his parents were still alive, he had been a normal youth, a little shy, but sensitive and caring. It must be the stress of this sad situation. If it continues to build, he might start to develop serious mental problems. Brother, you don't know. Or is it too late already? Yosuke wonders as he gazes warily at the Sakisaka yard. Even during dinner, Yosuke can't shake the neighboring house from his mind. What's wrong, honey? You look like something's bothering you. Yeah, I saw the young man from the next door today. Fuminori? I just had to say something about his yard. I know. I wish he'd at least do something about the smell. The stink coming from the Sakisaka house grows worse each day. The Suzumi family is at its wit end. Could there be a dead cat in his bushes? He must notice the smell coming from his own yard. Maybe he's leaving his garbage out there. He wouldn't. No, I wouldn't put it past him. Knows what he's doing in there all day with his dorm shutters closed. What kind of life is he leading? Did he go crazy? You're so to the point, kid. Now, Hirohome, you mustn't say things like that. Honestly, with the way things are going, I'm starting to wonder if he's gone paranoid or something. Will he be alright? Unless he gets help soon. Who knows? Seconds crawl by, each tick of the clock compounding by my agony. When I returned from the Igai residence, I was greeted by a silent, empty home. Saya had vanished without leaving any clue as to her whereabouts. It isn't rare for her to go for walks at night. I've often gone with her. However, such outings always take place in the middle of the night, when no one is around, and never last for more than 2 hours. Right now, it's 5 in the morning. Soon the sky will begin to show the first light of dawn. Even if she left right before I returned, she's still been gone for almost half a day. I can't sleep. I can only wait in anguish. I tried to distract myself by painting more rooms, but I couldn't concentrate on the work. If I'd known this would happen, I would have left Ogai the house. I would have left the Ogai house sooner. I wish I hadn't wasted time on Koji. Saya doesn't return. That makes me want to tear out my hair. After its long absence, the terror of true loneliness is too much to bear. At last, the cowbell chimes that Saya's long-awaited "I'm home" rings out from the bottom of the stairs. I read that line so bad. As I jump out of my bed in relief, all of the stress that has built up through the night is released in a wave that threatens to sweep me off my feet. Ah, so tired, Saya sighs as she climbs the stairs. I knew the trip would be hard.
さや
Saya, where have you? My question trails off as I notice the thick bundles of paper that she's carrying under her arms.
それは
What are those?
文則のカルテ
Your medical charts and surgery records. I went back to the hospital
今日は
today.
古巣の病院に行ってきたの
She drops the bundles on the floor, sending the papers flying everywhere, then pulls her favorite cushion over and collapses onto it, stretching luxuriously.
こんな夜中に
You walked all the way back from the hospital in the middle of the night.
ごめんね本当は
Sorry, she says,
帰れる
skillfully
と思ったん
gathering
だけど
the scattered
調べ
papers
たけど
together.
キリがなくて
I meant to come back sooner, but there were so many files to go through.
結局全部持ち
So I had to just bring everything. It was so heavy. Maybe it's just the exhaustion, but I'm not understanding a word Saya's saying.
だからそんなもの持ってきてどう
What
す
are
る
you
つもり
planning
だ
to do with all this?
どうするってもちろ
What do you
ん
mean?
調べるのよ
I'm going to study it, of course, she replies, holding one MRI photograph after another up to the light. I'll have plenty of time to go over it here.
えっと
At first, I think she's just playing around, but the occasional mutters of, better check this one. Oh, I see. That was silly of them.
これは要
And
チェック
the
か
like,
な
the like as she separates photos into a growing pile beside her make me think that she might not be a joke after all.
君わ
Do
かるの
you
か
understand this
こういう
stuff?
パパにいろいろと教わったから
Learned a lot from Dad. She flashes me a grin. She returns to the papers.
なるほどね
So that's how
こ
it
れじゃい
is.
つまで経っても
No wonder it can't be
直
fixed.
せないのか
I can't?
人間のお医
Not
者
by a
さん
human
ね
doctor. I can't tell if she's being serious.
私でも
Even for me,
まだ
it'll probably be
ちょっ
tough,
と難しいかな
she says offhandedly, even as her hands continue to shuffle papers. I'll have to experiment first. Watching more closely, I realize that her eyes are scanning each page so rapidly. So rapidly, in fact, that I was unable to notice it at first. Could Saya actually be reading my
なあ
charts?
さや
Hey, Saya.
Hmm?
Yeah, she answers, coolly looking up from the
今日は
charts.
もう疲れたし
I'm
いいか
tired. Let's go to bed.
文則がそうしたいなら
Sure.
そうする
Saya replies with a grin. If that's what you want. Saya tosses aside the papers she was sorting, then leaps up on me, begins to tear off my clothes.
おい
Hey,
ね
come on, just once before bed, okay?
まあさやこう毎日続け
Hey,
て
Saya, don't you think it's unhealthy to be doing this every day?
え
Huh?
文則
Are you
い
sick?
や
No, not me.
ちゃんと
My body is all grown up,
なって
but
るし
you're...
平気
平気だよ
Don't worry. Not a fan. Not a fan. She laughs playfully as she pushes me onto the bed. The familiar, sweet sensation of her weight and skin rendering me helpless.
平気なわけないだろ
But I am worried.
今まで否認
We
もして
haven't
ない
used any contraception.
文則はさ
Uminori, she whispers,
さやに子供を
staring straight into my eyes.
いや
You don't want me to have your children? How can I respond to that?
いやも何も
It's not that. Your
さやみ
body is
た
too
いな小さい
small.
体じゃ無理だって
Pregnancy is a serious burden, you know.
体の
文則が心配してることって割と的外れなんだけど
I know she's not actually a little girl. But Fuminori sees her as little girl. Fuminori, like, my man. It's not really something you have to worry about. Saya seems unsure how to reply, but not because she doesn't understand what I said. Rather, the bemused look on her face makes it seem as though I'm the one not getting it.
でもそれって
But I know you're just thinking of me, she says suddenly,
大事に思ってくれて
her
る
smile
んだ
glowing with
ね
innocence. So, I'm happy.
それは
The time I break the spell of her angelic smile, Smile has undone my belt and is removing my pants. So, I don't know how far this is going to go, so lewd content warning.
なあおい
Come on, Sai.
さや
大丈夫
Relax, she says teasingly.
じゃあ今夜
Tonight I'll do it so you don't have to
心
worry.
配しないような方法でしてあげる
I was like, oh, when I went to black, oh. As she finishes, she looks up at me. Smiling, she just pulled the greatest prank of her life.
それだったら
See?
ぱいないでしょ。
You don't have to worry if I do it like this. Oh,
まあ
well, what am I supposed to say to that?
ね
Hey,
え、だった
was it bad?
こういうのだと
You didn't feel
気
good?
持ちよくない？
Hearing the sudden nervousness in Saya's voice, I hastily stammer. I'm gonna quickly add an 18 plus to this title, just as a... Stream title update.
そんなことない。十分に。
Of course it felt good. Wrong
で
button.
もさや、
But Saya,
何もあんなもの飲み込まなくて
didn't have to do that.
そんな
What? But I want it.
ママにちょうだいよ。
Suddenly distraught, Saya clings to me like a child who just had her candy stolen.
文則のは一滴だって飲
I
ま
want you
なくて
inside me.
中に。
Inside you? So Saya really does want to bear my child. I'm not averse to the idea. I still think it might be too early, of course, but there isn't much point in worrying about my reputation now. Assuming that Saya and I will be left alone, I even welcome it.
文則は嫌？
You don't like it? She gazes up at me, pleadingly. How can I resist?
嫌なんかじゃ。
はい
舞さん
Do like
さ
it.
やさえそれでいいのなら。
As long as you're okay with it, so am I. Saya smiles with relief and burrows contently into my chest.
大好き。
I love you, Fuminori, she purrs softly. With her body draped over mine, I become even more aware of how light and delicate she is. Can this tiny girl and I really live as husband and wife? I feel a pang of self-loathing at the question. How can I still be afraid after all that's happened? Saya's feelings are so earnest. How can I not accept them? I need to resolve once and for all to rid myself of the useless trappings of morality. Saya and I are all that matters. There's no point in worrying about what others think anymore. Although I suppose I should still talk to Saya's guardian, of course. I need to find Dr. Ogai as soon as possible. By the time I drift to sleep in exhaustion's comforting embrace, all doubts about Saya's actions have vanished from my mind. Whatever is the case, all that matters is that she's returned to me. Two o'clock for Suzume Yosuke. This is the most fulfilling time of day. After seeing his wife and daughter off, taking care of the morning chores, and eating a leisurely lunch, it's finally time to sit down at his easel. He's not a particularly popular painter, and it would only hold an exhibition if he were hurting for money. However, the design work he does on the side ensures that there's always enough to support his lifestyle. Alongside the salary his wife earns working for a magazine, they're able to pay their mortgage, send their daughter to school, and still have plenty left over. Yosuke's life is perfect, leisurely and absent of want. He loves his house, considering it the symbol of his success. When he mows the lawn, polishes the windows and floors, and cleans the kitchen, toilet, and bath, he feels the same joy as he does washing his own body. Just as he knows the length of his fingernails and the time since the last meal, he also knows everything about his home's condition. The status of every door, the freshness of every flower, the amount of ice in the ice tray, every last detail. This is his pride. And when he sits in his studio, smelling the turpentine and knowing that each element of his house is in perfect order, he feels the ultimate satisfaction. While trying to find the right combination of paints on his palette, he suddenly feels thirsty. But soon remembers there isn't much orange juice left in the refrigerator. In fact, it's about time to stock up on bath additive and powdered soap. He could get everything at the supermarket when he goes to shop for dinner, but it will probably be quite heavy. Now then, where should I leave off to go shopping? As he ponders his dilemma, he heads downstairs to the kitchen. Just then, a breath of air tickles the back of his neck, bringing him to a halt in the middle of the hallway. A breeze. Impossible. Every window in the house is closed. Yosuke shut them himself during the morning cleaning. Yosuke enters the living room, searching for the source of the breeze. Something stinks. The same pungent smell of fetid swampland that emanates from the Sakisaka house. The window facing the yard next door is open, and its curtains blowing loosely in the gentle breeze. I love, the background. I'm curious if they're pictures or not. I'm a fan of TVs like that as well. There's a hole in the glass next to the lock. It looks strange, like it was melted by some chemical instead of broken. Someone must have reached through the hole to unlock the window. Yosuke stands paralyzed, his heart pounding with anger and fear. He listens carefully, but there's nothing. Perhaps the intruder has already finished his business and left. But a burglar wouldn't have left the room untouched, would he? Maybe he heard Yosuke coming and hid somewhere nearby. Yosuke realizes that his still wet palette knife is in his right hand. He must have forgotten to put it aside before going downstairs. He stares numbly at the knife for a moment. Then he decides it's not enough protection. Instead, he grabs the ashtray sitting on the top of the table, made of thick, solid glass. It is big and heavy enough to serve as a weapon. The home that he thought of as part of himself now seems utterly alien. Keenly aware of the thumping of his heart, Yosuke looks around the living room and sees little that could be used as a hiding place. The intruder must have gone either to the guest room or through the dining room to the kitchen. The kitchen is close to the stairs. If there had been movement, Yosuke would have noticed it when he came down, which means that the guest room is the most likely place. He shuffles over to the guest room door and prepares to slide it open. But what is that stench? Could the breeze alone carry something so foul? It's as if the odor is coming from inside the room. He raises his ashtray and throws open the door. The straw-matted Japanese-style room is empty. There was a closet, but no one could fit in. No one could fit in there. So the intruder already left. Yosuke relaxes, the exhaustion of sudden relief coming over him. And that is when something seizes his ankle. The instant he freezes in shock, his leg is yanked out from under him, sending him crashing onto the floor. Stars explode behind his eyes and hits smacked against the door rail. His hand, if it can be even called that, wrapped around Yosuke's ankle, all the way back to beneath the living room sofa. There are barely 5 centimeters between the sofa and the floor. Whatever is hiding there, it can't possibly be human. Before the screaming Yosuke can regain his footing, countless hand-like appendages seize his arms and legs, rendering him helpless. Calm down, don't be scared. As the hideous voice burbles in his ear, something cold and soft crawls atop him. Yosuke can't even scream. His terror is so great. It won't hurt. Don't be scared. It won't hurt. Thin, tube-like appendages penetrate his ears and nose, wriggling deep into his skull. Right before the sensation drives him mad, Yosuke loses consciousness. Thank you for taking the time to see us, Koji says, his humble bow concealing his surprise at the doctor's youth. Even with her light makeup, she wouldn't look a day over 30. She must be quite talented to be leading a neurosurgeon. To be a leading neurosurgeon at such a young age. Don't mention it. I was hoping somebody like you would come along. Her friendly smile has none of the coldness one might expect from her sharp, refined beauty. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Dr. Tanbo Sakisaka, Fuminori's attending physician. I'm Fuminori's friend, Tono Koji, and this is Tsukuba Yo. Yo gives a quick bow, her expression apologetic. When they arrived at the T University Medical Center and asked to see Fuminori's doctor, Koji and Yo had been prepared for rejection. They hadn't expected the ease with which the request was granted. You say you want to know what's wrong with him? Well, so do I. I'm sorry. He didn't come in for his checkup 2 days ago. I tried calling his home, but there's no answer. 2 days ago, the same day Fuminori was searching that abandoned house. Koji frowns, wondering what was important enough for him to blow off his appointment. What is he like at school? He's totally messed up. Seeing Yo's shoulders jerk out of the corner of his eye, Kojo regrets not choosing his words more carefully. Since the accident, he's been like a completely different person. We have no idea what to do, so we thought that talking to you might help. Are you medical students too? She asked out of nowhere. Huh? Well, yes. Would you like to see his chart? You'd really show it to us? Koji replies, incredulous. Yeah, it's just a, little bit of a violation. Dr. Tanbo regards him silently for a moment, then sighs and says, someone wanted to see it. And without the hospital's permission. His files were stolen from the archives 2 nights ago. What? She stares hard at the astonished students, and she shakes her head with a tired smile. Well, it doesn't matter. Well, it doesn't look like you two were involved. That's a relief. Of course we aren't. However, the culprit must have had an interest in his condition, or wanted to erase his records. Either way, I can only assume that it was someone close to him. I see. An ominous thought flashes through Koji's mind. It couldn't have been Fuminori himself, could it? Koji looks to Dr. Tanbo and finds her staring right back at him. Her expression grave, he realizes that she must be harboring the same suspicion. What do you think? Do you have any idea who might have done it? Perhaps Dr. Tanbo didn't have anyone in mind when she asked, but Koji's thoughts immediately fly to the eerie house in which Fuminori led it. I don't really know what the relationship is, but there's someone called Ogai. Probably a doctor or a... Koji stops speaking as he sees the dramatic change of what was come across Dr. Tanbo's expression. You know Dr. Ogai? Do you know when and where Fuminori met that name? No, that's what I'd like to know. Just who is this Ogai? After remaining silent for some time, Dr. Tanbo loses a heavy sigh. Alright, not like you couldn't find out on your own. Ogai Masahiko was a doctor teaching at this hospital. He was dismissed over 6 months ago, however, following certain incidents. What incidents? What did he do? I can't say any more, and anyway, it has nothing to do with your friend. Koji has no argument with which to answer Dr. Tanbo's flat rejection. However, he can't shake the feeling that Ogai's person is the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Fuminori. Doctor, he says, making up his mind, Fuminori might be involved in a crime. At the sudden declaration, both Yo and Dr. Tanbo raised their eyebrows. What do you mean? A friend of ours went missing. After going to see him, Fuminori denies any involvement, of course. You mean... Omi? Koji's unable to bear the shock in Yo's voice. Sorry, Tsukuba. I couldn't tell you. Dr. Tanbo is frowning, her expression even more serious than before. Right now, this Ogai seems to be the center of Fuminori's attention. If we know who he is and what Fuminori is looking for, we might start to see the whole picture. Please tell us, Doctor, just what happened at this hospital. Dr. Tanbo hesitates for some time, refusing to make eye contact, but she finally shakes her head. I'm sorry. This is not a decision I can make on my own. Doctor, give me some time. I'll do my own investigating now that I know how far this has gone. Please. Koji is out of options. All that's left is to trust this. All that's left is to trust this young doctor. It's frustrating, but a friend's rights only go so far. Let's exchange cell phone numbers. I'll call you if I learn anything, and you call me the moment something changes. Alright. What happened to me? Yosuke's awareness returns slowly, as though rising from a bog. He's cold. No, hot. Something itches, like tepid tongues and cold slugs crawling over his skin. What the hell's going on? Timidly, he opens his eyes. What? It's everywhere. The thing that attacked him in the living room. It's everywhere. Terror shatters Yosuke's sanity. He throws off the thing lying atop him, but his wild flailing sends him crashing to the floor. But is it really the floor? Its long wrinkling fibers of what would be the carpet are winding themselves around his fingers. Trying to figure out what room we're in. This is his studio. Okay. The floor is made of worms. He tears his limbs free of the worms and tries to stand, but loses his balance and tumbles to the floor again. The worms immediately swarm over his body. Where am I? Don't take me. Yosuke crawls across the worm-ridden floor toward the only exit from the pulsating room. When he gets outside over, all he can see is blood, bile, and rotten meat. There is no place to run. What is this? Most terrifying of all, his hellish place has the same layout as Yosuke's house. In a half-mad daze, he wanders through the nightmarish mockery of his home. The small room where his studio should be, he finds an easel made of bones displaying a blood-soaked canvas. Like some cruel joke. Everything is exactly where it would be in Yosuke's studio. Oh, then what was the room we were in? Damn it, let me out. Let me out of here. Howling, Yosuke lashes out against everything within reach. The easel of bone shatters, driving splinters into his fist. He feels the pain, but does not wake from the nightmare. If this isn't a dream, then what is it? When his strength gives out, Yosuke falls to his knees, sobbing for the first time in his life. For the first time in his life, he prays. The sound of the door opening and closing grates on his ears. Downstairs, the front door. Is someone here? We're home. Yosuke trembles at the blood-curdling sounds. It's that thing again. The monster has returned. Daddy, we're home. Where's dinner? Oh, he's not here. Did he go shopping? When can we eat? Yosuke hears the sound of something slimy sloshing its way up the stairs. Even as he cowers in terror, he slides his trembling hand across the floor and grabs one of the bones from the broken easel. Oh no. Oh man, my boy Yosuke. The tip of the bone is nice and sharp. If he holds it in both hands and puts his weight behind it, he might be able to use it to defend himself. Honey, are you home? The monster's growls are getting closer. Holding his breath, Yosuke presses back against the wall next to the door. The pounding of his heart is like thunder to his ears, so loud that he fears the creature might hear it. He knows it will eat him if he finds it again. It's all he can do to keep from crying. At last, the door creaks open. Honey? Yosuke leaps on the creature as it enters, fear turning its roar into a high-pitched scream. The flesh beast is covered in sludge and vile juices. But before horror can paralyze him, Yosuke brings the bone stake, stabbing down. The monster screams, the stake pierces its chest, and punches through the other side. It falls back, writhing in agony. The sight of its pain sets Yosuke's blood on fire. I can win. I can kill it. If I finish it off before it enters my head again, I'm safe. Yosuke grabs the bone and twists with all his might. The monster convulses and gurgles. Its trembling tentacles reach up as though begging for help. Don't. Yosuke knocks it to the floor, then brings his heel crushing down on its flopping body again and again. With each stomp, its groans and spasms grow weaker. When the monster at last stops switching, Yosuke, panting hard, tears the stake from its corpse and rises to his feet. Daddy? Something squeals. Yosuke turns around to see another, smaller monster peeking out at him from the stair landing. There's still one left. His desperate rage-filled attack both exhilarated him and gave him a taste for violence. This one will be easier. It's smaller and weaker. Grinning menacingly, Yosuke raises his stake and moves towards the second creature. The monster flees screaming down the stairs. Not about to let his prey escape, Yosuke roars and gives chase. The thought that killing the monster might end this nightmare feeds him savage bloodlust. Oh, Daddy, no. When the monster trips and falls in the dining room, Yosuke leaps up on top of it, brings the stake crashing down, his bloodlust unsated. He pulls it free, then drives it again into the monster's flesh. Once, twice, 3 times and more, until there's nothing left but shredded, pulverized meat. Eventually, the only sound in the house is Yosuke's heavy breathing. He has slain 2 monsters, but this nightmare shows no sign of ending. Yosuke staggers to the front door and goes outside. The sky, the city, everything gone mad. Twisted shapes, nauseating colors, stinking air. There's no escape, no end to the nightmare. The last remnant of Yosuke's sanity vanishes like dust in the
こん
wind.
にちは、おじさん。
Hi, mister. Yosuke turns to the sound of a girl's voice. She's standing in front of the house next door, wearing a spotless one piece over her pure white skin. In the midst of his filth-ridden world, she alone glows a beauty.
おじさんには私がどう見える？
How do I look to you, mister?
とっても可愛いよ。
Very cute. Yosuke feels a sudden black lust rise within him.
本当？
Really?
じゃあ実験は
Then the experiment must be a success. Yosuke walks up to a strangely jubilant girl and brushes his hand against her long, smooth hair.
こんな可愛らしい女の子は
Such a lovely
こ
girl.
の世界には君一
You
人
must be the only one in the whole world.
おじさん？
Mister? She looks up at the man towering over her, perhaps disturbed by his hungry
お嬢
stare.
ちゃんおじさんと遊んでくれるか
But we play a game,
いい
girl.
けど。
Okay,
何す
but
るの？
what are we going to do? A grin parts Yosuke's lips, and he replies,
そりゃあもう
Everything
お
that
じ
will
さんが
please
楽し
me,
め
of
そうなこ
course.
と全部さ
With that, he grabs the girl's collar and tears the front of her dress wide open. Shock and fear twist the lovely girl's delicate features, stimulating Yosuke's sadism. Even after killing those 2 monsters, the embers of violence still smolder in his heart. And now they have new fuel to
いい
burn.
顔だよお嬢ちゃん
Oh, I like that expression on you.
もっと可愛らしい
Won't you show me an even
顔を見せて
prettier
くれ
one?
ないか
No! The terrified girl flees into the Sakisaka house. Yosuke runs after her, feeling the joy of the hunt. No, stay away. Even in desperation, she has no hope of outrunning his longer stride. Yosuke charges down the hallway and catches up to her in the kitchen. He grabs her from behind and wrestles her to the floor before she can resist. Let me go. Why are you doing this? Like I said, it's because you're too cute. Enjoying the sensation of her thin arms struggling futilely against the grip, Yosuke uses his weight to hold her down while ripping off her remaining scraps of clothing. I don't want this. Stop. Yosuke stares at the smooth, perfect body of the girl flopping beneath him. The thought of violating such an immaculate creature amid the horrors of his twisted world is irresistibly erotic. Yosuke runs his tongue over her stomach and chest as though preparing to eat her whole. She stiffens and whimpers at the sensation. It isn't supposed to be this way. Her tear-choked voice satisfies Yosuke's lust for conquest. This nightmare has violated him, but now he's able to visit the same torment on this innocent girl, where he is the victim. Where he was the victim, he is now the victimizer. The release he feels is intoxicating. No, stop, I'm scared. Fuminori. I haven't even done anything yet. Putting his mouth close to the sobbing girl's ear, Yosuke whispers, if you're this scared already, how will you scream when I put it in you? Ah, this is horrid. This is horrid. Stop. Help me, Fuminori. As always, the sight of the city grates on my nerves. Today, however, I don't feel as much hatred as I usually do. I've grown more accustomed to my condition. That is not the reason for today's high spirits. My search of the Ogai house has finally borne fruit. When I pulled all the drawers out of the desk in the study, I found an envelope stuck between the desk and the wall. It must have fallen out of the back of the writing tray. Inside were 3 outdoor photographs. I couldn't recognize the scenery due to my condition, but I'm pretty sure that they know 3 buildings. Scrawled on the back of each photo was an address: Nagano Prefecture, M Village; Tojiki Prefecture, S Town; Shizuoka Prefecture, H Town. None of the names are familiar, so they must be way out in the countryside. The photos are all dated more than 10 years ago. I don't know why they were taken, what they mean, but maybe Saya will be able to make some sense of them. In any case, this is something that even Saya missed while she was living in the house. I wonder how she'll react when I show her what I found. Saya. I want so badly to see her. The thought of her waiting for me speeds my footsteps. When I step through the gate, I see the front doors wide open again. This is the second time this has happened. Upon entering the house this time, however, the sound of Saya crying chills my blood. Not just her, but I will see her a low, wet grumbling. Is it all... How long has it been all black? Oop. So we go back. Brother, I have no clue why it's all... I hope that's only been recent. I have no clue why. For a while. Ah, shit. No, man, I'm so sorry. It just sounded like I was giving a montage. Thank you so much for the thing. As appreciation, first time chat. Wow. Please accept these moas. Moa. Big thanks. No clue. It's all good, brother. Thank you. Alright. Bouncing the front door, however, this time Saya crying chills my blood. It's not just her, I also hear a low, wet grunting. I'm assuming there's no time to take off my shoes. I race down the hallway, propelled by a terrifying premonition. A monster is in my house, and it's attacking Saya. The filth oozing from its body spreads across her skin as it moves with animal ferocity. She looks at me with tear-filled eyes and calls my name in a weak, breathless voice. Minori, help. Rage erupts inside me like black lava. The monster stops gorging itself on Saya's body and turns its head to look at me, surprised by my own composure. I slip past it and grab the meat cleaver, sitting next to the sink. Without a moment's hesitation, I slash at the monster's face. It screams and staggers away from Saya. My attacks must have blinded it, because it flails its tentacles wildly as it tries to drag me away. My bloodlust still unsated, I calmly seize one of the appendages and plunge my weapon twice more into its quivering flesh. The blade enters its body with fascinating ease. Each strike sprays my face with its blood. As I carve the monster to pieces and savor its hideous screams, my mind is finally consumed by rage. No mercy. I'll see this monster suffer no matter what it's done, or what it's done to Saya. I give myself to the fury, howling at the top of my lungs as I slash, and slash. Even after the flesh beast stops moving, I keep slashing until I realize that I can no longer feel pain. Cursing myself for killing it so quickly, I stab the cleaver into the floor, snapping it in half. When my thoughts finally begin to regain some cohesion, I find myself still digging the broken knife into the floor. The monster is gone, but pieces of it are scattered everywhere. I stop cutting into the tile. In the sudden silence, I hear Saya's faint sobs coming from the corner of the kitchen. Saya. I pull the cowering Saya into my arms. She stiffens in fear at first, but as soon as she realizes that it's me, she clings to my body and cries. Fuminori, I was scared. So scared. I don't know what to say. I can only keep holding her. It should never have happened to Saya. Everything in this twisted world is to blame. Yes, including myself. I couldn't protect her. If I'd been here, then maybe I could have prevented this. I'm sorry, she says again and again in a voice choked with tears. Not wanting to hear that from her, I pull her head into my chest. Don't say that, Saya. It's not your fault. I try to reassure her, but she shakes her head vigorously in denial. No, I did it. I don't understand. What is she saying? You did? What? I messed with his brain, she answers, glancing at the dismembered monster with her swollen eyes. I made the inside of his head the same as yours. I made him see the world like you do. It takes me time to understand the meaning of Saya's words. What? But how? Finally regaining her composure, Saya responds to my confusion in a low voice. I can do stuff like that. I could change the bodies of other living things. I've had this ability since I was born. Every organism is different, so I have to study them in detail before I know how to change them. By doing some research, I figured out what happened to your brain. So I wanted to see if I could do the same thing to someone else. But why? I thought that if everyone were like you, they would all be kind to me. My heart aches at the loneliness in her voice as she confesses her sorrowful wish. That man, he wasn't kind at all. He said he wanted to hurt me. And She starts crying into my chest again. Unable to say any more, I gently rub her back while trying to get my jumbled thoughts together. What is Saya that she can do such a thing? The answer is beyond me. However, there's only one thing that I can answer, here and now. Saya is mistaken. You think I'm kind to you
僕が
because
い
of
い
the
ことだ
accident?
からだってそう
Yeah, she's not, sadly. I smile and shake my head.
違うよ
You're wrong.
それはただの
It was
始まり
only
で
the
しかない
beginning.
そんな簡単なこと
Our
じゃない
relationship is the sum of so much more.
僕とさやが出会って
The time you and I have spent
その
together,
時間の
those days,
その
those
一日一日の
experiences,
積み重ねが
are what made us
今
what we
の
are.
僕らの
Fuminori.
Fuminori,
あの日から今日までさやと一緒にいた
you've been there for me, Saya,
さやが
sharing my
優しくして
pain,
大切
giving
に
me
してあげ
hope,
たいって
joy.
そう思う僕になった
That's how you became so
そう思
important
わ
to
れる
me.
さやになったん
See,
だこれって
it's harder than you
大
think.
変なことだろ
Saya is still crying, but now her tears feel warm against my chest. Yeah, I understand. I finally understand. Her smile shines through her tears. I only have you, Fuminori. There will never be anyone else. Now, more than ever before, I feel the depth of the bond between us. And I'm sure that Saya feels it too. I wrap my arms around her and seal her lips with mine. Saya responds, winding her arms around my neck as our tongues desperately seek each other's warmth. At this moment, Saya is my whole world, and I am hers. The earth turns for us alone. Of course, I still haven't told her something very important. I don't know why I've never said it before. Perhaps because it was always so obvious. However, I should put it into words at least once. This oath of mine. Saya,
僕が君のことが
wait. She stops me with a finger against my lips. Before that, Fuminori, tell me one thing. What do you want?
僕の望み
What do I want? Saya nods, staring into my eyes with unusual solemnity. Like I said, I can affect the bodies of living things in a way that nothing else can. Now that I've learned how to manipulate human brains, Saya pauses and takes a deep breath before continuing. I can turn you back to normal.
なんだって
What? Until now, that hasn't even been in the realm of possibility. I just have to do the opposite of what I did to that man. It's really simple. I replay Saya's words in my head to be sure of their meaning. So, tell me, Fuminori, do you want to return to your old life? Do you want to take back what you lost in the accident? Okay, awesome. So, I'm going to save. Oh, it already saved here. Oh, so I'm definitely gonna have to go back. So I'll go back probably after. I've got 4 pages. Oh, hello, 1. Oh, this is the quick save. Oh, I want the save over here. Yes. Because I'm gonna want to come back to this. That's a good thing. That's a good thing I checked. I don't know why it brought me to quick save first. I'm curious. I mentioned it earlier. I'm curious how they're going to play this all out. Because I'm curious if, like, I'm gonna try this one.
そりゃもちろん
Well,
戻れ
of course I answer without thinking.
元に戻りたいと
If it's possible to go back, then I want to. I think. I've never wondered if there could be any other answer. I stopped dwelling on this question a long time ago. It had been asked before I met Saya. I wouldn't have hesitated. But what about now? What does it mean to wish for the past, and what could it do to me and Saya? As soon as this question occurred to me, my true feelings become unclear. The hurried answer I just gave was less certain than I thought. Oh. Yeah,
そうよね。
of course you
当
would.
たり前よね。
Saya smiles softly, her expression an unreadable mixture of what seems to be sorrow and relief. Seeing it fills me with sudden unease, as I've just wounded her deeply with my careless words.
なさや
Hey,
僕は
Saya,
いいの。
It's okay, Fuminori. Don't say any more.
何も言わないで。
Saya silenced me, and with another kiss, thrust her tongue into my mouth with even greater passion than before. As the soft sweetness of her tongue clouds my mind, I begin to feel an urgent need to say what she prevented me from saying, to speak the most important words.
さや
Saya. I can't speak for some reason. My mind is hazy. My consciousness is slipping away as the euphoria from her kiss spreads to my
お
entire
やす
body.
みなさい。
Sleep well, Fuminori. I hear Saya whisper softly from far away.
心配しないで。
Don't worry.
次
You
に
wake up,
目が覚めるときには
It'll all be over.
何もかもが終わっているから。
Wait. I have to tell you something before I sleep. Just one thing. My efforts are meaningless, however, as oblivion calls me into its embrace. When I awoke, the first thing that greeted me was a terrible stink. Mr. Suzumi's body was covered in flies, and I could smell the rotten stench that you would expect from a corpse. The night had ended, but Saya was nowhere to be seen in the morning light. Aside from the blood-covered floor, the kitchen looked the same as it had before the accident. In the den, however, the colors had been so soothing the day before, that served as a stark reminder of what a distant world I've been living in. Despite knowing that it would be futile, I wandered the house searching for Saya. For almost an hour, I tried in vain to deny reality. Then I called the police. When the operator answered, I couldn't stop myself from crying. It had been such a long time since I heard a human voice other than Saya's. As it became clear, Mr. Suzume had murdered his family before I killed him. Unable to give the police a satisfactory explanation, I was arrested for all three murders. When they found the remains of Takahata, Omi, in my house, a fourth was added to the charges. During my interrogation, I told them everything exactly as it had happened, in every detail. The detectives didn't believe me, of course, but the doctor who came later did. He had moved me from the jail to a much cleaner white room. That's right. This room looks just as white to me as it does to everyone else. In the end, they declared me incapable of answering for my actions. Everything that had happened to me was real, but part of a reality incompatible with the rest of the world. So the doctors gave me a space all to myself, a place where I could live in my own world. I'm sad that I wasn't believed, but I know that it couldn't be helped. In this world, reality is what the majority says it is, and I had the misfortune to step outside of that box. The walls of my room are undeniably white. That, at least, I can be thankful for as I live out the rest of my life here. Everyone said there was never any girl named Saya. Well, so be it. Saya probably was never part of their world. But why shouldn't I be able to hear Saya's voice here, in my room? This is my world, after all. A continuation of the very real time that we spent together. How long did I wait with such thoughts floating through my mind? One night I awoke to the sound of something crawling down the hallway. The sound would not normally have awoken me, but I must have had a premonition that night. Sleeping later than normal, I had awaited for her arrival, and so I knew instantly that was her.
さやなんだね
Saya. She did not answer. I could feel her outside my door, struggling with some internal conflict.
どうして声を聞かせてくれないんだ
Why won't you let me hear your voice? After a long silence, something small slid through the narrow bars of my peephole. It was a cell phone, the screen already showing a notepad with freshly entered text. My voice will sound strange to you. I couldn't suppress a chuckle at Saya's uncharacteristic display of shyness.
そんなこと
I don't care about that
全然
at
気
all.
にならないよ
I said, sending the phone back through the bars.
聞きたい
I just want to hear
姿
you,
が見たい
see you. After a short pause, the phone returned to my side. Please, let me stay the Saya you remember.
そうか
Okay. I'd started to suspect that it might be so. In the hell my eyes had made of the world, Saya alone looked normal. I'd thought she was somehow unique. In truth, however, she had probably been a different kind of unique than I'd imagined. It wasn't that my senses hadn't distorted her appearance, but that she'd been so unusual as to seem normal to my twisted mind. Saya's true form was something other than what I had known. Now, however, I could see her as she really was. Saya didn't want that. It was not for me to question the workings of her heart. I just had to accept the girl's need to keep some things private.
あの日君に言おうとしてたこと
I tried to say something to you that day. Do you remember? I slid the phone back to her. I was hoping you'd forgotten. I smiled wryly at the text on the screen, wondering if she'd really thought me so heartless.
忘れたりするもんか
How could I forget? No one was listening, but still. It would have been embarrassing to speak the rest aloud. This time I typed it into the phone. GHIMNOTUV I slid the phone back through the slot. I could sense her trembling outside my door. I couldn't hear her or see her, but still, I knew. Saya was crying.
僕は構わなかったんだよ
I was ready, you know. Perhaps my words offered no comfort, spoken so late. Even so, I was ready. I'd wanted to return to my old life, true, but I would have abandoned that wish for Saya. I know that I would have gone with her, hand in hand as far as we could, even to the most forbidden of places. Saya too must have known that I was prepared, and because she knew, she stopped me from saying those words. If I had spoken that oath, there would have been no going back. I'm sorry I was a coward. Seeing the words on the screen, I shook my
君
head.
だけが悪いんじゃない
It's not your fault.
あの時僕
If I
に
hadn't hesitated,
君だって
you
勇
would
気
have
を
found the
出せ
courage.
そうだろ
I was afraid of you, of how you were changing because of me.
う仕方ないさ
No one's fault. So I couldn't bring herself to take everything from me, and I couldn't bring myself to give up everything for her. We were too weak to find happiness.
さやはこれからどうするんだ
What will you do now, Saya? I'll keep searching for my dad. He'll know how to send me back to where I came from.
そうか
I
帰
see.
りたいんだね
You do want to go home, don't you? A short time passed with no words or messages exchanged. Wonder how many times in that brief silence, yes and no changed place in her mind. Yeah. When the phone finally returned, the characters on the screen seemed strangely uncertain. Well, I hope you find your father.
疲れたり
I'll do my best. The time had come for our parting. She had chosen her path, and I had given my blessing. There was nothing more to be said.
もしも気が変わったら
If you change your mind,
僕はずっとここにいる
always be here.
いつでも
You can come see me whenever you want. I will. Thank you. Goodbye, Fuminori. I read her final message and returned the phone to the other side.
さよならさや
Goodbye, Saya. She gently slapped the door in response, and I heard the sound of her sliding off down the hallway. was left alone in the silence of the night. Ever since that day, I have been waiting. Perhaps Saya really did return to where she came from. Perhaps she is still wandering today, looking for her father. It must be hard. She must be lonely. When she can no longer stand being alone, she will surely return to me. I'm the only one who will comfort her and whisper sweet nothings in her ear. And so I wait, dreaming of her face and her voice. I wait, forever in my white world. So I imagine that this ending is like kind of like a quicker ending, because I mentioned earlier that this is supposed to be a 6-hour game, and we're currently only 3 hours in, and I've been reading it out loud, so like. But no, I was curious how that was gonna play. Beach, yeah. I awoke at. Why are you questioning me that I'm still awake? I woke up at 1. I've only been awake for like 5 hours. You not have school? Not today. It's Sunday. You think I have school on Sundays? Oh shoot. I thought it was Monday. No, that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow, Soul. You silly little fool. No, if we're basing this on Justice. What is it? Unjust Ending A. I'm gonna call this Ending A. I thought it was pretty good. I liked his kind of like that he had realized it was something that he's been assuming for a while. Director Ogami Keiji. Developed by Nitroplus, OMG. Planning was also done by Nitroplus. English localization team was Phil Makoto Long, Colin Mugi Cruz, engineering Nagato, proofreading Nicholas Graham, Thomas Sober, graphics Pekka Vodka Litala, public relations Brightus, and design work Boon Kong Boon. I couldn't read the whole name. Published by Just USA. Pretty solid. When I finish the new design, CG library. So if I open this up, so yeah, there's still the other route still has a lot. Like the assuming that assuming this is the only choice, there's still close to like a page and a half empty. So what does pachi pachi mean? What does that mean? 2, 3? Yeah, no, exactly a page and a half left. I thought pachi pachi. I probably have seen. So I probably have, but like you're throwing a reference at me out of nowhere. Pachi pachi, pachi pachi. Do you mean you thought I finished this game? ITT. What is ITTY? Wait, what is ITTY? Any? ITTY. Clap, clap. No, I feel stupid now. Yeah, there's still a bunch though. So the question is, do I save the rest of it for another stream? Actually, wait, yeah, because I want to check. I want to check CG library. Because I have about... I do watch anime every day. That's why it's like, you can't... Because it is probably going to be up for another 3 hours. I don't... Okay, well, sorry. I don't actually watch every day. I don't actually watch anime every day. Excuse me. Yes. I should finish it. I should finish it all this one stream. Pin, I guess. Pin out of my heart. What time is it actually right now? What's that? It'll be in 3 hours as a rough estimate. I'm trying to figure if my voice is good for another 3 hours. I do have a long list of stuff to watch. Oh, wait, it's 3:28 and you want me to... It's 3:28 in the morning and you want me to keep going? Is it just not a... It's like a I'm not sleeping tonight kind of night? Actually, you're both wrong. It is 6:29 in EST. The best time EST is real time. Sound library. Oh, that's cool. This makes me... I want to write a visual novel. I want to write a visual novel now. Alright. Let's go back here then. Yeah, on Sundays we wake up late. Yes. What? What's so? It's 6 a.m. for you? Yeah, now it is. Why would I go to bed? Why would I go to bed? I woke up at 1. I've been awake for 5 hours, Soul. I've barely been awake. I have barely been awake. Nick, hear me out. Okay. What am I hearing you out for? Collab to make a... I've wanted to make a VN for a while. Genuinely, I wanted to make a VN for a while. I'd be so down to do a collab. I just need to write a story for it, and that's the difficult part of it. You know, I'd be down. That sounds fun. A fun little project, especially when I'm done, what is it? Especially when I'm done my classes. Like, after this week, I should be pretty clear, actually, to, what is it? To work on stuff and, like, other projects. Because I think all of my stuff is actually due this week. Yeah. I'm gonna keep playing. I might not finish the rest of it, though. Bro, I need your coding skills. Bro, I need your coding skills. It's crazy. Wild take. On that terrible day when I first opened my eyes after the accident, what would my answer have been? When I think back to this many years from now, will I wish that my answer today had been different? It doesn't matter. It's just bringing people to help with the project. It'd be smart. I know Jim would probably be interested. It doesn't matter here at this moment. There's no doubt in my mind. Probably also Mop.
誰だったんだい？
Who was that? I asked Saya, looking at the unidentifiable pieces of the monster.
隣の家に住んでたおじさん。
The man living next
名
door.
前は知らないけど、
I don't know his name. Oh,
鈴見さんか。
Mr. Suzumi. He was hardly a stranger. We've been neighbors for as long as I can remember. It goes far as to say that we were on good terms before the accident. And now I've killed him with my own 2 hands. I feel little. Mr. Suzumi, the kindly painter who lived next door, is but a distant memory. The pieces of meat around belonged to the creatures whose mere existence was nauseating. Only by killing the vermin could I find relief. Alright, good night, soul. Good night. He complained about my yard being filthy. The swine. It doesn't matter what Saya did. It wasn't worth keeping alive anyway. These are my honest feelings. Thank you, thank you. Have a good rest. My hands are wet with another man's blood, and yet I am utterly calm. Now I know what I lost in the accident. Saya says that I can take it back, but I know that I cannot. It is gone forever. Like the life of the man called Suzumi.
なあ、さや。
Hey, Saya.
僕の異常を治す
No doctor could possibly fix my
人間に
condition.
できないことだったんだ。
You know?
ふみのり？
Fuminori?
人間にできないこと
You can do what
だったんだ。
no human is capable of. You're not human, are you?
うん。
Saya looks away, her expression unreadable. Everything is monstrous and loathsome in my eyes. Everything but Saya. I thought that she was somehow unique. I was wrong. I see her just as I do everything else, as something other than what she really is. But why should that surprise me? Saya is part of my world, just as I am part of hers. It doesn't change what we are to each other. I stand and walk over to Suzumi's dismembered corpse.
昔読んだ漫画でさ、
I read this manga once, about a man who recovered from an
世界が
accident,
当たり前に
only
見
to
え
find
る
he could no longer see the world as it was. Kind of like me.
僕みたいにね。
I finally realized that even though the stench of these monsters' flesh turns my stomach, their blood and guts smell pretty good. In fact, I know this fragrance quite
その
well.
男の目には人間が石くれに
He saw people as rocks and robots as
美女
beautiful
に見える
women.
んだ。
Hi, Lug. Hi, Lug. Water boy. I have been watering, but I will water again. Papa. But I also fixed my spine. Thank you. So I will also give a warning for you, love. There has been a little bit of oh my god, early sprout 3 hours into the stream. Crazy. There has been a little bit of like sexual stuff. There's nothing been like graphic talked about, like there's nothing graphic that's been shown, but like it has been talked about. So I just thought, you know, I just thought I'd make sure you knew. Yuckies. Real yuckies. It does not help that the main girl in this looks like a child. It does not help. In reality, she's some kind of eldritch abomination, but you know, it doesn't help. He saw people as rocks and robots as beautiful women,
人とは似ても似つかない
and so he fell in love with something that wasn't remotely human. I retrieved the clever pickup. Huh. Oh, thank you so much, Pinout. I appreciate the follow. I retrieve the cleaver and pick up a piece of Suzumi's body and start removing the skin and tendons. Ah, just as I thought. The stuff underneath is exactly the same as what Sai and I have been eating.
なあ、これ
Hey,
うま
this
そうだし
looks
食べ
pretty
て
good. Let's eat it.
ふみのり？
Fuminori. Oh,
ごめん
sorry.
今
You're
はそんな
in
気分
no
じゃ
mood
ない
for that now, are you?
でも
Now
死んじゃえば
that
肉は
it's dead,
肉だし
though, meat is meat.
与えないと
Be a waste to throw it away.
また冷蔵庫にしまっておこうよ。
We should get it in the fridge.
あなたは
Is that
いいの？
all right with you?
いいよ。
Sure, I answered easily. There's no longer any room for doubt in my mind.
あと、
Also, his wife and daughter are probably next door. They might cause trouble when he doesn't come home. We'd better hunt them down before they go to the police.
そんな風で
Is that
あなたはいいの？
really what you want? Saya asks again, this time with a trace of fear in her voice. I guess I still haven't convinced her of my sincerity.
さっきの漫画の話だとね。
So at the end of this manga, the man who fell for something inhuman gives up his own humanity for the sake of their love.
ハッピーエンドだよ。
A happy ending, don't you think?
ふみのり
Fuminori,
さやと一緒にいられる。
you're all I need now, Saya.
僕はもう何も
Nothing else matters as long as we're
何も
together.
このまま。
Tossing the knife and meat aside, I pull Saya into my arms once more.
言ってもいいよ。
I can say it now, can't I? Saya,
君のこと
I love you.
愛してる。
As Saya wipes away the tears flowing through her eyes, I can no longer see any hint of fear in her face.
あなたのこと
I don't want you to regret this. I don't, but
なのに
I've sworn my oath, and Saya has accepted it. We have nothing to fear now. Saya will never need to cry again.
でも嬉しい私って
I can't help
だ
it.
よね
I'm so happy, I guess. I'm pretty selfish, aren't I?
身勝手でいいよ。
I don't mind.
さやの我が
I'll always indulge your selfishness. Filled with contentment, we exchange a smile and set to the task of cleaning the room. A single person produces a lot more meat than I expected. Speaking of which, I seem to remember doing something similar before.
あとの二人だけど
About his wife and daughter.
おじさんが
I
殺した
think he killed him. I heard their screams.
そうか。
Well, that makes things easier. After we finish here, we should go gather the meat from the Suzumi house. That should be enough to hold us for a while, and we can use the refrigerator to store what won't fit in ours. It's all coming together, Saya. It's all coming together. Saya and I will be just fine. La la la.
この写真知ってる？
I think I recognize this picture. After we finish our labors and get into bed, I show Saya what I found in a guy's
この
house.
一枚見覚えがある
It
よ。
looks familiar, yeah. I've definitely been there.
さやの知ってる場所。
The photograph that Saya has selected and is the one with a Tochigi prefecture address on the back.
これは
That's
家だよね。
the house, right?
それ
I
と
see trees and
木と山
mountains.
そう。
Yeah,
本
wow.
当にすごいね。
Fuminori, you can see pictures
写真
now?
も見られ
まあね。
Little. At the outset of our ordeal, I had to depend entirely on my sense of distance to decipher what I saw. The house in front of me, the mountains far behind me, the clouds high above. Only distance and scale told me what they were. Photographs and other flat images used to be nearly impossible to make out. Recently, however, I've gotten better at understanding what things are by their shape. I know that the mountains and sky look like, for instance, and how to tell them apart from buildings. Each of these three pictures shows a similar scene, a lone house in the middle of a thick
パ
forest.
パはね、別荘だって言
Dad
って
called it
た。
his retreat.
ここ
He said that
に
no
は
one would find us
誰
there.
も見つ
Judging by the address on the back of each photo, they probably are excellent places to hide from prying eyes. But why three? The dates are pretty old, and it seemed odd they were all taken within a few days of each other. Maybe he was scouting properties, looking for the perfect location for his hideaway. Saya recognizes only one of the houses, so that must be the one a guy picked. Checking the location on a road map in the Kanto area, I find that it's about 3 hours out of Tokyo by car.
お父さんがここにいる可能性は
Do you think your father will be there?
電話してみたけど
I tried calling him, but he didn't answer.
多分
I
ないと思う。
Don't think he's there.
でも
But he
最近に
might have stopped by
あるかも
recently.
しれないよね。
The way I see it, our only hope of finding a guy is to follow whatever lead we have, no matter how small. The probability that his hideout will yield useful information may be low, but it's not zero. Gonna drink some water. I have to be really on top. Protect my voice. Oh, my wrong button.
明日にでも行ってみようかな。
I think I'll check this place out tomorrow. Do you have to? Saya pouts. I wasn't expecting her to object.
でもここ遠いんでしょ？
Isn't it far?
行って調べて帰ってきても
It'll only take about half a day to get there. Check it out and come back.
その間
I have to stay home by myself while you're gone. So that's what it is. Slightly exasperated, I smile and rub Saya's head.
少しは我慢してくれよ。
Be a little patient, okay?
お
You
世話だって
want to find your
お
father
父さん
too,
のこと見つけたいんだろ
don't you?
うん。
After a brief silence, during which her expression is hard to decipher, Saya looks up to me and says,
ねえ、
Hey, Fuminori,
パパの
let's
こと
forget about Dad.
え
That's the last thing I expected her to say.
いいって、でも
Forget about him, but
君のお父
he's
さん
your father.
心配
Aren't
じゃ
you
ないの
worried?
か
いいの。
Not anymore, Saya says, coming closer to feel my
も
warmth.
う文則がいる
I
し
have you now.
パパって言っても
I call him Dad,
本
but
当の意味
he's
で
not
は
really my
愛し
father.
さやなことを教育
He
して
taught me a
くれた
lot
し
and probably loved me in his
ある
own
意味
way,
では愛
but
してく
you're
れてたのかも
kinder
しれないけど
and warmer.
でも
Saya's words make
文
me
則の
happy,
方が
but I
優
also
しく
hear
て
the loneliness in them.
本当に僕だけでもいいのか
Are you really alright with that?
うん。文則は嫌
Yeah.
さやと二
You
人
don't
き
like
り
it
じゃ
being just the two of us?
いや
I do, but
でも
I also want to meet Dr. Ogai.
そうだなやっぱり
Having finally figured out how to explain my feelings, I continue.
さやのこと
I want to get to know you
もっと
better.
知りたいから
If there's someone who knows
君
more
以外
about
に
you
さや
than
の
I
こと
do,
知ってる人がいるなら
I have to meet
ぜ
them.
ひ会ってみて
Oh?
そうなんだ
Saya doesn't seem upset, but she does tilt her head quizzically, as though my thoughts are strange to her.
それに
And also, I want to.
やっぱり明日
Yeah,
この場所に行ってみよ
I'm
う
going to check it out tomorrow. Another plan has started to form in my head, one separate from the search for Dr. Ogai. If I find the doctor there, great. If I don't, well, I think I can find another use for his mountain retreat.
さや寂しいか
I
も
know
しれ
you'll
ない
be lonely, but
ちょっと
try to bear it for a little
待って
while.
てくれ
Okay, she nods, then looks questioningly into my eyes.
やっぱり
Minori,
文則には
you really want a family and friends, don't
家
you?
族とか
More people you can spend time with.
そりゃ
Well, that'd be more fun, yeah. Fearing that Saya will start sulking, I hurriedly add,
でも勘違い
but
しない
don't get me wrong. Even if I could have lots of friends, you'll always be special to me. I know.
ありがとう
Thanks. Giggling, Saya rubs her cheeks against mine.
さやも文則
I'll find something to make you
のこ
happy.
と
Something
文則
just for you.
だけに頑張るからね
Goodness, we've been in Fuminori's perspective for so long. I forgot what the normal world looked like. Today, all of Koji's classes were in the morning. On his way to meet Yo for his lunch after her final lecture, Koji suddenly gets a call in the middle of the hallway. Without thinking, he reaches to his belt for his new camera phone, but curses when he realizes that a ringtone is coming from the old phone in his bag. He hasn't transferred his contacts list yet, and calls still come to his old phone from people who don't know the new number. When he finally fishes the phone from his bag, the name he sees on the display sends a chill up his spine. Fuminori. Why now? What does he want? It's hard to be happy about a call from Fuminori after the incident at Ogai's house. Hello? Hey, Koji. You're done with class for today, right? Yeah. Of course, Fuminori would know that Koji is free on Thursday afternoons. I need to talk to you about something. Can you come to the parking lot? Now? Yeah. I'll be waiting. Fuminori hangs up without another word. What's gotten into him? What does he want? Koji wonders as he sticks the phone into his jacket pocket. This sudden change is disturbing after a week of Fuminori avoiding both Koji and Yo. Maybe he's finally ready to talk, in which case Koji should probably consider this a good thing. However, he can't shake the feeling that something is wrong.
待たせたか
Did I keep you waiting?
いいや
Nah. In the parking lot, Koji finds Fuminori. Oh, water the boy. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the water. I've had my water nicely paced throughout this, so I still have a good chunk of water left. Of Koji's car. In the parking lot, Koji finds Fuminori leaning against the fender of Koji's car. The last time they met was in the darkness of an abandoned house. This is the first time in over a week that they've spoken face to face in the light. Perhaps this is why Koji senses something strange in Fuminori's expression. He's not sure what exactly, but something has changed.
前にも話したと思うが、僕は今
I think I told you before that I'm looking for information on a man named Ogai.
そうらしいな。
Yeah, I got that.
それがな、
Well, it's starting to get more
いろ
complicated.
いろと難しくなってきたんだ。
It looks like I can't handle it by myself after all.
僕一人じゃ無理かもな。
Fuminori seems more relaxed than before. He used to be tense all the time, like he was terrified of something, but now his expression is calm. He's even wearing what resembles a sheepish grin.
で、お前にも
I need your
手伝
help,
ってほしい
Koji.
コージ
Nevertheless, some instinct is telling Koji that Fuminori's changes are not for the better.
一体どういう風の吹き回しだ。
Why the sudden change of heart? Koji asks, keeping his expression neutral to concern his suspicion.
だって、お前も
You're curious, aren't you?
コージ
Fuminori responds coldly. His smile, unreadable as ever, offers no glimpse of his true motives.
お前も僕の後から
You've searched Dr. Zogai's house after me. It's a waste of time for us to look for him separately. We should team up.
うん。
Why? Why does he sense malice, thick and vicious, lurking behind Fuminori's smile?
ともかく今日は足が必要なんだ。
Anyway, I need your car today.
車を出してくれ。
Mind driving?
まあ、構わんが。
Guess not. Fuminori's car was destroyed in the accident, so Koji isn't surprised that he needs a lift. Koji unlocks his car and gestures for Fuminori to take the passenger seat, and gets behind the wheel and starts the engine.
え、
Well,
どこに行くんだ。
where are we going?
栃木の北の方。
North Tochigi, near the Nasu Heights.
栃木。
Tochigi? Koji can't believe his
住
ears.
所はこれだ。
Here's the address, Fuminori says, handing Koji a phone with an address on the back. A photo with an address on the back. We need to find this building. He seriously expects to be driven over 100 kilometers and back? Koji doesn't know whether to be angry or impressed.
今から出発すれば夕方頃には
If we leave there, we should get there by evening. Right?
まあ。
Yeah.
そうかもしれんが。
Maybe. Koji sighs heavily, tapping the steering wheel as he calms himself down. Now that he's come this far, the only thing he can do is to see his friend's craziness through to the end.
別荘か何かか、これは。
Is this a vacation home or something?
多分そこに王が
Probably.
いるらしい。
Dr. Ogai should be there. Koji isn't looking forward to meeting the owner of that creepy house, but he's even more uneasy about letting Fuminori go alone. It looks like he just has to grin and bear it.
東京に戻るのは夜中かもな。
We might not get back until tonight.
悪いな。
Sorry for the trouble.
いいさ。
Don't mention it. Koji drives out of the parking lot, leaving the rest of what he'd thought to say unspoken. Fuminori's smile seems wrong somehow, like a mask hiding his true face. Gonna get Yo? Yo finds herself sitting alone in the cafeteria, searching for a familiar face as her lunch cools on the table in front of her. She was hoping to see Koji today, but he must have had other plans. That wouldn't be all unusual. Normally, Omi and Fumitori would pick up the slack, or Fuminori, but Omi and Fuminori aren't here anymore. Yo puts down her chopsticks, her appetite ruined by the lack of company, and by the anxiety eating at her. Omi is missing. Fuminori has turned on her. She has no idea why. If Koji were here, she could count on him to distract her from some kind of idle conversation. And that she's all by herself, Yo becomes keenly aware of how little tolerance she has for her loneliness. She begins to feel paranoid, like the world is plotting to take from her everything that she cherishes. What is going on here? Where has Omi gone? Is Fuminori really unrelated to her disappearance? Or is he the key to this mystery, as Koji and Dr. Tanbo suspect? Yo recalls the events of last Thursday. Alone and without an outlet for her pain, after Fuminori verbally eviscerated her, Yo was lucky enough to run into Koji. Although he could hardly make her problems go away, his kindness was a comfort. At the same time, Omi was on her way to Fuminori's house, and she hasn't been heard from since. Yo has only been aware of Fuminori's connection to Omi's disappearance since yesterday, when Konji revealed the truth during their visit to the hospital. What if a new possibility occurs to her? A reason for why Omi suddenly decided to visit Fuminori. What if it hadn't been a coincidence that Yo ran into Koji that day? What if Koji and Yo had known what transpired between her and Fuminori and decided to act separately? Omi might have seen the confrontation in the courtyard. She might have been eavesdropping. It's not unthinkable. As the idea forms in her mind, Yo feels as though something is tearing apart her body from the inside. If only a possibility. It's only a possibility, but if it's true, then whatever happened to Omi is Yo's responsibility too. Isn't it? It's not your responsibility, Yo. Don't do anything stupid. Yo clutches her head, groaning in agony. The food on her tray is now cold. Not that she would have eaten it anyways. Let me save right here, just so I have a... Despite her frustration and anxiety, Yo is unable to act on her own. She has never been good at adapting to challenges, and no one would ever call her proactive. She hasn't the slightest idea how to respond to this situation. If Omi were here, she would probably tell Yo to think positive and trust her instincts. Yo has always depended on her best friend's energy. Now that Omi is gone, Yo realizes just how weak and useless she is. She can only sink deeper and deeper into the abyss of self-loathing. The sudden ringing of her phone pulls her back to the brink of despair. It's a text message. There's no title, and the sender is... Omi? Yo cries out in shock. The message itself is even more baffling. If you want to know about Sakasaki Fuminori, come to his house alone. Tell no one. The message bears no trace of Omi's personality, but Yo can't deny that it was sent from her phone. She takes a deep breath to calm herself before typing her reply, taking care that excitement doesn't cause her fingers to slip. Is that you, Omi? Where are you? Yo presses send. The screen shows that her message was received. As she waits for a reply, her mind fills with questions. Is someone else using Omi's phone to send text messages? If so, why to her? Something suddenly occurs to her. She and Omi have exchanged countless messages over the years, many of which contain the sort of embarrassing confessions that close girlfriends share. At times when her feelings for Fuminori grew too strong to contain, Yo often put them into words for Omi to read. Did Omi put a password on her phone? Even if she had, the person who sent the message was obviously able to unlock it, which means that whoever it is has full access to her history. Do you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori? Yo reads the strange message one more time. Whoever sent it must believe that Yo has an interest in Fuminori. The phone rings again, startling Yo, but she quickly recovers and looks at the screen. There's no title, and the sender is still Takahade Omi. I'll tell you everything when we meet. Come alone, tell no one. It's not Omi. She would never try to scare Yo with such a mean-spirited prank. Anxiety has brought Yo to almost to tears. Her mind isn't made to deal with this. Who is using Omi's phone and promising to reveal Fuminori's secrets? Who? Yo desperately wants advice from Koji, from anyone. She even starts to dial Koji's cell, but a sudden suspicion stops her. The sender might be somewhere nearby, watching her at this very moment. A cold chill runs down her spine as she looks furtively around the cafeteria. Come alone, tell no one. The lifeless characters on the screen are like a knife against her throat. However, Yos clutches her phone and forces her heart to stop pounding. Isn't this cowardice exactly what she hates the most about herself? She wants to know what she's capable of. Doesn't she want to do more than sit and wait? Yo realizes that her hand is shaking. How easy it would be to just give in to her cowardice, to convince herself that Omi and Fuminori are beyond her reach. That is what she truly wants, even if it means abandoning dignity and loyalty. She wants to flee from the unknown, but she also wants to know that even escape is beyond her. But she also knows that even escape is beyond her. Yo understands herself well. She knows that no matter how far she runs, regret and self-loathing will consume her after everything else has fallen apart. In the end, Yo is unable to overcome her cowardice alone. She lacks both the willpower and the courage to run. Oh man, Yo. The afternoon silence is somehow forbidding. A stink in the air, the stink of garbage left out to rot. Even this peaceful, perfectly normal residential neighborhood seems ominous to Yo in her current state. She feels like she's standing in the middle of a necropolis, as if everyone in the house around her is dead. Yo pushes her fear aside and presses the buzzer on the Sakisaka house's front gate. Fuminori wasn't in class today. Is he home? He couldn't have sent those awful messages, could he? She doesn't even want to consider the possibility, so she forces the unwelcome thoughts from her mind. There's no response from the intercom. Yo doesn't know, of course, that Omi stood in the same spot 1 week ago, staring at the silent intercom with the same confusion that Yo is experiencing now. She, however, is not forced to wait, as Omi was. The phone in her pocket rings, catching her off guard. It's another text message from Omi's phone. Come in. The door is open. Yo looks around quickly, a shiver running through her as she realizes that she's being watched. Searching fearfully for an observer, Yo spots movements out of the corner of her eye on the second floor of the Sakisaka house. A tightly drawn window curtain just fluttered. The person who sent the messages is inside the house. Only now does Yo realize that every other window has its storm shutters closed. No matter what happens inside, no one will ever know. This time she nearly gives in to the intense urge to flee. But the terror she feels towards her invisible watcher is stronger, and she will not permit her to turn her back upon the open window. She has nowhere to run. Yo bursts into tears, unable to take a single step. The phone in her hand rings again, demanding that she enter. She steps to the gate. When she enters the house, an overwhelming stench assaults her nostrils. The house is dark, even though it's the middle of the day. Fuminori must be out, as his shoes are not in the vestibule. However, Yo catches sight of a different pair stuffed behind the shoe cupboard. They look familiar, so she pulls them out of the shadows for a closer look. As soon as she recognizes them, her mind tries desperately to deny reality. They are identical to Omi's favorite shoes. Yo has seen her wearing them many times before. That doesn't mean Omi is here, she tells herself. They might belong to someone else, someone who bought the same shoes from the same store. There's no way Omi could be here. Is there? With a sudden flash of clarity, Yo presses the most frequently used speed dial button on the phone in her tightly clenched fist. The phone dials Omi number. It takes only a second for the signal to reach the nearest relay station, and then a familiar ringtone echoes through the house. It's coming from the second floor. Someone must still be up there in the room with the moving curtains. Omi's phone rings for just a few moments, and then it stops. As whoever's holding it realizes Yo's intentions, for the first time, Yo feels the definite presence of her formless guide. Who's there? She gathers her courage and calls out into the house. But there is no response. Whoever it is must not want to be seen. Swallowing hard, Yo walks down the hallway to the staircase. Maybe it's Omi. Maybe it's Fuminori. Surely it's just the two of them playing a prank on her. Koji might even be here, with them. Yo's mind fills with comforting images of her friends. She needs to believe that there is still hope. Otherwise, she cannot take another step. Is that you, Omi? Fuminori? Are you there? As she climbs the stairs one at a time, Yo calls out in a voice choked with tears. When they see her sobbing, they'll probably laugh at her. Let them. It would be the happiest moment of her life. She just wants this torment to end. She tries to move faster, but her trembling legs will not let her. With each agonizing second that passes, she begs for release from this nightmare. Sorry, just gotta move around real quick. After climbing for what seems an eternity, Yo finds herself standing in the second floor hallway. No sound greets her. There's only the gloom brimming with silent malice. Omi, are you there? She shuffles forward, calling out in a weak voice. Come out already, please. I can't take this anymore. The door in front of her is half open. It must lead to the room that overlooks the front gate. Yo watches helplessly from a corner of her mind as her body, seeming to move of its own volition, slowly opens the door. The room is empty. The damp, stinking air clings to Yo's skin. Please, stop this. Water the boy. Oh my goodness, water the boy from this minute. Thank you. Love me some water. Please, stop this. Wrong button. She is at her limit, unable to take a single step more. Her spirit has been utterly crushed. Perhaps this is the moment her tormentor was waiting for. Oh, that's boobs. Why are there boobs here? And cheap viewers at the same time? This is crazy. Perfect. Perfect. Something grabs Yo's arms from behind, something flexible and strong, like slime-covered rubber. I don't know if boobs are a problem. Luff would have to be the one to answer that out for, like, Twitch rules. The thing binds her limbs, finger-like appendages tear roughly through the blouse, and force their way inside. Yo screams at the top of her lungs, amazed that she still has the strength to do so. Responding to her distress, primal energy surges through her body as she flails wildly to free herself. However, the grip of the thing behind her remains unbreakable. With escape impossible, Yo can only scream louder as something cold and wet slips under her bra and wraps around her breasts. Her ears are filled with the sound of something slimy sliding over her skin. As the loathsome assault continues, the unimaginable terror threatens to drive Yo utterly mad. Her throat is already raw from screaming, and now she can't breathe as she struggles desperately against her attacker. Suddenly, the thing pulls away. Yo falls to the floor, unable to support herself on her unresponsive legs. There we go. The creature that grabbed her is still here, lurking in the dark corner of the room. She can feel it watching her, but can't bring herself to turn around. She knows that seeing it will likely destroy the last vestiges of her sanity. From close by comes the beep of buttons being pressed. Yo hears a cheerful electronic sound, terribly out of place in this room, and sees the phone in her hand blink coldly. A new text message has arrived. She is powerless to stop herself from reading the characters on the screen. You're pretty, and your breasts are so big and soft. I bet they're good for attracting males. Now she has her answer. The messages from Omi's phone were sent by the thing that just mauled her breasts. God. Yo curls up into a tiny, sobbing ball, unable to raise her voice or even move. Oh God, please, save me. The creature makes a burbling sound. Yo somehow understands that it is laughing at her. It must be how you tempted Fuminori. How did I read that so wrong? You tried to steal him from me, didn't you? Something cold seizes Yo's ankles and travels slowly up her legs until it has covered her entire lower body. Some primal female instinct tells her exactly what is going to happen. She will be raped, powerless to resist a fate worse than death. Stop, she pleads, feebly. Even though there is no hope that the inhuman creature will be merciful. Please. Not that. Now added this sexual themes tag just as another content warning. I don't know if sexual themes is the right one, but it's like I can't think of anything that would be better. Also, I already have violent, but just I don't know. The thing is enjoying her sorrow, her despair. Yo no longer has the strength to resist the monster on top of her. She's only able to shiver in repulsion as the cold, slimy thing covers her body. Her sight goes dim as her mind sinks deeper and deeper into a black, swamp-like abyss. A weight pushes itself between her legs, but it seems so far away. I won't kill you. Though her mind is now barely functioning, Yo hears a voice whisper to her inside her head. It is a girl's voice, sweet and sinister, with the cruel innocence of a child gleefully plucking the wings from butterflies. Instead, I'll let you share in our happiness. Rejoice, Yo. We'll love you to death. The soft voice is a stark contrast to the unyielding strength that drives irresistibly into Yo's core. The pain is sharp and savage, greater than anything she has ever felt before. It should be unbearable, but there's no longer enough left of Yo's mind to recognize it as pain. Oh, she stares blankly. The thing slithering deeper and deeper into her body. An idle thought floats through her fading consciousness. I've still never been kissed, have I? It has begun to snow by the time they pass Tsunomiya on the Tohoku Expressway. Tohoku?
下が雪道になってなきゃいいな。
I hope the roads aren't snowed out, Koji says. In the passenger seat, Fuminori is gazing out the frosted window in silence. He's been in this trance-like state for almost an hour now. Taking advantage of his inattention, Koji stares unabashedly at Fuminori from the corner of his eye. He still doesn't understand the danger signals that he's been getting from the man. Fuminori has stopped avoiding Koji, and even looked at him in the eye when he talks. So why does he seem even more distant now than he did when he was trying to push his friends away? Fuminori's posture is noticeably relaxed, but his gaze never wavers. Not even for a moment. It's as though he's focused on a clearly defined future that he has chosen to bring about, one that he has no place for the needs or wants of others. Right now, Fuminori is complete. Koji can't help but feel that beneath his bland exterior is a core of solid steel that no one can touch.
近江だけどな。
About Omi, Koji says suddenly, trying to gauge Fuminori's reaction.
いなくなって今日で
It's been a week since she disappeared, and
まだ
we
何の連絡
still haven't heard anything from her.
そう。
Oh. Fuminori replies curtly, still staring into the distance.
心配だね。どうしたんだろう。
That's not good. I don't know what would happen to her. Fuminori's tone is completely emotionless. Koji might as well have asked him about the weather or the condition of the mountain roads near the destination.
もう一度聞くが
I asked you this before,
お前
but
何か思い当たる節はない
you're sure you don't have any idea what happened to her?
いや、全然。
Not a clue. Fuminori answers, in exactly the same tone that he used when Koji first questioned him following Omi's disappearance.
まるで気にかけてないみたいだな。
Koji's eyes narrow. It's like you don't give a damn.
そんなことないさ。
That's not true. Finally, Fuminori shows some emotion. He sounds hurt, like he can't believe Koji would think such a
彼女
thing.
僕の家に
She disappeared on the way to my place, didn't she? Of course I'm worried.
僕だって心配だよ。
Sudden frustration wells up inside Koji. If possible, he'd like nothing more than to beat the secrets out of Fuminori's head. Koji is worried sick about Omi. To have his concern brushed off as coldly would be unbearable coming from a complete stranger. But from Fuminori, who is his best friend, it's... Fuminori never used to be this callous. Even if Koji tried to interrogate him, he'd probably never find out what changed him so. If Fuminori were still just hiding inside the shell he'd erected around himself after the accident, Koji might have been able to get some answers out of him. With this sly, evasive Fuminori, however, there's nothing Koji can do. Fuminori will never reveal his true intentions. Not to anyone. What's left then is for Koji to discover the truth on his own.
近江はな、筑波のことでお前に
Omi was going to talk to you about Tsukuba, you know.
うん。
Fuminori smiles bitterly at the mention of Tsukuba's name, perhaps feeling a sympathy for her pain. To Koji, however, it seems like pity, the sort one directs at an ant, a worm.
筑波さんか。
I wouldn't know what to say.
参ったね。
To be honest, it's been hard to talk to her after what
こんな
happened.
ことがあった後だからさ。最近声がかけづらくて。
Water drank. Unbelievable. If Fushinori's feelings for Yo were really this cold, then he would have rejected her when she first confessed to him. But he didn't. Or at least, the Fuminori before the accident didn't. Once again, Koji can't help but wonder if this man, who looks like his friend, is really a different person who only possesses the memories of Sakisaka Fuminori. The snow has stopped falling when they get to the West Nasu Flats interchange. This area must already be getting a lot of snow, however, as the nearby mountains are covered in white beneath the trees. By the time they turn off the highway and enter the mountains, road conditions are already bad enough for Koji to regret having forgotten tire chains. Nevertheless, he continues to power his car up the precarious slopes with only a road map to guide him. In places like this, an address isn't enough to pinpoint a location. His only choice is to drive down every road, including private roads, that aren't even on the map, while searching for something that matches the photograph.
本当にこんな場所に別荘なんてあるのか。
Who would buy a home in a place like this?
人目につかないところだからこ
It's
そ
far from prying eyes.
大貝教授は気に入った
That
んだ
must be
ろう
why Dr. Ogai chose it. The more he hears about Ogai, the less Koji wants to meet him. Fuminori is the one who spots the narrow road, half hidden in the trees. It's practically an animal trail, overgrown with weeds that are tall and strong enough to withstand the weight of snow.
これ
This
本当に道か。
really a road? Koji stops the car and sticks his head out the window to stare into the dark forest. But he can't see where the path leads through the tightly packed trees.
写真だとどう見える
How does it look to you? Fuminori hands Koji the photo, which he compares to the mountain ridges visible beyond the trees.
なるほどな。
Yeah,
アングルは
it's
間違いない。
definitely the right angle.
行ってみよう
Let's check it out. Fuminori's tone is flat as always, but there's a quiet intensity in his voice that leaves no room for argument. Although Koji is worried that the car's suspension won't be able to handle the terrain, there's no turning back now. He shifts into second gear and starts down the frozen road. The sun sets early at high altitudes. As the car creeps up the mountain path, Koji catches a glimpse of the trees, of the gradually darkening sky. The forest is completely still, with no sound save for the rumble of the car's engine and the crackle of snow and brush beneath its tire. Fuminori is once again staring silently through the front window. In the ominous silence, Koji feels the same faint chill that he felt when standing before Ogai's suburban home. It feels wrong, as though he's traveling deeper and deeper into a world not his own. After some time, a blocky shape suddenly appears amid the trees, standing out against the twilight sky. Koji turns off the engine and compares the structures in front of him to the picture in his hand. Perfect match. Before he can tell Fuminori, however, his friend is already out of the car.
Oi.
Hey! Realizing that it's pointless to call out to him, Koji shakes his hand, grabs the flashlight from the glove compartment, and follows Fuminori across the snow-covered yard. The photo must not have been taken recently, as the old run-down cabin before has clearly been left to the mercy of the elements for some time. The front door appears to be locked, but Fuminori kicks it down without a second thought. Water the boy. Wait, Luff, you're still here, so I have a question. And fix that spine. Thank you, I can do both. Luff, I have a question. How does Twitch react to, like, boobs, like, in a game? Water boy. I am watering the boy. I do need to know, because I am curious. Boobs bad. All right, so I'll have to take the. I'll have to save the VOD and take it down after. Taking another second thought, could just watch this, knowing that nothing you could say now would matter. All of the windows are shut with heavy curtains. I mean, it's technically fine. It's not that. But it's like, don't play games where I'm going to be constantly seeing boobs. Okay. But like being like 4 hours into the stream, like the boobs are probably fine. All right. I just mostly wanted to notice like on how I should treat the VOD after. All of the windows are shut and heavy curtains, and the gloom inside is thick and stifling. Wrong button. So as long as it's not lingering on it, it should be fine. I covered them up as best as I could, as quick as I could. All of the windows are shut with heavy curtains, and the gloom inside is thick and stifling. Fuminori turns on his own flashlight and starts rummaging through the cabin without regard for its owner's privacy. Koji is reluctant to do the same, but it is obvious that this mountain retreat has been abandoned for a long time. Just like the house in Tokyo, there's no point in being considerate now. He goes to search a different room. Soon after entering the cabin, however, he realizes that their search is meaningless. There's nothing inside but bare necessities of life. Some rooms are even completely empty, save for a thick layer of dust on the floor. Of what few pieces of furniture are present, more than half appear to have never been used. There's an empty chest of drawers without a single scratch or handprint, but bearing the telltale signs of mold and moisture damage. The condition of the cabin is eerie, though in a different way than the filthiness of the house in the city. It's like someone put together a mock-up of a home and then left it to decay. Oh. There's an ad obscuring your I thought you don't get ads. You shouldn't have ads. I think I'm on pre-roll entirely. Is there actually an ad, or are you just redeeming stuff because you're in a redeeming mood? I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I couldn't redeem Waterboy again. You just redeemed it. Did I drink water? I think I did. I'll drink some just in case. Because I don't remember. I will Waterboy, yes. Are you like a dried ghast? It is me, a dried ghast. But it's fine. With water, you can turn me into a happy ghast. Everyone's favorite. I keep pressing space because I'm like, oh, that's obviously the continue button. The only sign that anyone lived here are found in the toilet, the bath, the kitchen, and the bedroom. It appears that the cabin was never used for anything but eating and sleeping. Beneath the darkened sky, the snow itself seems to glow with a cold white light. You become a Nicholas Lasting when you water. I hate that. That's so bad. It's so bad. This seems like something out of a fairy tale, but to Koji it serves only as an unpleasant reminder that he has stepped outside of the reality that he knows. Next to the front porch is a plain wooden door, half buried in the ground. It's locked, of course, but Koji sees no reason for restraint after what Fuminori did to the front door. The door often offers surprisingly little resistance to Koji's heavy kick, breaking open to reveal a set of concrete stairs leading down into a pitch-black basement. Hey, Koji. His eyes are so small. He's got little tiny eyes. I thought I saw a weird little notification, but maybe I'm crazy. Could you prefer to leave this forbidding place to Fuminori, but it's not like you can just ask him to take his place. He descends into the chilly darkness, the beam of his flashlight leading the way. There turns out to be nothing in the basement but a storage room and a boiler, exactly what one would expect to find in an isolated mountain cabin. The few packages of preserved food sitting on the shelves have long since passed their expiration date. The boiler doesn't appear to have been used in years. Koji guesses that a guy's mountain home has been abandoned longer than the house in Tokyo. Was Fuminori simply mistaken when he said that Ogai might be here? Or was he lying from the beginning? Not sure what to do next, Koji goes back up the stairs and walks around the outside of the cabin. and there he finds the backyard. It's in much worse condition than the front yard, having been mostly reclaimed by the forest. Must have been neglected even when the cabin was still in use. The remnants of a woodshed lie in the yard, the mushrooms growing on it speaking to how much time has passed since its collapse. Nothing next to the rotten logs, however, since a circle of stone that has not yet succumbed to the elements. A well. Well. The well has no bucket or pulley, and when Koji peers carefully into it, he sees the water is no longer flowing. It's probably less than 10 meters deep, depending on how much mud is piled up inside. Koji's search of the cabin has revealed nothing of interest, inside or out. Leaning against the edge of the well, Koji wonders why a guy bought this remote home deep in the mountains, and what he was doing here. As far as Koji can tell, there's no sign that more than one person ever stayed here. It's far from prying eyes. Fuminori's words play back in Koji's head. Could this have been some sort of secret refuge? A place to remain hidden from the world? That would explain why there's nothing to suggest that whoever lived here did anything more than eat and sleep. Koji suddenly remembers the doctor he met yesterday at T University. Maybe she'd know something. He takes out his phone and calls up the number. There's barely a signal, but it manages to get through. Koji's hopes are soon dashed, however, when his call goes straight to Dr. Tanbo's voicemail. He considers calling back later, but realizes that it would be hard to talk to her with Fuminori around. Fuminori would not be all pleased to learn that Koji and Yo went to see his doctor. Koji decides that it'd be better to tell the doctor what he can while he's still alone. Hello, this is Tono Koji. Thank you for your help yesterday. Koji leaves a clear and concise message explaining that he went to Fuminori to a guy's mountain retreat, giving the address and asking for confirmation that the property belonged to a guy. I'll call again when I get back to Tokyo. Goodbye. After hanging up, Koji thinks back to their visit at the hospital. Is Dr. Tanbo actually investigating, like she said she would? Her reluctance to speak of Dr. Ogai is weighing on his mind. He talked to Yo about it on the way home, but they were unable to decide whether the doctor could really be trusted. Speaking of which, how is Yo doing? Koji hasn't seen her today. He didn't say a word to her about the trip to Tochigi. She might be worried, especially so soon after Omi's disappearance. Thinking to check up on her, Koji dials Yo's number, and is surprised when it rings longer than it usually does. Did she forget her phone somewhere? Just as he's about to give up, the call connects. The first thing Koji hears is a strange sound. It's not single interference, but some kind of wet, distorted noise, like the voiceless groans or perhaps sobs of someone far away. No, that's exactly what they are. The person on the other end is crying. Tsukuba, is that you? Who's there? There's a response, but it isn't really Tsukuba's voice. Too twisted with agony for Koji to tell. Panic surges through Koji as he realizes that something is terribly wrong. It's Koji. Tono Koji. Is that you, Tsukuba? Where are you? After a short period of nothing, with pained moans, words still coming through the speaker one by one, as though each takes an act of will. I was attacked by a monster. And now, there's something wrong with my body. What? What happened? You alright? You must be delirious, because Koji can't understand a thing she's saying. Her gasps and wheezes, however, are enough to tell him that she's in unimaginable pain. I'm running away. My skin is melting. My ear just came off. It's not making sense. Koji feels despair seize his heart in an iron grip. What is happening to Yo now? 100 kilometers away. Only her voice gives any hint of what's going through. There's nothing he can do for her. Help me. Koji, this isn't how my fingers are supposed to look. Call the cops, Tsukuba. Call for help. No, I can't let anyone see me like this. Urasuli breaks into a violent hacking cough as though trying to expel something filling her throat. Koji screams into the phone, his reason overwhelmed by unimaginable horror. Which is why he is unable to react when his phone is suddenly knocked from his hand. Also, he didn't notice Fuminori sneaking up on him until it was too late. What? Fuminori seizes Koji's lower jaw with his right hand, cutting off Koji's angry shout. Koji can hardly believe the strength of the smaller man's grip. His biggest mistake was leaning back against the well. There's nothing to grab on to as Fuminori pushes him backward over the edge. He can only flail his arms vainly against the air. Koji soon loses his balance entirely. He feels a terrifying weightlessness as the world spins before his eyes. Before he can realize what was happened, his back strikes something with tremendous force. He thrashes wildly as cold, dirty water fills his mouth and freezes him to the core. Only when his fingers find the wall of the well is he able to regain his sense of direction and right himself. On his hands and knees in the mud, Koji vomits filthy water out of his lungs. Fuminori. He tries to shout, but it comes out as a hoarse groan distorted by the echo in the cramped space. Fuminori's laughter, on the other hand, is as clear as a bell. Sorry for interrupting your call, he says scornfully. Here, I'll return this. Fuminori tosses Koji's phone into the well. Koji catches it just before it hits him in the face, and finds that the battery pack has been removed, rendering it useless. What the hell are you doing? It is no joke. It's a miracle that Koji is uninjured. He'd easily have broken his neck. And just because he's not hurt doesn't mean that he's safe. Koji feels around the inside of the well, searching for something to hold on to. The mud-covered stone offers no purchase. It's obvious that he won't be able to get out without help. Too bad the fall didn't kill you. Now you have to freeze to death. You really have no luck, Koji. You can't be serious, Koji starts to say, but trails off and the pieces finally come together in his head. Today's sudden change in Fuminori's attitude. That smile that always seemed somehow malevolent. Fuminori had been smiling at Koji with the thought of his friend's death. Why? He can't wrap his hand around the turn of events. Could Fuminori try and kill him? True, Fuminori had wanted Koji to stay out of his business, but is that really a motive for murder? It's not that I need you dead right now, exactly. You might have become trouble later on. So I figured I might as well take advantage of this remote location to... well... Might as well? You're doing this on a whim? You really need a reason to die? Fuminori replies coldly. He sounds truly amazed that Koji would ask such a thing. What makes you so special, Koji? People die for no reason at all. My parents did. And I almost followed them. You're crazy. Come up with your own reason, why don't you? We'll have plenty of time down there. Fuminori disappears from view, leaving Koji alone in the darkness with nothing to connect him to the outside world. Fuminori. Hey, Fuminori! Koji shouts at the top of his lungs, knowing beyond a doubt that if Fuminori leaves, all hope of rescue will vanish with him. No one will ever hear him calling for help from the bottom of this mountain well. It's Tsukuba. She's in trouble. Hey, Fuminori, listen, get me out of here. In his desperation, Koji no longer comprehends the futility of begging for mercy. No god or devil will answer him. His only hope is that Fuminori will have a change of heart, praying for a miracle. He keeps calling Fuminori's name. Eventually, the sky grows as dark as the bottom of the well. Koji can no longer make out the edge of the opening, and has long since lost track of how many hours he has been screaming. Nevertheless, he continues to scream, for he knows that the despair silence brings will kill him. I feel great. The same feeling that you get when the last piece of a difficult puzzle slides smoothly into place. I've killed a man. No one will ever know. It's a long way back to civilization, but neither the cold nor exhaustion can ruin my good mood as I walk alone down the snow-covered mountain road. I was tempted to use Koji's car, but that would have introduced a flaw into the plan. I don't want anyone to connect me to the disappearance. The plan formed in my mind the moment that I realized how remote the location was. Even if I couldn't find anything to lead me to Dr. Ogai, his absence would at least prove that the cabin had been utterly abandoned, in which case it would be the perfect spot to take care of a problem. I knew coming all the way out to Tochigi wouldn't be a waste of time. I didn't even need to use the meat cleaver hidden under my jacket. A dry well. It's like fate itself provided me with the perfect setting. That idiot didn't even realize the danger he was in, and his phone call distracted him enough for me to take him by surprise. Now one of the two people whose questions might have caused trouble for me and Sayar vanished from the face of the earth. All that's left is to eliminate the other. Tsukuba Yo. I mustn't underestimate her. Just because she's less aggressive than Koji, even she shouldn't be able to see a connection between the disappearance of her two friends. I suppose I should be thankful that it was Yo to whom Koji was talking on the phone. If he'd reported our location to a third party, I'd have to track down and eliminate that person too. I'm a little worried about what they were discussing, but judging how Koji was screaming into the phone, they probably weren't exchanging detailed information. Either way, I better get rid of Yo as soon as possible. After walking all night long, I finally reached the Nasu Flats station, just as the trains start running. It only takes an hour to get back to Tokyo on the Limited Express. It's not enough time to rest, but I'm too wound up for that to matter. Besides, I don't want to waste any time thinking up a way to kill Yo. Using the cabin again would be too dangerous. I'm not sure how to get her out there in the first place. I just exploded her in the face the other day. I doubt she'll be as quick to trust me as Koji was, which means that it will be difficult to get her alone. I could ask Saya for her opinion, but even I have some pride. I want to show her that I'm a man who can take care of business. Unfortunately, unable to come up with anything before I get home. I suppose that I'd just be proud that having dealt with Koji, the immediate threat. The search of Dr. Ogai's cabin was a bust, with no trace of his having been there, but I have no reason to be frustrated. Sai isn't all that concerned about the doctor's whereabouts, so looking for him is just something to satisfy my own curiosity. I'm home. It's morning, half a day later than I normally get home. The sound of Saya running down the stairs tells me how impatient she was for me to return. It makes me feel warm inside. Welcome home, Fuminori. She throws her arms around my neck, her smile at least 20% brighter than usual. Sorry I'm late. There was a change of plans. It's okay. I'm just about done with my preparations too. Preparations? Saya responds to my confusion with a mischievous smile. I'm getting a surprise ready for you. What kind of surprise? That's a secret. Anyway, aren't you tired? Do you want to eat or take a bath first? I don't realize how hungry I am until Saya mentions it. I walked all night without a bite to eat, and now my stomach's emptiness becomes painfully clear. However, I can't sit down to a leisurely meal while covered in dirt and sweat off the road. I like to grab a snack and get in a long hot bath first. Thought you'd say that, so I got the bath ready. You must be cold after being out all night. Yeah, I sure am. I'm amazed by Sai's foresight. She's always ready to give me what I want before I want it. They are in the bath. Sounds like you had a hard time. While soaking in the bath together, I tell Saya about my adventure. Killing him was easier than I thought. The hard part was getting home. The heat of the bath is soothing. as if the sensation of leaning back against my chest as he massages the fatigue out of my stiff leg muscles. I'm home. Contentment fills me. I have a need to sleep to relieve my exhaustion. Just like the living room and the bedroom and the bathroom is painted in the colors that Saya and I find pleasing, we're left the entrance and hallway untouched just in case someone should see inside. So these 3 rooms are the only places I can relax in my own home.
この季節でも
It was cold in the mountains, even for winter. I should have worn heavier
薄
clothing.
着で行ったのはつくづくし夜中あたりは
I was afraid I'd freeze to death when it got dark.
そのコージって人の
Why didn't you just take that Koji person's clothes?
持ってくればよかっ
おいおい
I pushed him into a well, remember?
井戸に落としたんだって
His clothes were with him at the bottom.
た。そうか。
Oh, yeah. Saya laughs and sticks her tongue out bashfully.
で、あと心配なのが
So now where's that Tsukuba girl?
って女の
So now there's just that Tsukuba girl to worry
コー
about?
ジが消えたのと僕が
She's the only person I can think of who
見つけて
can connect me to
そい
Koji's
つ一人
disappearance.
だけだからね
After I take care of her,
彼女の始末が
we can
終わ
finally
った
relax.
うーん
Hmm. Saya glances at me over her shoulder, like she knows something that I
この
don't.
人の殺し
Have you already thought of a way to kill him?
それ
Well,
がまだ
I've been thinking about it, but I haven't come up with anything yet.
いろいろ考えたんだけどね
I was hoping that you might have some ideas.
任せといて。
Leave it to me, she says, grinning with unusual confidence.
さやはね、文則
I've got ways you've never dreamed of.
の方法
It's as good as done.
そう
Really?
さてと
Okay, it should be ready by now. Saya's voice is full of anticipation. She rises from the bath. Come on, I have something to show you.
目をつぶって
Close your eyes and don't open them until I say so.
開いちゃう
Okay?
ね
うん
Okay. I have no idea what's going on, but I do as Saya says and close my eyes. She takes my hand and leads me up the stairs. As I wonder what she has in store for me, the sound of crying reaches my ears. I stiffen.
さや
Is
上に何かいるん
someone
じゃん
here?
目を開けちゃダメ
No peeking. No peeking, she admonishes me, then strokes my arm soothingly.
危ないものじゃないから安心して
Don't worry,
大丈夫
there's no danger.
ああ
All right. Little by little, the crying grows louder. I can hear the misery and pain in every choked sob. At first, I'm amazed that Saya would let someone in her house after what happened 2 days ago, but then I realize that something is strange. Isn't Saya the only one whose voice can carry such clear emotion to me? Although my eyes are still closed when Saya leads me into the bedroom, my ears tell me there is someone only a few feet away, and yet I smell none of the human body odor that normally turns my
さ
stomach.
あご対
Okay, time to say hello. Open your eyes. I open my eyes and am struck dumb by what I see. Tsukuba Yo is curled on the floor, not a scrap of clothing to cover her shivering body. When I first lay eyes upon her naked flesh, I'm entranced by the sensuality of her generous proportions, far more mature than I would have expected from her usual pure and innocent appearance. Wait, forget about that. Why is she in my bedroom, naked? Moreover, why is she?
どう文則
Well,
この子の体
how does she look to you?
綺麗
She's
だ
beautiful, but
なんで
why can I? Doesn't make sense. This is the Tsukaba Yo I remember, not the putrid creature whose attentions I found so unbearable after the accident. My senses recognize her as the human that she is, but
この子ね
this girl loves you.
のことが好
You
きだ
know?
ったんだって
I do know, but I've never told Saya. How did she
だ
find
から
out?
私この子の体を作り変えてあげる
So I decided to change her body into one that you can love back.
可愛がってもらえるように
Saya pauses to gauge my reaction, then continues with a satisfied nod.
私の同類にしてあげたの
I made her like me.
どうして
What?
どうやって
I still don't understand why Saya chose Yo, but the last statement is even more baffling. She changed Yo?
ねえ文則
Don't you remember what I said the other day? I can mold the bodies of other living things.
体に細工ができるんだって
Yes, I remember. She claimed to have done something to Suzumi's brain. I don't doubt her sincerity then, but I suppose that some part of me thought she was exaggerating. I hadn't seen her handiwork firsthand. But now,
隣のおじさんにしたような小
it was a big change this time, like that little tweak I made to the man next door.
でもこれ
But this is how my abilities are really meant to be
本
used.
当の使い方なんで実際にやってみたのは
This is my first time doing it, though.
これが本当によ。
Is this really Yo? Yo finally notices my presence and turns her head toward me. I see a faint glimmer of recognition in her glassy, unfocused eyes. Her features are exactly as I remember them. Incredible. This is far beyond cosmetic surgery. Once a twisted creature unrecognizable as human, Yo is now the very image of human femininity. There is no similarity between what she was and what she is, which can only mean that she has become something utterly inhuman. According to Saya, she's become what Saya is.
人か人目の生態
No one on this planet knows more about the biology of Homo sapiens than I do, Saya declares, a voice full of pride for her first creation. I've studied a lot.
勉強って
Studied.
何を誰
How did you
に学んだ
learn this? Who taught
い
you?
つ
When? She couldn't have learned it from Dr. Ogai. No teacher on Earth could impart such knowledge or skill.
だって
Come on. Don't you remember what you've been giving me every
緑
night?
の注ぎ込んでもらったじゃ
Saya
ん
blushes.
あれ
That's like a blueprint for the human body.
私には
I can decipher it and then I can bend it to my will. What is she, really? I've accepted that she isn't human, but there's more to her than that. Saya is something that far transcends my species.
でもね
It's my first time though, so I might have messed up a little.
できなくって
When Saya approaches, Yo trembles and tries to crawl away, but is only able to flail her arms and legs wildly, like she doesn't know how to move her own body. The only sounds coming out of her mouth are frightened moans.
すればよか
She can't talk?
うん
Yeah, Saya sighs in a mild disappointment.
壊れちゃったみたい
I guess the change broke her mind.
なんだかんだで
I mean, it did take a whole 20 hours. She must have suffered a lot. I feel kind of bad. Yo looks up at me, pleading, as though begging me to save her. She's no longer able to ask for help, though, or even call my name.
どう
Well, Saya asks, her eyes shining through anticipation. Do you like her? I'm at a loss for how to respond. What do you mean, like her?
だってふみのり
You said you wanted family and friends, didn't you?
欲しい
So I got you this present.
だからこれは
Her innocent explanation confuses me further.
プレゼントって
Present? Come on, she's not a dog.
似たようなもんだ
Not much difference.
どうせ
Her hand is totally empty.
真っ白なんだから
I'm happy that Saya wants to please me, but she could use a little more common sense. It's not that holding a person captive is probably a lot harder than you think.
大丈夫だよ
Don't worry about it. Look,
こうやって
I have her chained up.
繋いであるし
The only thing preventing Yo from being totally naked is a leather collar around her neck. No idea what Saya got it from. It was the kind of dog collar that would have been sold in any pet store. The chrome chain is fastened to one of the bedposts. Yo tries to get away, but Saya sends her sprawling with a tug of the chain. Yo tumbles to the floor, squealing in pain. Her actions are those of an unintelligent animal. Just as Saya said,
それにこの子どっち
she doesn't have the brains to escape
何かしよう
or get help. See?
それでも
There's nothing for you to worry about.
することなんてないでしょ
Saya has a point. I was racking my brain for a plan to kill Yo, but now my problem's been solved in a way that I never could have imagined. If a normal person looks upon her now, they'll probably see no trace of the old Yo. And if she has no memories and she can't even speak, then it's perfect. Saya has killed Yo without taking her life. But there's still the problem that means by giving Yo to me.
嬉しく
You're not happy? Saya asks dejectedly, her confidence suddenly gone.
私
Did I misunderstand
勘違
again?
いしてた
Is this a problem for you?
いや
No, but
この子の世話は
I can take good care of her all by myself.
よ
I won't let her make things difficult for you, so she can stay.
面倒くさい思いなんてさせないよ
Please?
それでも
That's not it. The last thing I want is to reject this symbol of Saya's affection. But how can I explain to Saya why I'm trying not to look to the naked woman writhing on the floor?
そういうことじゃない
Not that. It was the first human figure besides Saya that I've seen in 3 months since the accident. And she's a woman. A woman positively glowing with voluptuous feminine beauty. Of course I'm happy, but also can't ignore the voice of reason that's telling me not to be.
嬉しいよ
I'm happy,
嬉しいんだけど
really, but if I show how pleased I am, I'm worried that you'll...
え
Say looks puzzled, as though she has absolutely no idea what I'm getting at.
だってほら
I mean, look, she's still a girl, right?
僕がさやの他
Don't
に
you
別の女
balk at the thought of me living with another girl?
嫌じゃないのか
After considering this briefly, Saya finally seems to understand what I'm trying to say. Of course not. You worry too much. Maybe I am worrying too much, although I'm pretty sure that I'm just showing the consideration that any man who's sworn his love to a woman would show.
Ooh.
My fingers are tingling, and I don't know if it's like just, you know, tired or something, or if it's like my body's in gut reaction to like what's happening. Or maybe Saya doesn't understand that a man faced with a woman's naked body can't help but react, regardless of his feelings.
おかしい
How funny.
本当に
You really are kind.
そうか
Yeah.
この子はね
I only did this so that she could please you.
みのりがこの子
If you like her and enjoy spending time with her,
この子と
then I'll be happy too.
遠慮するようなこと
You have nothing to be shy about.
おいっちゃなんだが
I hate to say this, but I struggle to find the right words to express my true feelings.
男って
Men are, well, really depraved creatures, and
ほら
I mean,
世の体
Yo's body has features that yours don't.
また全然違う
right?
とこれって
So even though it's nothing like my love for you, I
全然別のところで
can't but help
その
get
させら
aroused.
れるってのが
With each word that I squeeze from my lips, Saya's grin grows wider and wider until finally she starts shaking with laughter.
うんうんわか
I know, Saya explains jovially, patting my shoulder with one hand and wiping tears from the eyes from the other. There's no reason to be ashamed of your natural male instincts.
いいのか
Are you sure? I ask again, as though trying to force her to say no. Oh, I don't like this. Saya answers me with a smile it was like I've never seen before. It is calm, so terribly calm, and there is nothing bewitching about this soft set of lips that sets it apart from her usual bright childish expression.
みのりとさやは
You and I are lovers, and Tsukaba Yo is our pet. She'll be reminded of that when we play with her every day from now on. I finally know why Saya chose Yo, for the venom in her voice and smile does not escape me. Although she can no longer answer, if asked, Yo would surely have chosen death over this fate. That is the very reason Saya visited upon her. How wicked and terrible Saya is. Perhaps others would fear and loathe her. I, however, find her malevolence irresistibly charming. The horrifying cruelty of which she has done to Yo is so very human. Though her shape may be different, her soul is the same as ours. When I look upon Yo's wretched form, I see the intensity and passion of Saya's love for me, for the flames that have consumed Yo are fueled by the very. I find myself enthusiastically accepting Saya's present.
気に入ってるのか
Do you like this pet too? Yeah, she's very pretty and feels good to touch.
そうか
So you enjoy playing with her too, right?
二人で
I don't want to hold
遊
back.
ぶ時も
I don't have to hold back.
楽しめるんだね
Do I?
もちろん
Of course I will. Grinning happily, Sai grabs the chain and pulls Yo to her feet.
ねえ海のり
Try touching her, Fuminori. She's really nice and soft. Okay. As Yo looks upon me with teary, pleading face, I approach and let my gaze roam freely over her lush body and ripe breasts. Is it, I run my fingers through her hair, finding it as smooth as Saya's. Enjoying the feel, I continue to caress Yo's head. Her fearful expression softens a little. Perhaps she remembers me in some part of her mind and believes even now that I will be kind to her. How foolish. Oh, God, no. Why? Censored. probably sense it more, but there we go. I stop stroking her hair and calmly seize both of her breasts. She flinches in pain at the sudden, rough treatment, but I ignore her and continue to knead her breasts as my lust demands. They're incredibly soft when I squeeze them. It's like my fingers are being sucked inside. I really don't like reading this. You know, this was all like, for the most part, kind of, I'm not gonna say chill, but you know, I don't know. I'm not a fan. I'm really not a fan of this. The tear in Yo's eyes caused her to be sadistic, desire to well up within me. She must not have been sufficiently prepared, as her choked scream was like that of a dying animal. In fact, it reminds me of how Suzumi screamed when I stabbed him with my knife. Looks painful, Saya says, peering curiously at Yo's tear-streaked face. Is she pleasing you? You could say that. I'm just gonna leave. Actually, I'll hide it for you. You don't need You don't need that right now. I'll flip it back up. The hypnotic quivering of her thighs as she trembles beneath me, her breasts heaving like storm-tossed ships. These sighs and sensations are enough to stimulate my basest lusts. And the night has only just begun. Oh, thank God it's done. Thank God it's done. Thank God it's done. Oh, I did not like reading any of that. Later, as I lie on my bed, drained of energy, I consider that my life will be like, what my life will be like from now on. Saya is resting in my arms, Yo curled up on the floor. Yesterday, I could not have imagined that 3 of us would be a family. A new home, new food, a new family, all granted to me by Saya. She has selfishly led me from the brink of death to find new joy amid despair. And I, too, have changed. I've killed 2 people with my own hands, and made a 3rd my mindless slave. Yet despite all that I have done, I'm still able to sleep peacefully. Without a doubt, I am no longer the Sakisaka Fuminori I once was. How far will Saya take me? What will I become? I feel somewhat unsure, though not discouraged, about the unknown world into which we are heading. And so while playing with Saya's hair, I ask, Saya, what are you? I don't expect an answer. If Saya's asleep or doesn't want to respond, I won't mind. Saya lifts her head, however, and draws my gaze into the deep pools of her eyes. It's kind of hard to explain. She thinks for a while, searching for the right words, and then says simply, you know the dandelion flower? The one that scatters its seeds on the wind? Yeah? The wind carries those fluffy seeds far from where they were born. What if one of them ends up in a desert where not even a single blade of grass is growing? If you can imagine how that lone seed will feel, then you might be able to understand me. As I consider Saya's answer, she continues her story. That seed is still a baby flower. If it does its best, it can turn even a desert into a garden. Maybe that little seed will decide to thrive. Maybe it will decide to grow and multiply so that it can turn the whole desert into a field of dandelions. What do you think can give it the strength to do so? What? I whisper, in trance. Saya smiles softly, caresses my cheek. All it needs is to be loved by just one person in the whole desert. All it needs is to be told how pretty dandelions are. The loving touch of her slender fingers fills me with peace and joy. I pull her into my chest, nodding silently. Stay with me forever. Never leave my side. I promise. Basking in the soft warmth of our love for each other, we sink into the oblivion of sleep. Oh, he's still alive. Give me 1 second. Let me break to the washroom. That's not the right one. Hold on. That one. Gonna get a quick drink of water. I think I'm running out. Speaking of, I'm gonna click over here. I haven't made a choice since there, so I will overwrite that save file. Actually, wait, what was it? Oh, I think it was the text from the last one. Okay. He has been buried alive. His world is the silence and cold of the grave. Ever since his voice gave out and he lost his strength to scream, no coherent thoughts has passed through Koji's mind. Perhaps this is his brain's way of protecting him from despair. Instead, he dreams. Images flash before his eyes, random unconnected scenes from his 20 years of life. Not all are of happy times. There are sad, painful memories as well. But even these are pleasantly warm compared to the death that is now encroaching upon him. He dreams of mountains. His older brother once took him hunting for insects when he was a child. They sealed their caught butterflies in a plastic bag, only to later find themselves holding the bag of tiny corpses. He dreams of his lover. They met at a mixer, where he'd been the only one to realize that she couldn't hold her liquor. After she had too much to drink, he looked after her while she vomited in the back alley. They toasted each other with canned juice, and then he dreams that he is diving into a black sea. When he reaches the bottom, he looks up to see the moon shining through the surface of the water. As he gazes up at the circle of light, entranced by its roundness and brilliance, the distant rumbling of an engine reaches his ears. Something still conscious within him tells him that this dream is wrong. Have I ever gone diving at night before? The dots begin to connect in his mind, forming a barrier to separate his dreams from reality. What is bothering him? Of course, the sound. The engine noise gradually fades to a low idling, then slowly gives way to silence, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. This isn't a dream. These sounds are real. Understanding comes like a sudden blow. This is in the bottom of the sea, and that circle of light isn't the moon. It's the mouth of a well, and the sun has already risen, and someone is right outside with a car. The last piece falls into place, and it becomes Tono Koji once more. Help! Koji shouts, surprised by how easily his voice emerges. His desperation blocks out the pain of his raw throat. Hey, I'm down here, in the well, help me! He keeps screaming with all his might. Soon the echoes in the cramped well become deafening, and he is no longer certain if his screams have meaning or if he's just howling wordlessly. Nevertheless, he continues, his only desire to be heard, lest he die forgotten at the bottom of this well. Koji's wait is not long, but even a minute feels like eternity on the edge of despair. Soon the circle of light above him is partially eclipsed by the silhouette of a person staring down into the well. Tono? You alive down there? A woman's voice. Koji has heard it somewhere before, but for some reason cannot remember to whom it belongs. Just hold on, I'll get you out. I can't remember the voice I was doing for her. The silhouette vanishes, restoring the light to the perfect circle. Fear of being left alone again threatens to send Koji into a panic, but his reason has recovered enough to resist. She said she's going to get me out. I haven't been abandoned. While waiting, he gently tests his body, which has been forgotten all about until now. His joints ache, and his fingers and toes are numb, but though exhausted, he's still in one piece. After some time, the silhouette reappears at the top of the well. Are you hurt? Can you climb the rope on your own? No, I don't think so. Koji lacks the confidence in an attempt with such a feat. His frozen fingers can barely move. Oh well, I'm coming down. After a brief pause, the owner of the voice tosses a knotted climbing rope down into the well. He grabs the rope as soon as it reaches him. The rough threads bite into his palm, and relief nearly overwhelms him at this sensation. This is really happening. He's really safe. And that he's free from despair, questions leap into the forefront of his mind. First among them, who is his savior? The rope shakes as the woman climbs carefully down, the beam from the floodlight slung over her shoulder, pushing back the shadow cast by her body. Soon she is standing in the same mud as Koji. He finds himself face to face with... Doctor? Were you expecting someone else? Koji indeed had not imagined that his savior would turn out to be Dr. Tanba Ryoko. Of course, it took him a moment to recognize her. Instead of a white gown and tight skirt, she was wearing a heavy leather coat, denim jeans, and boots with no heel. She must have expected a hike through the mountains. Her light is blocky, all-purpose type, featuring side-mounted fluorescent runners in addition to the main floodlight, survival gear, and professional grade by the look of it. You look awful, Dr. Tanbo says, wryly as she gives Koji a once-over. Here, drink this. She pulls a flask out of the pocket and hands it to him. Go slow. Take small steps. It should help a little. Thank you. She walks around with a flask. Maybe Koji's just old-fashioned, but it doesn't seem appropriate for a young woman, and a doctor at that. Nevertheless, he unscrews the cap and takes a swig, and struggles to keep from coughing as the potent liquid sears his tongue. What is this? Spirits is vodka. Good for disinfecting wounds in a pinch, and also does a fine job setting things on fire. Her tone is straightforward and quite serious. Koji can only gape at the doctor, the dark smile on her face doing little to ease his confusion. Is this really Dr. Tanbo? There's no trace of that bookish, mild-mannered woman Koji met at the hospital. Her expression is now set in a hard mask, and her eyes are sharp and wary. In the darkness, at the bottom of the well, is it possible, however, unlikely, that the change in her features is due to the ominous shadows cast by her lamp? It's not so easy, however, to explain the change in her demeanor. Why are you here? You called me, didn't you? Ryoko replied brusquely, glaring at Koji like an annoyed professor. I tried calling back, but you didn't answer. And then did your friend Tsukuba. Am I supposed to think everything's fine? No, but... Koji still doesn't understand why she acted so quickly, but it's a different part of what she said that seizes his attention. Wait, Tsukuba, you called her too? Like I said, she didn't pick up either. To be honest, I figured you were both dead already. That's right. He almost died, at the hands of the man that he thought was his best friend. Anger and frustration well up inside of him. He can't forgive Fuminori's betrayal, nor can he forgive himself for his foolishness. Ari has no idea if Tsukuba is safe. Fuminori tried to kill Koji. Could he have done the same to her? Calm down, why don't you? Ryoko says irritably, turning away to examine the inside of the well. There's nothing you can do from here. If you thought something was wrong, Koji says, then you must have called the police, right? The police? Still engrossed in her examination of the walls, Ryoko laughs scornfully at the idea. Do you still think that's the way... So you still think that's the way out, do you? What's that supposed to mean? Annoyed by her condescending attitude, Koji is about to demand answers when she cuts him off with a gesture and shines her light at the corner of the well. You didn't notice this? In the light of the lamp, Koji sees that some of the stones are different shade the rest of the wall. This must be what Ryoko was looking for. No, there wasn't enough light. Ryoko's gaze moves along the wall, finally coming to rest in a gap between the two stones. The hole is just wide enough for an adult to reach into open-handed. You sure picked the right well to fall down, Ryoko says, with a grim smile. Like they say, it's always the last place you look. She wasted no time thrusting her hand into the opening. After she feels around for a few seconds, Koji hears the thunk of something solid coming together behind the wall. Doctor? Ryoko pulls her hand out and gives the different colored stones a gentle push. With a rumble of weight shifting, the stones slide smoothly back into the wall. So that's how he fooled me. I had no idea this was here the last time I came. You've been here before? Koji wants answers, but Ryoko ignores them and peers in the opening. In the beam of her floodlight, Koji can see a concrete tunnel leading into the mountain. I'm going on ahead. You'd better stay here. Her warning is utterly devoid of warmth. Considering his options, Koji looks from the tunnel to the rope and back again. He's practically sweating now, thanks to the 190 proof vodka they just drank. But although feelings return to his fingers, he still doesn't have the strength to climb. That said, the thought of being alone at this well again makes him shiver. I'll go too. Please take me with you. Have it your way. Hi, Kippy. Hi, Kippy. Sorry I didn't respond to your message right away. I was so engrossed in the reading. Hello. We are a good bit into this visual novel, so, like, obviously, I'm gonna give, like, spoiler warning territory if you have any interest in Song of Saya. I also give the additional warning that there has been, how do I want to, you made a few songs. Yo. Oh my god. hopefully nothing like Saya's. But yeah, I'll also give the other warning that there has been sexual assault in this story so far. So just keep that in mind. If you're not comfortable with that, obviously head out. Otherwise, I'm glad to have you here. And once again, heavy spoiler warning. Ryoko steps in the tunnel without looking back, and Koji doesn't hesitate to follow.
前にお会いした時と
You were pretty different from the last time we met, Koji says sarcastically, following Ryoko as she moves cautiously down the tunnel with her light leading the way.
ここは病院じゃない。
This isn't the hospital, and you're not my patient.
営業スマイルが
This service doesn't come with a smile.
じゃあこっちが
So,
先生の
this is who you really are.
さあどうだ
I wonder, does
ど
it
うだって
matter?
いいことだろ
Ryoko suddenly stops and stares at the floor. When Koji looks over her shoulder, he sees the dust-covered rope lying coiled up in the middle of the path.
なんです
What is it?
あの井戸から降りてきたやつの
Something left by the last guy who came down that well. Ryoko picks up the rope, examines it, and hands it to Koji.
長さは私が使ったロー
It's about twice as long as my rope.
プ
there's a knot in it.
結び目があって
Both ends have been
端は
severed.
両方とも
They were
切断さ
connected
れて
before to make a circle.
え
外のどこかにこの
You
輪
loop
を
one end
引
of
っ
the
掛け
circle
て井戸の底まで
or on
伝
something
っており
topside, then use the rest to climb down into the well.
その後ナイフ
When
の
you're at the
輪を
bottom,
引
you
いて
cut
井戸
the
の
circle
中に
open,
引っ張り込
and
め
the whole rope comes with you.
井
That
戸
way
の
there's
底
nothing
に
to show where you
痕
went.
跡は残らない
Ryoko shines her light down the tunnel, revealing that it's an end to a closed wooden door about 10 meters ahead.
こうやってここに逃げ
That's how he
込んだ
avoided
やつは
detection.
追っ手の目を
Really
くらま
got
せ
me
た
good.
先生
You said you've been here before.
ああ
Yeah,
君やサキサカ
you and
君だけじゃない
Sakisaki aren't the only ones.
私も以前
Ryoko says dryly.
郊外を追って
I checked a guy's cabin a while back. Shotgun! As Ryoko speaks, she opens her coat and pulls out what she had hiding underneath it.
他に出口がない
If there aren't any other exits,
奴はまだ
then he's still
あの
behind
扉
that
の
door.
向こう側にいるわけだ
At first, Koji thinks she's holding a steel pipe, ways that she would carry a weapon. Koji looks closer, is appalled when she realizes what it really is. A gun. And not one of those sleek handguns they have in the movies, but a double-barreled shotgun. The stock and barrels have been sawed down for easier concealment, enhancing the aura of brutal efficiency.
なんですかそれ
What is that?
ショットガン
A 12 gauge, Ryoko replied, blandly, as though naming a brand of cigarettes.
私にはこいつを持ち歩く
I don't have a
資格がない
permit and cutting it down would be illegal even if it did.
改造するの
Any
が
other questions?
そんなもの持ち出して
What are you planning to do with that thing? Ryoko looks over the shoulder and gives Koji her most chilling smile yet.
郊外の正体を初めて知った時
When I first learned what Ogai was
私は
doing,
善良な一般
I was a model citizen. Never even gotten a
交通違
ticket.
反すら無縁のね
The woman who Koji believed was a normal doctor waves her sawed-off shotgun menacingly as she continues, her tone sharp and bitter.
あの時にこいつがあったの
If I had this back
私は
then,
多分
I could have killed
オーガ
Ogai
イを
before he
殺せ
got
ていた
away.
だろう
Hi, hi! Oh my god, early sprout 5 hours into the stream. Hi, Uni. Hi, Uni. So, obviously, heavy spoiler warning. And I'm also gonna give a content warning, because this game has had sexual assault on screen. So that is the warning. A good few times now. So, precautions. Also, thank you for the water. If I had this back then, I could have killed a guy before he got away.
そうなってれば
Maybe then none of this would have happened. I feel bad about that. Really. Koji listens in silence, helpless to do anything but watch as understanding moves farther and farther out of his grasp. In other words, everything I do from here on out is clean up this mess that you and your friends have stepped in. I like her. I'm a fan of Ryoko. Remember that, and don't ask any unnecessary questions. Got it. Koji can only nod weakly in response. With a light in her left hand and the shotgun in her right, Ryoko walks up the door and takes a deep breath. Then she sticks the door open, putting her full weight behind the blow. With a disappointingly feeble sound, the door breaks off its hinges and falls into the room. Dust billows like white smoke in the beam of Ryoko's light. The room is large, at least 35 meters square. The tiled floor is set with drainage grates. There's no mistaking the operating table sitting in the middle of the room. Cabinets full of enamelware and drug lines one side of the space. Against the opposite wall stand the writing desk and bookshelves. Those things Koji recognized. The mysterious objects cluttering the tables and shelves, however, are beyond his comprehension. Mirrors delicately engraved with complex patterns, grotesque statues, and masks that have been left by a race of savages, tapestries woven in nauseating arrays of color, a crystal ball the size of an infant's head. Any would fetch a hefty price at an antique store, if not for the one thing they all have in common. Every last piece is so loathsome and foul that Koji feels sick just looking at it. It's as though each was designed for the sole sinister purpose of immortalizing its creator's hatred of the world. Rare-looking books of the sort as found in Nogai's home are piled here and there, and on one shelves are stacked some scrolls that look to be made of some kind of sheepskin or papyrus. Whatever it is, it's not paper. Finally, there are the indecipherable chalk patterns and symbols filling every available space on the walls. Even the two slanting blackboards are covered in strange, unreadable scribblings. Just looking at them is making Koji dizzy. Don't look, Ryoko snaps at him. Listen, don't move, and whatever you do, don't touch anything. Even if something draws your attention, don't look at it. If you see something that feels wrong, stare at your shoes. Got it? Yeah. Ryoko switches her light fluorescent runners on and sets it at a nearby table where it can illuminate the whole room. She then holsters her shotgun only to pull out an even more confusing set of tools, a digital camera and a can of spray paint. She gives the can in her left hand a good shake, switches the camera in her right hand on, and steps up to the blackboard while looking at the camera's side. The camera's side mounted screen. After recording one set of symbols, she covers it with a thick layer of paint, moves on to the next. Doctor, lesson 1. Never look at strange symbols or read anything written in unusual languages, like Latin. Use a camera to record them for later, then paint over the original. Now that she mentions it, Koji realizes that she was only looking at the screen of her camera. Even then, only in short glimpses, and never directly at any of the drawings. He understands what she's saying, but it still doesn't make any sense. Why do you have to... If you've come this far, you better shut up and listen for your own good. Things like crystal balls and mirrors are dangerous. Anything can happen if you break them, so it's best to cover them with a cloth or paint over them for the time being. Koji begins to fear for the doctor might be crazier than Fuminori. Despite the burst of energy received from the vodka, Koji is still exhausted from his night in the well. The fear is affecting his body, making him dizzy and nauseous. Soon the walls all covered in black paint. Sorry, something flickered over on my other monitor, and I don't know what. Soon the walls are covered in black paint, and the stale air is thick with the smell of turpentine. That should do for now, Ryoko says with relief, then tosses the empty can aside and puts away her video camera. What happened to Ogai? Koji asks, supporting himself against a nearby table. Oh, he was never here. Oh, he was over there. Without stopping her examination of the papers on the writing table, Ryoko points nonchalantly to a Chinese-style screen standing in one corner of the room. He was there. The clinical choice of tense makes her meaning intently obvious. The urge to see for himself is irresistible. Koji staggers across the room to the screen, taking the utmost care not to look at the scaly octopus thing that is painted on it. Behind the screen is a large, easy chair. Although he's never met the man before, Koji is fairly certain that this person sitting in it is Ogai Masahiko. Oh. Ogai's corpse must have shrunk significantly while drying in this sealed chamber. The body is barely the size of a child's, with only the business suit hanging from the bones offering the hint of a guy's former stature. His empty eye sockets are wide open, jaw are filled with darkness, the same darkness that surrounded the Koji at the bottom of the well. Compared to those gaping voids, the tiny hole in a guy's right temple is almost demure. A revolver that was presumably used to kill himself is still clenched in his dangling right hand. It looks like a child's toy compared to Ryoko's shotgun. Ryoko must have noticed a guy's corpse while she was spray painting the walls, and still she kept working without batting an eyelash. Impressive, though not exactly surprising after what she's been through. It's even difficult to remember the last time he spoke to someone sane. But if not for her, Koji reminds himself with a bitter smirk, he would have ended up joining this mummified corpse here, and no one would have ever found him. Koji's vision suddenly dims. He pushed himself too hard, and the spiritus vodka can't help him anymore. He collapses to the floor, unable to hang on to his slipping consciousness. The last thing he sees are a guy at Masahiko's gaping eye sockets staring at him. When he wakes, Koji finds himself lying on something dry and soft. A bed is a bed, he thinks to himself, even one that smells of mold and dust, especially after sleeping in cold mud all night. There are no lights hanging from the ceiling, but the soft, warm light of a lamp fills the room. Simple furnishings, non-existent decor. Koji realizes that he's in a guy's cabin in the bedroom that he searched before Fuminori pushed him into the well. You awake? Ryoko is sitting in a chair against the wall. Her expression is blank as she studies the pile of documents on the table in front of her. She must have brought them up from a guy's underground lab. She turns a page and then takes a bite from the sandwich in her free hand. You feel up to eating. There's food over there. Without looking up from the files, she gestures towards the convenience store bag sitting on the nightstand. How did I get here? Koji can't imagine that a woman, even a woman like Ryoko, could have climbed out of the well with him on her back. There was a door behind one of the bookshelves down there, Ryoko mutters, taking care not to let the explanation interfere with her reading or eating. When I finally got it open, it led to the boiler room underneath the cabin. The other side was hidden underneath a thin layer of mortar. I figured that's how you got most of his supplies down there. Once he had everything he needed, he could seal it up and use the well instead. Pretty thorough. Was there really something they needed to hide? There used to be. This is the last of it. Having finished her sandwich, Ryoko picks up some unsorted papers with her free hand and waves them in the air. Not all scholars want to go on stage at a symposium and show their research to the world, you know. Some nutcases get their kicks by learning secrets no one else knows, by being buried with those secrets in hidden tombs that no one will ever find. Koji still hasn't the slightest idea that Ogai's secret might have been. From what Ryoko said in the tunnel, however, he can guess that Fuminori is somehow involved. She also called him a pervert, which I think is really funny. What happened to Fuminori? Koji asks desperately, no longer caring who he gets answers from. What does he have to do with the body down there? What is it that you're after? That's what I'm trying to find out, Ryoko replies coldly, as though Koji's concerns are none of hers. Sakisaka told me that he was acting on behalf of one of Ogai's relatives. Yes, he told me the same thing. Oh? Well, at least that's consistent. Ryoko pulls several sheets of loose-leaf paper from a different file. The truth is that Ogai has no relatives. I thought that Sakisaka was simply lying. However, there was another possibility I should have considered. He might have been tricked by someone claiming to be Ogai's family. Ryoko pauses and then looks sidelong at Koji. Does the name Saya ring a bell? Saya? No, who is that? Who or what is the question, but the more I read, the less I understand. She sighs bitterly and then returns her attention to the papers in her hand. All I can say for sure is that it appears that it have been the focus of a guy's research. If Sakisaka is involved with whatever Saya is, and is already past the point of no return. The icy certainty in Ryoko's voice sends a chill down Koji's spine. If so, then what will you do? He has to ask, even though he already knows the answer. It's like I said, Ryoko replies, smirking at the tension in Koji's voice. I have no idea how many times I've wished I'd killed a guy when I had the chance. I won't make the same mistake twice. If I go to the police, it'll all be over. Ryoko doesn't respond, as though she doesn't even hear what Koji just said. Fuminori tried to kill me. Koji continues persistently. If I report him, we'll be arrested and...
目撃者は物証は
Ryoko cut him short,
崎坂君が
cut him off harshly.
動機は
You have witnesses? Proof? What was Sakisaka's motive?
なあ殿君
You know, Tono, you're completely misunderstanding what the police do.
彼らの職分は
Their job
正
isn't
義
to
を
fight for
貫くことで
justice, or even to keep people safe. What are you saying?
不条理な物事に
Finding reasonable explanations
きちん
for
と条理に
unreasonable
沿った
events.
体裁を整え
That's what the police are for.
彼らの思考はいつだ
They will
って
always choose to believe the simplest, most logical explanation.
水
Just like how water always flows downhill.
事実がどうあろうと
They aren't
我らに
interested in the
は興味
truth.
ない
They don't know or care whether the truth is constrained with fiction. Can't all be like that. I won't know until I try.
わからない
Exactly, Ryoko states as she pulls another sandwich out of the bag. That's the problem. She hasn't spared Koji a second glance when looking at him earlier. Even while talking, her attention is always focused on the papers in front of her.
君が錯乱した親友
Let's say you
の手で
accuse your
井戸を
friend
流
of
されたと
pushing you
して
into a well.
すると
In addition to your statement, the police will consider two alternate versions of the truth. Maybe you're making it up to frame your friend.
狂言自殺あるいはもっと
Or even simpler, it was an
事故で
accident.
井戸に
You
落ち
fell
た
into well
君
by
が
yourself,
錯乱
and
し
the
た
shock has
親
made
友
you
を疑
paranoid
って
or delusional.
この三案のどれかが操作
These three possibilities will compete to see which one with the most convincing evidence.
勝ち馬は
No one knows
誰
which
に
will be the
もわ
winner.
からないこんな博打に君
Are
は
you willing
信
to bet
頼
everything you
潰す
have
ま
on
で
your
勝て
truth? Koji has no response. Can he really explain with the cold, clear logic that drove Fuminori to do what he did? How can he convince anyone else that doesn't even understand it himself?
そして
And here's the biggest problem, Ryoko says calmly, cutting into Koji's thoughts.
君がそういう
While you're raising hell with the
騒ぎに
police,
手こずって
we'll lose our chance to corner Sakisaka.
身辺で火の手が上がれ
If
ば
he sees trouble coming,
彼は
he'll
手
go
遅れ
into
になる
hiding,
前にさっさと
and then we'll be
姿を
right
現す
back at square one.
そうやってま
He
た
paused to
男
take a bite of her
女が
sandwich before finishing.
私が王外を取り逃がした
Just like
よう
when
に
I let a guy get away. A heavy silence falls upon them, with only soft rustle of pages turning in Ryoko's hand to mark the passage of time.
教えてくださいよ先生
Please tell me, Doctor, Koji says, his hushed voice breathing through the quiet. What crime is so unforgivable that you're determined to take justice into your own hands? What exactly did a guy do in that room down there?
あの地下室で何をやってたんですか
Once again, Ryoko ignores Koji's question. This time, however, Koji doesn't back down. His silent glare demands her attention as she pores through the documents before her. After some time, Ryoko rearranges the papers in her hands and sets them aside as though having come to some conclusion. She then turns her chair to face Koji for the first time since he awoke.
なあ
Listen, Tono. Her hard stare relies on the calmness of her voice. Or belies the calmness of her voice?
君はここいら辺
You
で
need to get out of this while you still can. There are a lot of fine, hot springs around here. Go relax, and don't return to Tokyo until you're ready to forget any of this ever happened.
忘れろ
Forget? Koji feels anger, rise within him.
近江は俺の恋人
Omi was my girlfriend. Fuminori was my best friend, and you're telling me to forget about them?
忘れろと
そうだ忘れろ
Yeah, forget about them, Ryoko replies, coolly rebuffing Koji's anger. This isn't a suggestion. It's a warning.
今まではどうであれ
Whatever they were
こ
to
れ
you,
からの君の人
that's
生
all over now.
その二人は
You'll never
一切
see them
関わり
again.
を持たないだ
I
ろう
guarantee it.
じゃあつくばは
Then what about Tsukuba? Koji shouts, unable to control himself.
彼女はどうな
She
る
begged me for help on the
あの
phone.
子は電話
Something
口で
terrible
俺に
was
助け
happening
を
to her.
求めてた
そりゃ何十時
And how many
間
hours ago was that?
私が君を
Do you know how
助
much
けたから
time has
何時間
passed since
経
I
ったと
saved
思う
you? How much longer do you think you would have lasted down here if I hadn't?
井戸の中の君があと何
She shakes her head, then declares coldly,
彼女
It's too
は
late.
死んでるだろう
She's already dead. Don't expect
誰も
everyone to be
記
as
憶が
lucky as
幸
you.
運だなんて
あんたは
You heartless. Koji growls, unable to suppress his anger.
あの井戸で俺の死体を見
If you'd found me dead in that well, you would have thought anything of it, would you?
も思わな
そりゃ覚悟してたからね
I was prepared for that, of course, Ryoko says with a shrug, unfazed by Koji's ire. I hardly expected to find you alive. It is futile to argue with this woman, Koji realizes. Her values are fundamentally different from his own. Nothing he can say will ever move her. Koji gets out of bed and stands on a shaky leg.
どのくらい俺は寝てたんです
How long have I been asleep?
ざっと半日ばかり
About half a day. I envy your ability to recover so
消耗
quickly.
した後速やかに
It's a
休息が
privilege of
取れる
youth,
ってのは
so
羨ましい
enjoy
ね
it while it lasts.
若いうちだけだよ
Koji looks at his watch and sees that it's 4 in the morning. which means it was already early evening when Ryoko rescued him. He can't believe that he survived in a well for almost 2 days. Now that the gaps in his memory have been filled, and the sense of time has returned, he realized that it's already Sunday morning. Ryoko's right. A lot of time has passed since they spoke to Yo on the phone. Ryuji grabs a sport drink and 2 jelly packs from the bag of food that Ryoko brought, then heads to the door. His legs are still a little unsteady, but he can compensate for that with sheer willpower. Just to make sure. Mind telling me where you're going?
東京へ
Tokyo. Koji replies. Briskly, his tone hard as hers.
筑波陽はまだ間に合う
Tsukuba Yo might still be alive.
彼女を
I'm
助け
going to save her.
人の話を聞かないやつだね。
You just don't listen, do you?
聞く耳持たないのは
I could say the same about you. Koji is expecting Ryoko to watch him go with a cold, mocking smile of hers. Instead, however, she sighs heavily and rests her jaw on her hands.
もう少し待つ気は
Can you wait a little longer? Somewhere in here. She thrusts his chin at the mountain of papers in front of her. Is the answer to what this thing called Saya is. Somewhere in here. Sorry. Is the answer to what this thing called Saya is. I think you should wait until I figure that out and come up with a plan to deal with it.
筑波が死んでると決めてかかってるあんた
You would think that since you're already convinced that Tsukaba is dead. In truth, Koji is extremely uneasy about going it alone. At the same time, however, he knows that he mustn't depend on Ryoko. He's made it clear that she doesn't care about saving lives. Teaming up with her will only make it more difficult to salvage anything out of this nightmare.
殿くん
Tono. Ryoko calls before Koji steps out the door.
仮にも一度は殺され
You almost got killed once already.
もう二度と殺される
Don't let it happen again. She picks something up from the table and tosses it to Koji. When Koji catches it, he feels the solid weight fill his hand.
これは
This is. Koji stares at the menacing shape of cold metal. Fix that spine. You bet you I can. And water the boy. Oh my goodness. How? Wow. Oh my god. Sadly, I'll have to go. No! But I'll be back. Oh, okay. Alright. The game's still looking at having about like another 45 minutes, if I estimate. So there's still a good bit of time. Right. Koji stares at the menacing shape of cold metal. It's a revolver. The same one that was clenched in a guy's skeletal fist.
あと4発入ってる
Is 4 more
安全
shots.
装置はない
There's no safety, so just pull the trigger to
気が
fire.
手で弾が出るどこでどう使うかは
How you use it is up
君
to
の
you.
判断に任せるよ
If Koji were his usual cautious self, he would not hesitate to reject the dangerous offering. The only time he truly needed a gun is when all hope is lost. He'd prefer not to fight a losing war. And yet, without even knowing it, Koji's already set a foot into Ryoko's world. Choosing instinct over reason, he accepts the small but deadly weapon and stuffs it into his pocket. There is no question that Koji intends to save Yo and bring Fuminori to answer for his crimes. In the back of his mind, however, he can hear the footsteps of ruin approaching. When he steps out the cabin's front door, Koji shivers as the wind tears into his skin. To his surprise, the outside air is even colder than the mud at the bottom of the well. Perhaps the cramped space mitigated the cold somewhat. If he had been exposed to this chill all night long, he would have surely frozen to death. Koji finds 2 cars parked in the yard. The smaller car next to him must be Ryoko's. When he sits behind the wheel of his car, he gets some relief from the feeling that he has taken the first step, however small, back into his world. He sips the sports drink, wetting his parched throat, then washes down some jelly. His stomach rebels at the sudden influx of food after 36 hours on empty, but he manages to force down the urge to vomit. Koji needs the energy. No matter how hard it is, he must regain enough stamina to overcome the challenges ahead. After forcing down as much food as he can handle, Koji leans back in his seat and takes a short break. When he begins to feel like himself again, he reaches into the back seat and pulls his spare cell phone out of his bag. He never expected that carrying 2 phones would be such a stroke of luck. As he calls up Fuminori's number, he prepares to hit send, Koji is overcome by a flood of emotion. Rage, despair, sorrow, pity. He is unable to decide what to feel towards his friend. However, there is no time to dwell on the past. Every second lost diminishes the chance of saving Omi and Yo. Koji refuses to consider that it may already be too late. He seals himself and presses the button, then holds the phone to his ear. As it rings, the shrill sound begins to go on for longer than it ever has in his life. Right now, Fuminori's phone must be displaying the same name of the caller. Koji wonders what his reaction will be when he sees it. The call goes through, and the sounds at the other end. Koji senses surprise, apprehension, and dark fury. Feeling slightly gratified, Koji delivered the first jab.
Yo,
What, weren't expecting a call from a dead man? Solid line. I'm surprised. How did you manage it? As Koji is about to answer, the idea suddenly comes to him. There's a secret passage in the well, Koji says, a plan forming rapidly in his mind. It led to a hidden underground lab. He paused to let that sink in. Then with satisfaction, filling his voice, he says, I met a guy, Masahiko. Fuminori's grasp tells Koji to take advantage of this. Fuminori's gasp tells Koji that the advantage is his. Keeping his voice bold, he decides to further exaggerate the truth. I know it all. Everything about Saya. You're finished, Fuminori. I've got all the proof I need to blow this whole thing wide open. You won't even see it coming. You son of a bitch. It's obvious from Fuminori's tone that the rage from overwhelmed this reason. Koji's bluff is working perfectly. His victory is tainted. However, as Fuminori's response is the same, Saya begins a cry of anguish from the corner of his heart that still wants to believe that his friend can be saved. Sakisaka is involved in whatever Saya is. Ryoko's words play back in his head, sounding even colder than before. Then he's already past the point of no return. He mustn't allow emotion to sway him. Where are Omi and Yo? Koji suddenly switches topics, trying to keep Fuminori off balance. It all comes down to this. Depending on your answer, I might be willing to cut you a deal. If you swear not to cause any harm, I'll forget about what you did to me, about what I found in the cabin. I don't want anything more to do with you and Saya anyways. All I want is for Omi and Yo to be safe. Omi and Yo. Fuminori's voice trails off. He's obviously trying to decide how far Koji can be trusted. And whether there's room for negotiation. Fuminori has been called out, and now it's time for him to show his hand. I honestly don't know anything about Omi. She never came by my house. Yo, on the other hand. Fuminori pauses, then gives a knowing chuckle. The sun chills up Koji's spine. Well, I wonder if she'll really want to leave. She's with you, isn't she? Koji is relieved to learn that Yo's location, and that she is, at least, still alive. At the same time, however, he remembers the horrifying phone call. It is clear now that Fuminori played some part in Yo's suffering. Had she already fallen into his trap back then? What has happened to her? How is she being treated? Her wish has finally come true. Fuminori says with venomous sarcasm, She's my property now. I guess you and Omi got what you wanted after all. Koji feels despair settle over his soul. How much lower will this man go? Must Fuminori seek out and destroy every memory of the friendship they once shared? Let Tsukuba go. When I'm sure she's safe, I'll destroy everything I have on you and Saya. How can I trust you? First, I want you to. I'm not giving you a chance here, Fuminori. Koji instinctively realizes that it's dangerous to push his bluff any further. I'll call again later. You have until then to make up your mind. He hangs up without waiting for a response. Fuminori doesn't know what Koji is still at the cabin. In Tochigi. Right now he's probably worrying about whether Koji will show up in 1 hour or 1 minute. Koji hopes that he'll be able to take advantage of Fuminori's confusion. 3 hours. That's how long it'll take to race all the way back to Tokyo. Koji is afraid that his body won't carry him back through such a long drive. His mind is clear, but his limbs still feel half asleep, like they're weighed down with lead. Although he knows he has to stay resolute, Koji still longs for the peace he had just a few days ago, when life or death struggles were the furthest thing from his mind. Back then, he could never have imagined himself fighting to rescue a friend from the clutches of a madman. With each passing moment, he feels himself becoming less like the person he was. When all this is over, will he be able to return to his old life? Or will this change continue until it has consumed him utterly? Time is against him. Every second that passes is wasted. Even so, he decides to allow himself just 5 minutes of weakness. For exactly 5 minutes, he leans against the steering wheel and cries. When his tears have run dry and his heart is calm, Koji starts up his car and drives away. I stare at the silent phone in my hand. There is anger, of course, but something cold and heavy holds my emotions in check. The sense of danger. To be honest, I'm surprised at how calm I am. Master? Yo looks up at me apprehensively, her head between my thighs. She was attending to me throughout the call. The remaining fragments of her memory seem to have joined together, as she has regained some degree of speech. Upon realizing this last night, Sai began to teach her language once more. I assume she finds our pet's efforts amusing. Don't be mad. Yo will try harder. The pleasure from her ministrations threatens to impede my thoughts, and besides, my arousal has already vanished. At first I considered making her stop. When I gazed into her puppy dog eyes, however, I began to think differently. Thanks to Saya, I have a family once again. For the first time, I'm becoming aware of the responsibility that places on me. I'm now the head of a new Sakisaka household, as well as its only male member. It is my duty to protect, comfort, and ensure the happiness of the women living under my roof. With that in mind, I know I mustn't show her fear or confusion. That would only cause them distress. Continue. Yes, master. I trust myself to Yo's eager touch, basking in the pleasure with one part of my mind while contemplating our current predicament with the other. It is clear that I made a grave error when I failed to finish Koji off 2 days ago. Right now, I need to set my frustration and anger aside and deal with this problem logically. It's time to leave. I have no way of knowing when Koji escaped from the well, or how much he has learned, or how many people he has contact with since then. Now that it's impossible to know how far the problem has spread, merely disposing of Koji won't guarantee our safety. When the enemy has poisoned our water supply, you can't take the risk that that even one drop might remain. Your only chance is to stop drinking the water. Fuminori, who are you talking to? Sai returns from the kitchen, where she'd gone to search of a midnight snack. She's munching on her favorite, spare ribs. Purging myself of unease and impatience, I respond with casual shrug. Looks like we have a little problem. That bastard Koji is still alive. Oh dear. By breaking the news suddenly and without trace of anxiety, I'm able to avoid frightening Saya. Instead, she is merely surprised. I know that remaining calm would work. Moreover, I'm currently being pleasured by Yo. It would be hard for anyone to get too serious under these circumstances. Saya, it might be best if we leave this house. Saya lowers her eyes and strokes her chin thoughtfully. This is bound to happen sooner or later. Even without Koji, it's only a matter of time before someone reports the Suzumi family missing. Yeah, Saya nods. I can tell that she was reluctant to leave, but at least there's no sadness in her expression. Everything will be fine. I'll protect my life and Saya, just as I have up until now. I have that power. Knowing that we've overcome one problem fills me with new
大丈
confidence.
夫。安心していい
Now
よ。
then, we better get ready. Okay. Water the boy? Hi. Thank you, Loveland Live. I really appreciate it. We can travel light and take the Suzumi family car. I better withdraw everything that's left in my bank account and carry it as cash. I also need a weapon, something more reliable than a butcher's knife. Koji will most likely follow. He thinks that Yo can still be saved. However, I'm not abandoning this house just to run away. As long as Koji knows our location, we're stuck on the defensive. Leaving gives me the chance to gain the initiative and deal with him at once at my place of choosing. Next time we meet, I'll kill him with my own 2 hands. Make sure to wring every last drop of life out of his body. A shiver runs through me as I anticipate the battle ahead. My bloodlust burns like orgasmic fire. When Ryoko looks up, the morning sun is already streaming in through the window. Tired from hours of poring over files, she removes her glasses and massages her aching eyes. Her dreams are always filled with horror, yet the night she just spent was more nightmarish than them all. And it's not over yet. She's only just set foot on the threshold. As expected, the files left by Ogai Masahiko were not the sort that Ryoko could simply pick up and read. Fortunately, Ogai had been too old-fashioned to put his trust in electronic media. If he had decrypted the files on a computer, she'd have had to find a hacker to decipher them. In fact, had he not employed any kind of code in his writing, he had not employed any kind of code in his writing, that would have been too time-consuming by hand. The method of obfuscation he did was quite simple. The files Ryoko pulled from the underground lab, the majority turned out to be notes. These were from Ogai's days as a student. The important papers were the diaries and research notes that had been scattered throughout the piles of worthless scrap. At first, she was unable to understand the documents that she had found. Each sheet was covered with text on one side and blank on the other. Each line was completely unrelated to the next, making it impossible to glean any meaning from the whole. The trick revealed itself, however. When she was sorting the pages made no sense, she found that each line continues on the same line of a different page. In Ogai's diary, for example, the first day began on the first line, then continued not with the next line, but the first line of the next page. Similarly, the second day was the second line, the third day was the third line, and so on and so forth. After filling all the lines on a set of pages, Ogai had torn them out and scattered them among his other files. There was no regularity to how the pages were numbered, of course. Unable to locate any sort of key or legend, Ryoko had no choice but to figure out the page order manually. Despite knowing what the task would be exhausting, Ryoko set to it valiantly. After separating all the loose-leaf sheets from the jumbled files, she began the painstaking process of linking pages together according to the contents of their first line. She found that Ogai had dismantled and scattered his diary each time he completed a number of days equal to the lines on one page. He had done the same with his research notes every 30 pages or so. The diary was much easier to restore because the entries varied in length. Later pages had a larger number of blank lines. The pages with only one line, therefore, was the last page of the diary, and those with the blank spaces could be considered closer to the end. Ryoko's perseverance paid off, for she had already succeeded in restoring several volumes of Ogai's diary. As she read them, she feels despair draining her spirit, as it has so many times before. This cursed feeling of powerlessness that comes with knowing hidden truths. Those who have tasted it once shall be beaten down by it again and again until the day they die. All secrets are connected, after all. Once you have glimpsed even the tiniest fraction of the world's true face, you have no choice but to watch in horror as the veil rolls itself back inch by inch. All that remains is to wait for the day when insanity will crush your reason under its ever-mounting weight. I have succeeded in communicating with the organism. It shows enormous curiosity, and its intelligence is beyond doubt. See research notes for confirmed vocal patterns and body language. Its appetite for knowledge is insatiable, and its learning speed is off the charts. However, it exhibits absolutely no desire to be recognized as an individual. Its ego appears to be quite weak, suggesting a psyche wholly unlike that of a human. The speed of the organism's linguistic development is astounding. When I laughed at its mispronunciation, it immediately picked up the concept of puns. Ever since it's been employing its entire vocabulary in an attempt to find puns that will make me laugh. Perhaps in a few days' time, it will have learned enough language for us to communicate freely. The organism's command of spoken language is now sufficient to facilitate higher-level discourse. But though it has regaled me with questions all day, it remains unable to answer any of mine. Its replies suggest that it gained awareness only after materializing in this universe. It has no knowledge of where it came from. While I'm disappointed, the fact that it has reached this level of intelligence only 1 week after starting to think tells me that there is no end to what I can learn from it. Hypothesis: it's not a naturally occurring organism, but was created by an even more sophisticated sentient life form. This would explain why it has no ego yet possessed such a hunger for knowledge. It might be some sort of reconnaissance drone that was sent here from another world. Ryoko smiles humorously from the upteenth time since she started reading. How wonderful it would be if she could laugh the diary off as delusions of a madman or the work of a science fiction author. Alas, she knows far too much. When she thinks back to the many horrors that a guy brought into her life, the words before her take on chilling credibility. I've confirmed that the organism's brain power far surpasses any human's. This morning I thought about prime numbers after I explained the Lucas-Lemmer test for Mersenne primes. It immediately began to list examples that it had calculated in its head. I was only able to confirm by memory up to number 10, M89, but it continued to list further examples without any trouble. I left it to its calculations, then I returned a few hours later. I discovered that it had written down more than 70 of them. Computers all over the world are currently working to calculate Mersenne's primes. The last one I remember being found was the 39th back in 2001. When I entered several of the results in my laptop and ran the Lucas-Lemmer test on them, I found that every one was correct. The same is no doubt true of the rest. After all, the organism has never shown the pathological need for respect that would lead it to lie about its accomplishments. I see no reason to doubt its veracity. If I could reveal it to the world, an expedient method for discovering Mersenne's primes, the prize money would make me a billionaire, of course. Of course, my current research is worth far more than any sum of money. I must keep it secret. The organism's computational speed exceeds that of even the most powerful supercomputers. I can only conclude that its cognitive faculties are beyond anything humanity can imagine. As the organism's requests, we have begun a new field of study. Despite its immeasurable aptitude for mathematics, it now desires to concentrate on sociology, on the natural sciences. Perhaps our math problems are simply too elementary for it. It has shown especially keen interest in the means by which organisms reproduce and multiply. As it possesses nothing that could be called emotion, I hesitated to use this description. When I learned about DNA, it seemed somehow excited. In fact, the organism itself seemed surprised by its reaction. When asked about the nature of the impulse, the organism decided to label it instinct. If the description is indeed accurate, then this is extremely significant development. It would mean that there is a deeper level to its psyche than just the knowledge it has acquired since coming to this world. If I can use this discovery to trace its roots, I might be able to learn what it truly is. Note: candidates for the plane and world of the organism's origin are discussed in my writings on the Silver Key, filed separately. I spent the whole day carrying books into its room. Apparently, the organism is no longer satisfied by the knowledge I am able to impart. It should be able to surprise, considering its linguistic prowess, but the speed at which it consumes text is astounding. The diary continues for some time, chronicling the intimate relationship between Ogai and the organism. In the back of her mind, Ryoko imagines the old doctor climbing down the well in the middle of the night to hold congress with some inhuman creature in that bizarre laboratory. The image is disturbingly similar to the nightmares that have shattered the the silence of many nights with her screams. What follows, however, makes even her worst nightmares pale in comparison. The organism had made a very strange request. This is the first time it asked for anything other than food or reading materials. I can hardly believe it, but it wants to consume the sperm of living creatures. This is separate from its desire for food. Once again, it is describing this impulse as instinctive. Now that it has declared itself a life form that requires the seed of males, it has begun to identify itself as female. After today, I suppose I shall have to start calling the organism a she. Is the personality that she begins to exhibit really just an imitation created for her amusement? Ever since she started to immerse herself in our literature, she has been acting astonishingly human. She identifies herself as female and already possesses... Oh my god, water the boy. Thank you so much. Nice. Already possesses an enormous store of cultural knowledge as she's trying to create a human identity for herself based on these. I've seen her laugh, grow angry, and today she cried. Is she just copying our emotional displays? If not, then she is already... Is the soul something that any intelligent life form can acquire? I feel that I am witnessing something more mysterious than the genesis of life itself. Today is her birthday. Although it is a year late, I want to give her a special gift. Saya was the name of my mother's cat in childhood. She was my sole friend and my beloved. I decided long ago that I was... Sorry, I had to clear my throat. I decided long ago that if ever blessed with children, I would give this name to my daughter. Happy birthday, Saya. Let this be the name of your soul. You have earned it. The ability that Saya has discovered in herself is showing more extraordinary results each day. I have no doubt that she is a kind of artist. What exactly is it that she created in her body from the rat semen I gave her? At this point, I can only surmise that this type of retrovirus. It is a type of a retrovirus, a reverse transcriptase enzyme that creates exactly what she desires. The rats have been transformed by her art are so very beautiful now. The many enzymes secreted by her body and the various appendages she uses are discussed in detail by biological observations filed separately. Here I will say this. By witnessing Saya perform her operations on several rats, I have gained much confidence in my theory that her body is designed specifically to manipulate the biology of other organisms. Ryoko looks grimly at the still unsorted mountain of research notes. When she finally manages to separate those papers, she will probably have to find many other files mentioned in the diary. The guy's biological observations at the very least. She wants to look through those before facing the thing called Saya. Under no circumstance does she want to go into battle unprepared. She looks at her watch and sees it's already 7 in the morning. Assuming Tonokoji made no stops, he should be arriving in Tokyo about now. Now that it's too late, she wishes she'd stopped that stubborn fool from leaving, even if she had to shoot him in the leg to do it. Koji pulls up 2 blocks away from Sakisaka House and stares at the silent building. In the bright light of the morning, the house seems shrouded in dark miasma, like a black hole torn from its landscape. Is it just a figment of Koji's imagination? Every window is closed, offering no glimpse to the inside. Koji has no way of knowing whether Fuminori is home. A pedestrian walks his dog down the street, glancing back at Koji through the windshield after he passes by. Koji isn't surprised by the attention. He hasn't bathed or changed clothes since spending the night buried in mud, so he must look like a vagrant even inside the car. When he looks in the rearview mirror, he sees the haggard visage of a man with 1 foot in the grave staring back at him. It's hard to believe that the tired, unshaven face is really his. If he stays here for too long, someone might report him to the police. Better pull himself together and get moving. He drives slowly up to the front of Fuminori's house, quickly checks to make sure that no one is around and gets out of the car. Anyone who might be in the house probably already heard the sound of the engine. There's no point in worrying about that now. Koji swiftly walks through the gate and yard to the front door, puts his hand on the doorknob, forgoing the bell, this time for such The time for such pleasantries has passed. The door is unlocked, and the knob turns easily in his hand. He puts his ear to the door and listens for the sound of life. He's acting like a thief. He realizes with some shame, but has the least of his worries now. No sound from within. After checking the street again to make sure no one is looking, he quickly opens the door and disappears inside. An indescribable stink immediately assaults his nostrils. He's already prepared for anything. However, so rather than discourage him, the stench only sharpens his caution to a razor's edge. He has crossed this threshold many times in the past, and his memories of days spent here are still bright. So why? Why does he feel the same ominous, blood-chilling aura that permeated Ogai's home and cabin? Anger and sorrow seize Koji's heart, as though a dear friend grave has been defiled. Koji doesn't remove his shoes before entering. He knows why he's here, and it's not to be polite. Every storm shutter is closed, filling the house with gloom, and he can see nothing but pitch-black darkness through the open door in the hallway. He should have brought his flashlight from the car, he thinks ruefully, then remembers that he dropped that light when Fuminori attacked him. It's still lying in the backyard of the cabin in Tochigi. The house might be empty. Then again, it might not. Each particle of the air seems to be charged with silent menace. Is his enemy lurking somewhere in the darkness? It's not hard to imagine Fuminori waiting for a chance to take him by surprise and finish what the well failed to do. Koji walks down the first floor hallway, then climbs the stairs and checks the second floor too. He moves slowly and carefully, keeping his senses sharp, but feels nothing watching him from the shadows. After completing his rounds safely, he is convinced that the house is empty. He suddenly realizes that his right hand is touching the cold steel of the gun in his pocket. Did he intend to draw his weapon upon encountering Fuminori? Now that Koji thinks about it, his own actions seem mysterious to him. What is he planning to do when he meets Fuminori? Will he lay into him with curses and epithets? Will he force him to turn himself in, or will he? Koji shakes his head. This isn't the time for hopeless questions. If he keeps thinking, he'll stop moving. If he stops moving, fear will paralyze him forever. His only choice is to keep marching on. He has to close the distance to his prey. In any case, Fuminori isn't home. What form their union takes will probably be decided at the moment of their meeting. All Koji has to do is not hesitate when the time comes. Still, why does the whole house smell like stagnant water? It's been 3 months since Fuminori distanced himself from the friends. Just what kind of life has he been leading all this time? Koji enters the living room and feels along the wall for the light switch. The moment he flips it on, the answer to his question is revealed. What? How far has Fuminori gone? Koji realizes that this is the first time he has encountered Fuminori's insanity in visible form. From the dust piled in the corners of the room, it is clear that the paint was not applied recently. How many nights has Fuminori spent surrounded by this maddening array of colors? Why, if such obvious signs were available, why didn't Koji realize that something was wrong before it got this bad? Was he deaf to the dying screams of Fuminori's sanity? Was their friendship really so worthless? As he stands petrified in the unfamiliar living room, Koji directs his anger entirely at himself. If he could, he would like nothing more than to apologize to Fuminori for failing to keep him through to help him through his suffering. Koji feels like he might have been able to save his friend. Perhaps he's arrogant to think so. But if so, it is arrogance born of kindness. Koji passes through the living room and opens the sliding door that leads to the kitchen. When he enters, he finds that the most disturbing of the house's many stenches is strongest here. Blood. The room is redolent with the smell of countless layers of blood, grown stale over time. He peers into the well-used sink. Around the room, he sees faint brownish-red blotches that water alone couldn't rinse off. Even more obvious are the stains on the dish rag. Such stains are proof that the rag has been used and reused countless times. What could have been used on to make such a sickeningly burgundy color? Koji stares at the refrigerator next to the counter, as though it were a monster waiting to swallow him whole. He stands motionless until he's able to work up the courage simply to touch it. Then he steels himself, grabs the thick handle, and opens the door. First, he'll check the freezer, then the refrigerator. The freezer is packed with frozen meat of varying shapes and sizes, as each piece is wrapped slightly in frosted over plastic. You can't tell what kind of meat it is. The meat in the refrigerator, however, has already been thawed for consumption. For a while, I can only stare in disbelief at the 5 fingers beckoning at him from the back of the compartment. The long, slender fingers of a woman, their bluish tinge giving them the appearance of waxworks. Koji is unable to remember what Omi's hands look like, even though he has kissed her fingers countless times. When he finished crying after his conversation with Fuminori, Koji promised himself that he would not cry again, and in fact he does not. He regrets his decision, however. He indulged himself too early. He should have saved his soothing tears for the moment for now. He knows that truly nothing is sacred. Last his doubts about Fuminori have been utterly obliterated. Koji pulls a guy's revolver out from his pocket and wraps his hand around its grip like he would a charm. Its definite presence, its presence of merciful annihilation, is the only thing keeping his sanity intact. He will surely use it to kill Sakisaka Fuminori. Not for revenge, not for justice, but to make this world once more a place governed by reason. For that purpose alone, he must eliminate the anomaly. He breathes deep, exhales, then lifts his hands over his face and stares at his spread fingers. All right, he's not shaking. He's prepared to face his new objective. Koji sticks the revolver back into his pocket and pulls out his phone. Oh, shit. Let me save right here. Okay. So. I'll have him call Ryoko, I think. The ringing of her cell phone interrupts Ryoko's labors. When she sees the caller is Tonokoji, she unwittingly breathes a sigh of relief. This is Tambo. What is it? I've searched Fuminori's house. Even over the phone, Ryoko can hear the change in Koji's tone. Is the dull, flat voice of someone who's had all the energy beaten out of him. Fuminori has murdered people. He's killed too many people to count, and he's eating them. Oh my god, Water the Boy, thank you so much. His first steps into Ryoko's world have already brought him face to face with something particularly gruesome. In consideration of his probable state of mind, she decides to say nothing. Omi is dead, Koji continues. Tsukuba too, probably. Doctor, I was wrong. The fact that you're still alive to make this call means you haven't made a fatal mistake yet, Ryoko says, praising Koji in her own way. Whether he is comforted or not is up to him. Anyway, don't screw up this time. Do nothing until I return. What we're dealing with here isn't going down easy. Their understanding of Saya deepening by the hour, Ryoko is able to make this declaration with new confidence. Fushinari already knows I'm alive. I didn't tell him who rescued me, but he's definitely on guard. I see. Koji's actions were rash. There's no point regretting them now. The more proactive approach would be to use the pressure that he placed on Fuminori. Ryoko's involvement is still a secret. That makes her a wild card, depending on how she plays it. This advantage could be decisive. Have you found anything?
まだ十分な量とは言えない
Not enough yet, Ryoko answers, glancing sidelong at the loose leaf pages still scattered across the table.
そうだね
Let's see.
夜までに
I'll
は
wrap
目処
this
を
up by
つけて
evening and return to
やは
Tokyo
り
around
東京
midnight.
に戻ろうそれまで君は余計な
You stay out of trouble until then.
おとなしくし
Got it? Yes. The lack of emotion in Koji's voice is actually reassuring to Ryoko. He's a machine now, able to do whatever it takes to accomplish a single goal: the extermination of Sakisaka Fuminori. He's even willing to accept help from Ryoko, whose principles hardly meshed with his. A praiseworthy change, indeed. After Ryoko hangs up, she gloomily counts the stacks of loose leaf that still need to be restored. There's no time left. She'll only be able to get the general picture. If she has to go into battle with only fragmentary knowledge, there's one thing she must decipher: the guy's biological reports, which should contain information on the strengths and weaknesses of the organism called Saya. All she can do now is pray for luck as she dives back into the mountains of paper. Today was the first time I've driven since my accident last summer. The proposition was always too dangerous to consider, given my inability to recognize roads and cars. Things have changed, however, in the 3 months I've had to adapt to my condition. I know what cars and pedestrians look like now, and even though I can't exactly see colors, I've learned to decipher lights and turn signals. I still can't read street signs, of course. Nevertheless, I managed to make it safely to our destination with Saya and Yo in the back seat. It was Saya who came up with the idea for our new hideout, an abandoned building she discovered while living with Dr. Ogai. In these hilly suburban residential areas, it's not hard to find thick patches of underdeveloped forest just off the beaten path. Saya's old playground is located in one such secluded area, unaffected by the flow of everyday life. It used to be a privately operated sanatorium hidden among the silent trees. After the owners went bankrupt, it remained unsold and eventually forgotten. After I left Saya and Yo at the hideout, I returned to town to make some preparations. Now I'm finally back to our new refuge. I liked this ruin from the moment I saw it. The mountains of construction materials and garbage litter the front yard, forming a serviceable barricade. This place looks even more likely to receive unwanted attention than our house. Since my brain sees humans as revolting monsters, places they've been tend to stink or as they're covered in filthy slime. Ruins like these, long empty of life, are the place I find the most restful.
ただいま
I'm back, I call out, and let them know I'm not a stranger. Then I go down the basement where they're hiding.
おかえりなさい。車平気だった？
Welcome back. Were you okay with the car?
もう全然問題ない
It was no problem at
一
all.
方通行の
I figured out how to tell which roads are one way, as long as I keep my
スピー
speed
ドさえ
down.
出さなければ
There's nothing to worry
どこ
about.
を走っても大丈夫
So, how are things
ね
here?
そっちは
一通り調べたけど、
I took a look around. As I thought, there's no sign of anyone been here since I found this place.
ここ
It's safe.
そうか
I see.
ならいいんだけど
Let's hope it stays that way. I'm a little worried about this abandoned building. Could become a hangout for a biker gang or homeless people.
多分表に
It's probably because of all the trash piled out front. Most people won't get anywhere near that.
普通の人間
Don't you think?
うーん
I guess. Doesn't bother me at all. I rather like it, in fact. But of course, normal people would feel differently.
で、文則の買い物
So, how was your shopping?
いいの見つかった？
Did you find something good?
もちろん
I sure did. I proudly unwrapped the weapon I brought from a camping goods store. A 1-meter long wood axe, the biggest and sturdiest I could find. He looks so tired.
刃渡り15センチ以上
I like how this was right next to a sign saying the long knives are illegal. Seems like you could do way more damage with one of these.
お笑いだよね。
I grip the axe with both hands, testing its dependable weight, then swing it like a baseball bat. The deadly steel blade swoops through the air, right where a person's neck would be. Yo, who's sprawled out on the floor, flinches at the sound, curls herself into a ball.
切れ味とかどう？イオで試
How sharp is it? Want to test it on Yo?
それはちょっと。
I don't think that's a good idea. I definitely wasn't expecting Saya to suggest anything so brutal.
心配いらないよ。今のような体だったら刃物
You don't need to worry. Her new body can heal pretty easily from cuts and such.
いや、それにし
But
た
I'm
って
sure
痛
it'll
いよ
hurt.
そっか。
Oh,
うん
yeah,
そうだ
I
ね。
guess you're right. You must have slipped her mind completely. She smiles at the oblivious Yo as if to hide her embarrassment, then says,
でもさ、
But her screams are pretty adorable, don't you think?
いや、
Well, that just wouldn't feel right, using an axe on a human.
そうなの？
Really? Then what about Koji?
そりゃだって。
That's easy. Should be obvious, but I guess Saya still doesn't
や
understand.
つは僕には人間に見え
I
ない
don't see him as human.
キロが潰
I'll
そう
have no
な
trouble
平気
cutting
な
him
も
to
んさ。
pieces.
うーん。
That really makes a
違
difference?
うんだ。
そうさ。
Yeah.
人間には
Humans have a
良心がある
conscience, you see.
どんなに憎い人
No
間
matter
で
how
あろう
much you
と
hate someone, you can't help but think twice about killing
ブレー
them.
キがかかるもんだ。
And that's how I'll win.
そこが僕のし
本当に？
Really? Saya seems awfully subdued. I guess she's concerned about what'll happen when I have it out with
体格
Koji.
じゃあいつが上だし
He's bigger and stronger, so I might not have much chance against him in a straight up fight. That's just slaying a monster to me. What's just slaying a monster to me is murder to him. This is big. He'll definitely hesitate when it counts.
なんだか不安なんだよね。
I'm a little worried, Saya says softly, staring at the floor with unusual gravity.
じゃないって
You'd never be sure how someone will react. It's dangerous to rely on that. She raises her head and looks straight at me.
ねえ
Don't you think it'd be better if I
やっぱり
hunted?
後ろ買った方が良くない？
I appreciate Saya's consideration, even though it could be interpreted as a lack of faith in me. She's still putting my safety above hers. Nevertheless, I can't accept her heartfelt suggestion.
サヤの腕力だとさ
With your strength, you might be able to overpower a girl like Yo, but I think it'd be hard for you to take down a guy.
男を相手には厳しいと思
The
う
bitter memory of Saya's rape is still fresh in my mind. Saya falls silent for a moment, seeming to understand what I'm thinking, but then comes right back to that stubbornly press her case.
でもね、あのおじさん
My
も
first attack went
最
fine
初の
though.
不意打ちは
Most humans go limp as soon as they see me.
病院だってそうだった。
It was the same in the hospital. You were the only one who could talk to me.
文則だ。
Hmm,
ま
I guess you have
あ
a
それ
point.
も一理あるかもな
I can't imagine it personally, but I suppose it's possible that Saya's appearance is shocking enough to make someone lose their nerve. Suzume was able to gain an advantage because he had the same condition as me, which let him see Saya as a cute girl. Fear doesn't necessarily make people weaker, however. Depending on the situation, it can even send someone into a berserk rage, make them hard to put down. In other words, such a tactic would be the same sort of gamble that Saya is worried about.
じゃあさサヤ
Alright, Saya,
こういう
how
の
about
は
this?
どうだろうか
I tell Saya the new plan that had just popped in my head. A gloomy frown turns into a bright smile.
それめえ
That's so perfect. You're so smart, Fuminori.
何もそこ
Oh, stop. It's not exactly a great plan, but I guess the fact it lessens the risk to me is enough to excite her. She's so easy to please, but that's part of what makes her so cute.
やん。で、いつ頃来るの？コウジさん。
So, when's Koji coming?
わからない
Oh no.
いずれやつ
The
の
call
方が
sooner or
わかる
later,
だろ
and then I'll lure him here and finish him.
うそしたらここに誘い出してして
Koji will come. I know that he won't leave us alone. We could just keep running now that we've started, but I want to eliminate Koji as soon as possible. Therefore, when he contacts me, I intend to meet with him, unless it's an obvious trap.
せっかく人間一人分の肉が仕入れられるのに。
We're finally gonna get more human meat.
腐らせ
Too
て
bad it's just going to rot without a refrigerator.
他の動物を誘う餌にできないか
Why don't we use it to trap other animals? It could be bait for stray cats or crows.
それ危ないよ。
That's too dangerous. If an animal gets away with the meat, someone might find it and wonder where it came from.
そっか
Good point.
それもそうだ
Humans are extremely dangerous, and their filthy, stinking bodies make me sick just by being nearby. Ironically, however, nothing tastes better than their meat. I truly regret having to abandon our well-stocked fridge. The forest around here is full of animals. I don't think we'll have any trouble finding food.
3人分だよ
We have 3 months to
大丈
feed.
夫かい
We have three mouths to feed. Are you sure? Leave it to me. I may not look it, but I'm a pretty good hunter. I'll be sure to keep us well fed.
そうかじゃあ
Okay.
今日からはさやが
Looks like you're gonna be breadwinner of the family. Saya giggles happily at the phrase. I find these childish qualities very adorable. I wonder how long we'll be able to relax this time. Because of the casual way she says it. Oh my god, water the boy and fix that spine. Goodness. Ugh. Spine fixed. Little bit of water. Ah. Fix it. Appreciate left and live. Because of the casual way she says it, I almost miss the emptiness to which her question
ど
leads.
のぐらいかな
Saya's right. You've been going on for 6 hours. Remember to take a break, get some food at some point. I'm probably gonna. I think I'm probably just gonna finish the game at this point. Cause I'm not. I don't think I'm. I think it's like rounding the corner. I think. So we'll find out. But I'm holding up pretty well, all things considered. Thank you for the concern, though. Saya's right. This won't last forever. No matter how safe this hideout might seem, we will have to abandon it eventually. The slightest mistake could put our life together in jeopardy. Just like when I failed to silence Koji. Some dumb kids might decide that this old ruin is a good place to test their courage. This land might be targeted for new development. In order to be together with Saya, I have chosen to live apart from society. We'll never find lasting peace in this world, teeming with humans, unless we somehow escape from it.
長い旅だと思えばいいさ
Think of it like going on a journey, just the two of us. I pull Saya into my arms and fold my hands around her slender shoulders, then whisper,
どうせ人生なんて旅
Life is like a journey anyway. Nothing stays the same
永遠に
forever.
変わらん時の流れを見送るか自分自身が流れていくかそれだけの違いだよ
The only difference is whether time passes you by or sweeps you up in its flow. I guess you're right. Saya smiles softly, and perhaps in resignation, perhaps in sadness. Either way, there's peace and contentment in our expression. But we'll be together, so I'm not lonely. You're not lonely either, are you? No. I have no regrets. As long as I can hold Saya in my arms, I will gladly pay any price. And besides, she adds brightly, trying to cheer me up, one day we won't have to hide anymore. I can promise you that. It sounds like a fairy tale, but for some reason she sounds absolutely certain. That day might be tomorrow, or it might be far off in the future. It's my first time, so even I don't know when the sign will come. I'm a little scared. I have no idea what Saya's prophetic words mean, but this isn't the first time she said or done something mysterious. She's performed any number of miracles already.
僕らにも
So there's hope for us, too. Yes, she says with a cheerful nod. It'll be my last present to you, Fuminori. My first and final duty. The hands of his watch move with agonizing slowness, as though counting down to the end of the world. In the hours since contacting Ryoko, Koji went back to his apartment, showered, changed clothes, and even had his first full meal in days. He wanted to take a nap, knowing that he needed the rest, but no matter how hard he tried, sleep never came. Forcing himself to relax only made his nerves colder and sharper. With nothing else to do, he decides to wander the city until nightfall. Downtown Tokyo is bustling, surrounded by smiling pedestrians, bright lights and windows decorated early for Christmas. He feels as if all the happiness in the world has been gathered in this very place. Koji takes it all in, burning it into his memory like it's the last thing he'll ever see. Is the world so beautiful because of the horrors that lurk in its shadows? The glow of the city can no longer warm him. Perhaps that's why it seems so precious. Koji watches the city for hours. It feels unreachably distant, like reading the obituary of someone you loved long ago. His phone rings at 8 p.m. It's Ryoko. Their conversation is short. She hangs up as soon as they decide where to meet. And so ends Tono Koji's final night of peace. Ryoko arrives at the diner at 1 a.m. Diner at 1 a.m., 1 hour later than agreed upon. She has a heavy-looking duffel bag under her arm. Koji doesn't feel like asking what the bulges represent. Sorry, I had a lot to get together. Ryoko doesn't sound all that apologetic, but Koji decides to just nod expressionlessly. Only a few tables are filled at this hour, like lonely islands in the midst of a vast restaurant. After sending the bleary-eyed waitress away with an order for 2 coffees, Koji and Ryoko are left all alone in a corner of the dining area. Oh, another CV. So, did you find what you were looking for? Koji asked bluntly while sipping dutifully from his 3rd cup of watery, tasteless coffee. I'd like to think, but I didn't make you wait for nothing at least. Though I'm still not sure of anything. I think Fuminori is under a lot of stress. I left him hanging for a day since I told him I'd call. Do you really think you have him on edge? His reaction to the name Saya was very clear. In the silence that follows, Koji tries to soothe his parched throat with another mouthful of weak coffee. I see, Ryoko mutters. So it is Saya. It's obvious that her grimace isn't for the coffee. You know, don't you? You know what this Saya is. Ryoko tries to ignore Koji's question by nursing her coffee, but that only works until the cup is empty. Staring at the brown stain at the bottom of her cup, Ryoko says, her voice hard and flat. You were foolish enough to ignore my warning once. But I'm just as stubborn as you, so I'm going to say this one more time. Go home, Tono, and forget everything that's happened. You really are stubborn, Koji replies, smiling bitterly instead of glaring at her like he did before. Are you saying that I still haven't crossed the line separating me from you and Fuminori? You still haven't seen the most damning part of all this. As far as you're concerned, Ryoko continues with a disparaging smirk, your best friend in the whole world suddenly went crazy and became a cannibal. That's all this thing is to you, isn't it? That's all? The things that Fuminori has done so horrifying that Koji's only recourse, his only hope of coping is to kill the man who was once his friend, yet despite that, Ryoko makes his nightmare sound like just the beginning. Koji still doesn't understand where her morbid cynicism comes from, nor does he want to. You say there's something more, but aren't you just imagining it? See, that's how I know your wounds are still shallow. Her brusque tone says that she doesn't care whether or not Koji is satisfied with her explanation. If you back out now, they'll probably heal. Given time, you haven't crossed the final line yet. Koji considers Ryoko's words calmly, without letting himself get emotional like before. The final line. True, Fuminori is somewhere beyond that. Although Koji has gone far enough to be willing to kill Fuminori, he has no intention of eating his enemy's flesh once he's dead. That, at least, still separates the two. Then what about Ryoko, who has treated Koji like an ignorant fool ever since she saved him from the well? How close is she to Fuminori? You're saying your wounds are deeper than mine? In response to Koji's biting question, Ryoko's mocking smile turns inward. This gun was my father's, you know. Ryoko pats one of her duffel bag's bulges. The hunting club kicked him out when he disappeared from his locker. I feel bad about that. My parents were always proud of me. They probably never suspected that I was the one who took it. So you had a good reason for taking it.
いいや全然
No. Not at all. Her quick denial isn't what Koji was
その
expecting.
頃にはもう王外のこと
At the
は
time, Ogai was
知
mess
っていた
at the time that Ogai mess had already ended. At least, that's what I thought.
奴は姿を消
He'd
した
vanished
きり
without a trace, and I was sure I'd never see him
もう二度
again.
と私のこの銃で何か
I
を
didn't steal
撃とう
this
と
gun because I needed to shoot someone.
じゃあなぜ
And why?
眠れなかったんだ
Because I couldn't sleep.
ただ
That's all.
それだけ
Ryoko pauses, perhaps needing time to decide how to best explain.
それまでは
Until then, she continues, choosing words carefully. I was sleeping with a machete next to my
一
bed.
人で部屋にいるの
I
が
couldn't
辛い
stand being alone at night, you see.
どんなに世界が底抜けにめちゃくちゃ
I need to know that no
にな
matter
っても
what horrors this world might
悲
hold,
鳴を上げて逃げ回る
still had some power
私
against the
を
madness.
自分にそう納得させるた
I
め
needed a weapon I could count on. Koji doesn't know what to say. He's amazed, impressed even, that someone with such a serious case of delusional paranoia could function as one of T University's top doctors.
でもそれじゃ大した
It didn't work though. My nightmares kept on getting worse.
安眠するには
The machete just wasn't enough to let me sleep peacefully. That's when I stole my father's
こん
gun.
な風に重心を詰めるとね
By cutting the barrel down like this, the shot spreads over a wider area and causes more damage. I hear that even in America, carrying a sawed-off shotgun is a crime. But when this gun's sitting in the back of my closet, I was finally able to sleep. One night out of 3, that is. At this point, Ryoko seems to have gotten everything off her chest, smiling like someone has just finished a hard job. She adds, "A gun's a great thing to have. You know, it really is. You can use it to blow your enemies away, and if that doesn't work, you can always stick it in your mouth and pull the trigger." Doctor, you need help. Thanks for the honest opinion. You won't be able to talk like that for much longer, though. Not if you go any further. Koji's already doubtful that meeting with Ryoko was the right thing to do. The one thing that he and Ryoko have in common is an unwillingness to leave Fuminori to the proper authorities. Fuminori not only killed Koji's lover and friend, but even went so far as to defile their corpse. Koji isn't about to give him the chance to get off on an insanity plea. No matter what crimes he must commit, Koji will end Fuminori with his own 2 hands. If he doesn't, he knows that he will never sleep again. It helps to have a partner in crime, but only when that partner doesn't cause trouble. Ryoko talks big about exposing Ogai's secrets, but she might just have a head full of delusions. If so, Koji needs to rethink this whole thing. If you're telling me to leave this to you, Koji says with unflappable determination, then please give me some reason to trust you. Prove to me that there's a reason for you to be so obsessed with the guy. Show me what he did. So you're determined to go all the way. Oh well. Ryoko smirks and shakes her head ruefully, but puts up no further resistance. She pulls up a stack of paper from her bag and hands it to Koji. The loose-leaf sheets are bound with a string. After you read one line, it continues the same line on the next page. Anyways, just skim it. As directed, Koji looks through the handwritten pages and gives up after less than 3 minutes. Is this a draft for a horror novel or something? I didn't think Ogai had such childish hobbies. Koji deliberately scoffs at the document, doing everything he can to show contempt for what he just read. At the same time, he tries desperately not to remember the mountain of bones in a guy's bathtub that is unidentifiable, and the unidentifiable smell permeating the Fuminori's house. The specimens that Ogai brought to the hospital 1 year ago were just as unbelievable, Ryoko says, coldly ignoring Koji's disdain. Apparently, he continued his research in secret, using our supplies without permission. But he made a mistake and was discovered. That's when things got crazy. Judging by the equipment he was trying to use, he meant to treat his experiment as a P3 level biohazard. To be honest, even that might not have been sufficient for what he was dealing with. He should have evacuated the nearby civilians, but the big shots did their thing, made the whole mess disappear. In exchange, we were left with the task of exterminating every single rat on campus, including the things that used to be rats. At their first meeting, Ryoko brushed Koji off when he asked about Ogai and Masahiko. Now, however, she was telling the whole story, her voice as flat and emotionless as a machine's. In the end, everyone gave up trying to explain what had happened. No one could figure out where this materials had come from, or what they were. In retrospect, they did the wise thing. They knew how to keep the line between reality and fantasy where it should be. I, unfortunately, was not so wise. Ryoko pauses for a moment and then grins with self-disdain so maniacal that it strikes Koji like a blow. I searched everywhere for a guy, flushed him out, and finally learned what he'd been doing. I found the people he'd been dealing with and who encouraged him to perform his experiments. That's when I started sleeping with a machete. I had learned just how absurd, how hollow, how worthless our precious reason is. As though fleeing from the quiet insanity that he keeps glimpsing in Ryoko, Koji finds himself paging through the loose leaf in his hands. He reads a little at random. The organism's flesh is not fibrous, but reticulated. Put simply, it's an extremely tough substance that expands and contracts, not in one direction, but in all directions. This means that slashing or piercing damage has very little effect. Since the flesh can contract in any direction freely, any wound would be sealed instantly. It's nonsense. What else can it be? If he lets himself believe it, then everything else, all the logical rules that define the world, will be rendered meaningless. Do you believe what's in this, Doctor? I lost any reason to doubt it a long time ago. Ryoko reaches into her duffel bag again, this time removing a stainless steel thermos, looked to be about 500 cc's of liquid. This is the secret weapon that let us defeat Saya. It was a pain to get, but it should work like a charm. I can't take this anymore, Koji snaps, no longer able to disguise his frustration. I don't care what Saya is, all I care about killing Fuminori. I can't leave this to you. I see. Now that she's given up on persuading him, her assessment is swift and cold. At the moment, Koji's fate has likely ceased to matter to her. Alright then, you do everything you can to take Sakisaka down. I'll take advantage of the opening you create. I won't get in your way, and I'll even take care of the things when you screw up. Despite the determination in her voice, Koji can't bring himself to trust the paranoid doctor completely. Do you have a reason to kill Fuminori? I like things neat and tidy. I can't stand people like him who lurk outside of the world, like cockroaches in your bedroom. Can you sleep with them scuttling underneath your pillow? The moment I find one, I kill one and stamp it out, all of its trace of existence. I have to, for the sake of my mental well-being. Her reasons are similar to Koji's own. He doesn't want to bring a murderer to justice, nor does he want revenge for Ominyo. If he did, he could have left everything to the police. The reason he can't is just the villain Fuminori. The villain is Fuminori. The man he believed was his friend has turned the whole world upside down. Everything and everyone with a part in this madness is to blame, and that includes himself for allowing the betrayal. His self-loathing, his desire to destroy, is what's keeping him on his feet. Okay, let's move in for the checkmate. Go ahead and call Sakisaka out. Koji nods, pulls out his cell phone, and calls his friend for what will probably be the last time. The call goes through quickly. Fuminori must have been waiting for it. Sorry to keep you waiting, Fuminori. I've finished my preparations. Koji, where are you? Fuminori must have been quite anxious to hear from Koji. His voice is hard and completely emotionless. Let's just say I'm right behind you. Koji can't help but smile at Fuminori's disappointment. Perhaps Ryoko's maniacal sadism has rubbed off on him. Well, have you decided to let Tsukuba go? Yeah. I suppose I have no choice. He's lying, Koji thinks, remembering the contents of Fuminori's refrigerator. Just what part of Yo did you eat, huh? Did you carve that poor girl up like a pig? Bring your evidence along with the files you gathered. When I'm satisfied that they're the real thing, I'll hand Yo over. Fine. Where? First, come to Y Station on the O-line. When I'm sure that you're alone, I'll tell you the exact location. You're being awfully careful. No tricks. You have 45 minutes. Fuminori hangs up without waiting for Koji's response.
俺が単独なのを確認するまで
He won't tell me his location until he's sure I'm alone.
ただの医大生にしちゃここ
Not bad for a medical student. I'm impressed. Ryoko's praise sounds serious, strong glare from Koji.
私の車はここに置いていこ
We'll leave my car here.
トノーク
Is your trunk big enough for me to fit inside?
大丈夫ですが
Yeah, but
正気ですか
oh, you see this?
映画の見過ぎですよ
You've seen too many movies.
そんじょそこいらの映画
This adventure is more dangerous than anything you've seen in a movie. With those bold words, Ryoko grabs her duffel bag and rises from her seat.
でこの店を待ち合
Weren't you the one who chose to meet here?
そうですが
Yeah.
何か
Why?
コーヒーの責任
Take responsibility for the coffee, she says, and tosses him the check. Even after Koji arrived at Y Station as directed, Fuminori calls him and makes him change location 3 more times. Koji's beginning to doubt that Fuminori is watching. He might just be using the time to guess when Koji arrives at each designated location. Nevertheless, Koji can't let his guard down. Fuminori might choose any moment to make sure that he's alone. If he makes a mistake and puts Fuminori on alert, Ryoko will lose her chance to take him by surprise. She'll just have to put up with a cramped trunk for a little while longer. After the nature preserve and the dry riverbed, and the 4th location to which Fuminori sends Koji is the thick forest at the top of the foothills, high above the developed area at the base. His car's GPS shows a road that leads nowhere, but according to Fuminori, there should be an old abandoned sanatorium there. The park and river were empty this late at night, but during the day would likely have considerable traffic. This time, however, his instinct is telling him that it's definitely a place that no one could find, not even by accident. It looks like this is the final stop. Koji drives with the steep incline, soon leaving the residential neighborhood behind. Even through the hands of progress are right at its doorstep. The underdeveloped forest is darker than he expected. This looks like a great place to live in secret, or to kill someone and hide the body. Places like this, lost and forgotten, aren't found only in deep jungles and hidden valleys. Holes in the world are everywhere, even in the midst of civilization. Drink some water. My initial plan was to, once I was done this section, go back and finish the other one, but that might get its own little mini stream because my throat is beginning to run on empty, but I do want to at least get to the end of this plotline. A broken down gate post suddenly appears in Koji's headlights, like a ghost riding from the darkness. It looks like this is the final stop. He rolls up to the gate and turns off the engine, giving himself to the silence of the forest. His phone starts ringing almost immediately. He doesn't need to check who it's from.
着いたぞ
I'm here. Yeah, I heard you. Welcome to my new home. Minori is nearby, close enough to hear the sound of the engine. A shiver of excitement shoots up Koji's spine. Come inside. Yo's waiting. Fuminori hangs up without another word. After grabbing his new flashlight from the glove compartment and checking that the revolver is still in his pocket, Koji opens the door, making sure to pop the trunk in exactly the same time. Ryoko shouldn't need any more explanation than that. Realizing that the interior roof light will stay on broadcast the trunk isn't closed, Koji quickly unscrews the bulb, then gets out of the car, and deliberately slams the driver's side door hard. Mountains of trash litter the front yard, forming a serviceable barricade. Koji sees everything from small refrigerators and mopeds to huge chunks of concrete and plaster that have been abandoned by construction workers. The fact they can get away with leaving all this stuff behind shows just how remote this place is. Glancing sidelong to the rear of his car, Koji sees no movement inside the barely open trunk. Ryoko knows what she's doing. She'll probably wait until Fuminori's attention is focused on Koji before making her move. The moon is brighter than usual, allowing Koji to walk through the front yard without tripping on debris. Staying alert, he heads through the building beyond the mountains of trash. Something must be buried underneath a pile of garbage, because the whole yard is filled with this sharp stink of chemicals. Even the homeless probably wouldn't come to this place. If you need to get out of the wind and rain, there are plenty of shelters more suitable. When he reaches the gaping, doorless entrance of the building, Koji glances back the way he came. His car parked at the gate is hidden behind the mountain of trash. Even if Fuminori is watching from the inside of the sanatorium, he shouldn't be able to see Ryoko crawl out of the trunk. It looks like she got her chance to be taken by surprise. How many times now has he stood like this, alone in some ominously silent place far removed from his everyday life? Sneaking into the deathly quiet houses, to find traces of unimaginable happenings to become as normal as going to class. The house that he explored before were like freshly shed cicada shells, empty and dilapidated, but with traces of the life they had sheltered. This place, however, is different. A perfect ruin. Its walls and pillars rising from the darkness, from the dark forest like an army of ghosts, with no sign at all that people once lived and worked here. The structure resembles a skeleton more than a shell. Time and the elements have stripped of its former shape, and now there's only death. Koji has gone as far as he can. This must be the final stop. What will Fuminori's next move be? He must be planning to kill Koji, but how? Just as he's about to turn on his flashlight, Koji reconsiders. If he wanders around without the lights on, he'll be broadcasting his exact location. That'll give the advantage to Fuminori, who's probably lying to wait for him right now. He holds the light before him in his hand with the fingers pressed on the switch. Poised on the switch. In his right hand, he raises the revolver, keeping it pointed in the same direction. Now ready to fire when he turns on the light, Koji steps quietly into the dark ruin. It takes a while for his eyes to adjust, but even when they do, he is in only moonlight, streaming through empty windows to guide him. Everything appears gray and indistinct. However, Fuminori has to deal with the same conditions if he's hiding here. This is a battle of nerves, exhausting and deadly. Where the first to make the sound and give away his position will lose. The room on both sides of the hallway are open. Some are even missing their doors. Koji creeps up to each entrance, checks to make sure no one is inside, and then carefully proceeds on. To think that he noticed in the garden. The stink that he noticed in the garden has changed. Now it smells more organic, like rotting meat. It's the exact same smell that filled Fuminori's house. The organism's flesh freely expands in a manner that renders piercing damage meaningless. 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 Koji grits his teeth and forces the madman's word out of his head. What good can come from taking them seriously? This isn't the time for such useless squish. Koji freezes and stares down the hall. It was a wet sound that he heard just now, like someone dragging their feet through the swamp, and it came from the rooms at the end of the hall. Something is there. Something alive. Koji creeps toward the sound, his light and gun at the ready. Squish, squish. Now it sounds like someone squeezing mud through their fingers, and as it gets closer, Koji begins to hear breathing. Could it be Fuminori? No, that's impossible. He should be waiting for a chance to ambush Koji, not making careless noise. As he processes the strange sound coming through the cracks in the concrete, the sound coming through the cracks in the concrete walls grow clearer. Before he knows it, he is standing on the threshold. The room is filled with a thick, viscous darkness, just like every other room that he's passed. There's more than just darkness, however. Something is there. He can hear pained breathing, like that of a wounded animal. That sounds like sobbing. Sobbing. Who's there? Koji whispers into the darkness. Now that he's given away his position, he might as well turn on his light. For some reason, however, Koji feels to do so would have disastrous consequences. The last time I heard her voice on the phone, she was sobbing. The wheezing suddenly stops. And then a whisper comes out of the darkness, though not a human voice, not by any measure. It speaks some blasphemous semblance of human words. A nightmarish flash of insight connects the dots in Koji's mind. Tsukuba. It can't be. Yo doesn't sound like this. She doesn't smell like this. Please, Koji, kill me. But if it's not Yo, then how does it know his name? Why is it begging him for help? No, it can't be Yo. She's human, not some creature that slithers and hides in the shadows. It hurts. His body always hurts. Save me, Koji. The thing wriggles closer. His reason cries out, imploring him to switch on the light before it's too late, or to turn and run if he cannot. But Koji's unable to make either choice. He can only call out in vain to the amorphous shape in the darkness. Is it you, Tsukuba? Is it really you? Let me die. No. More. Please. Oh, thank you so much for the water, the boy. With that, I'm out of water. Something soft and slimy slides over Koji's toes. Instinct overrides his will, forcing him to turn on his light and shine at his feet. The white beam reveals everything. The merciless truth that finally shatters Koji's sanity. Terror wipes his mind of all but two words, gun and trigger. His finger responds with instant obedience. There's an explosion of light and sound, both more intense than he anticipated, and the destructive forces that are swallowed up by the darkness. His ears are still ringing from the bang, but he hears a weak voice coming from the shadows. It hurts. Koji screams and pulls the trigger again and again, certain that salvation can come only from the barrel of his gun. That's all his bullets. Latent darkness, explosion, and silence, they dance before him 3 more times. Koji doesn't even need to aim. The horrible creature is right at his feet, far too close to miss. Ryoko warned him how many bullets would be left in the gun, but that information is already driven from his mind. Even after the cold, heavy gloom wraps itself around him once more, Koji keeps pulling the trigger like a man possessed, paying no heed to the clicking of the empty weapon. His panic-stricken legs give out, sending him down hard on his backside. Even then, he keeps firing the empty gun. He knows no other way to erase the memory of the thing that he glimpsed in the beam of his flashlight. The light, which fell from his hands during the attack, is now pointing in a different direction. And though all 4 bullets must have hit their target, they were Koji's last card to play, which leaves him alone in the darkness with no way to defend himself. And just as he realizes this, a mass of rotting flesh rolls over him like a tidal wave. It hurts. He can no longer even scream as the thing pushes him onto his back. Its fear seizing his throat in his iron grip, Koji struggles desperately against the monster and crawls up his back towards his face. Covering his face with his left hand, he scrabbles wildly along the floor with his right, searching for a way out that doesn't exist. His mind is that of a feral animal, empty of anything but primal terror. And that is why, when his right hand closes around something hard at the last moment, he recognizes it instinctively as a weapon. Putting every ounce of strength into his arm, Koji swings the heavy object, the creature on top of him. You hear the thud of a blunt object striking something soft and wet, and when Koji's attacker rolls off him. As soon as he's able to move again, Koji leaps to his feet and grabs his new weapon with both hands, brandishing it like a charm to ward off evil. Only now does he realize that he's holding a rusty steel pipe. The monster is still sobbing. With a cry that is part scream, part roar, Koji raises the steel pipe and brings it crashing down on the cowering creature. He hears a wet sound and feels the blood-chilling sensation of its thick, soft flesh absorbing the blow. He's combined to invoke an instinctive loathing that wipes his mind
of all but the urge to destroy. Consumed by the same desperation with which he kept firing the empty gun, Koji rains blow after blow down on his enemy. After the 10th blow, it stops sobbing. After the 20th blow, it stops moving. And after the 30th blow, it begins to feel and sound more and more like it's beating a puddle of viscous liquid. Koji doesn't stop thrashing the creature until he recovers enough of his senses to realize that whatever it might have been before is now nothing but a corpse. The pipe in his hand, covered with unidentifiable fluids and filth, suddenly feels unbearably heavy. You still haven't seen the most damning part of all of this. Ryoko's voice played back in Mare's head. And at least he knows how merciful her warning was. Now that his eyes are as open as hers, he's able to laugh in contempt of his own foolishness. 20 years of memories in the light of the sun, if they were indeed precious to him, and he should have never come to this place. The black flames of despair rise within him, consuming fear and revulsion and pity. Only rage and hate remain. Every cell in his body cries out for vengeance, for the body of the man who poisoned him with truth and tore from him the womb of his innocence. And then Koji, slave to hate, hears the sound of someone sneaking up behind him. Koji will swing the pipe with all his force he can muster. His enemy hastily leaps back to avoid the strike, surprised by his failure to catch Koji off guard. Twisted shadows dance with the beam of light on the floor. Readying his pipe for the next blow, Koji faces off against the second attacker. Sakisaka Fuminori. Before the moment, Koji could have never imagined that he would ever speak his friend's name with such hatred. Hey there. That was a pretty heavy swing just now. You trying to kill me or something? Even now, Fuminori is smiling, as though the huge axe in his hands is just a sick joke. Damn, Koji, I thought you'd hesitate. You thought I'd hesitate? Against you? Koji sneers too, unable to contain his contempt for the notion. How did you kill Omi, you piece of shit? What'd you do to Tsukuba? After all this, you expect me to think twice about killing you? That's my line, Koji, Fuminori growls, looking sadly at the pile of dead flesh at Koji's feet. I wish you such a horrible thing to you. Make sure you suffer before I kill you. The blade of Fuminori's axe carves the mortar's arc through the darkness, glittering menacingly in the faint light coming from the floor. Koji raises his pipe to block the ferocious swing. The heavy impact numbs his arms. His large frame takes his blow without giving any ground. Fuminori presses the attack, delivering a second blow, a third. His axe, designed for chopping down trees, is deadlier and more durable than the piece of pipe Koji found discarded on the floor. Each strike Koji blocks sends chunks of rust flying from the makeshift weapon. He can't win as long as he's on the defensive. He needs to create an opportunity to attack. Bastard! Koji blocks a crushing downward swing, and then pushes back hard before Fuminori can pull away, throwing him off balance. Fuminori stumbles backward, then plants his feet to steady himself. Taking advantage of his opponent's temporal immobility, Koji delivers a punishing low kick to Fuminori's outer thigh. Fuminori grunts and retreats, swinging his axe wildly to prevent Koji from falling off with another attack. Koji, however, does not press his advantage. He just stands where he is, calmly spearing Fuminori with his stare. You've never been in a fight, have you? Fuminori roars and comes in for another attack. The damage to his right leg seems to be slowing his swing. Easily blocking the axe with the pipe, Koji waits for Fuminori to exhaust himself. Fuminori delivers blow after heavy blow, howling savagely all the while. What he does not realize, however, this situation now favors composure, not brute force. When Fuminori raises his axe high for another attack, Koji sees that his movement has grown dull enough. Seizing the opportunity, Koji charges into Fuminori's range and grabs the shaft of the axe with his left hand. As Fuminori recoils in fear, Koji swings his pipe at the head of the enemy's unprotected side. He feels the crunch of ribs breaking. The pain drives Fuminori to his knees. Staring down at Fuminori's defenseless head, Koji, surprised by his own lack of emotion, raises his pipe high enough to deliver a finishing blow. Which is when something wraps himself around his left ankle. What? The instant Koji panics at an unexpected sensation, something soft yet strong winds itself around his right leg and drags him to the floor before he can resist. He twists his body, tries to bring the pipe to the unseen enemy behind him, but his right hand, too, is seized by the same flexible force. He wasn't able to feel it through his pants. But now his blood turns to ice as the cold, slimy sensation of the thing wrapped around his uncovered wrist. That monster's still alive? It's it, Saya, Fuminori says encouragingly. Even while kneeling on the floor, his face twisted in pain, he manages a terrible, victorious grin. Saya. This monster is Saya? Koji struggles desperately to free his limbs from the creature's tiny, slimy grip. More tentacles swarm over his body, stealing his freedom of movement. Ah! The horror has already driven Koji half mad. Just imagining the creature's appearance is enough to send him into a mindless panic. His scream is suddenly cut off while a slimy appendage seizes his throat. The most deadly tentacle isn't just cutting off his windpipe, it's trying to snap his neck, and it's getting tighter. Koji is certain that, in the end, but just as the vision begins to dim, an explosion brings them back to his senses. With a horrifying, inhuman scream, the creature releases Koji and retracts its tentacles. The first thing he sees after regaining his mobility is Ryoko running down the hall with a smoking shotgun in one hand and a silver tube in the other. Doctor! Ryoko responds by tossing him the tube. Though he's still lying on the floor, he manages to catch it on the air. The thermos she showed at the restaurant, the one she called her secret weapon. Pour it on that thing, Ryoko shouts to Koji. At the same time, she aims her gun at Fuminori, who's still on his knees 5 paces away. The double-barrel shotgun still has 1 shot loaded. The monster that attacked Koji is writhing in agony. It hasn't yet recovered from Ryoko's shot. But he's already seen that bullets aren't enough to kill these creatures. Now is his only chance. What are you doing? Fuminori growls, gritting his teeth against the pain of his broken ribs. Forcing himself to be calm, Koji stands and carefully unscrews the lid of the thermos. There's no question in his mind that something extremely potent is inside. As soon as unsealed, a thick white mist pours into the thermos, and the surrounding air turns freezing cold. Instantly guessing what's inside, Koji lobs the thermos at the pile of flesh convulsing on the floor. The thermos sails through the air, spewing white foam like a baptismal font, showers its liquid contents upon the hellish creature. Its screams this time is incomparable to before. The monster thrashes in agony, writhing in white smoke. Its screams are joined by Ryoko's cackling. That's minus 197 degrees, you fucking monster. How's it feel? Cold? Hot? Not so tough now, are you? Perhaps the joy of vanquishing her nightmare was worth the last remnants of her sanity. The manic glee blazing on her eyes can belong only to a shattered mind. I love Ryoko. Monsters. I'll kill you! Fuminori staggers to his feet, roaring back curses. His rage seems to have drowned out the pain of his broken bones. Ryoko is not one to underestimate the threat posed by an axe. Her mad laughter fades away, leaving only a cold smile as she pulls the trigger. With a short burst of black flame, Ryoko's gun sputters and dies. Ryoko is not an expert on firearms. It never occurred to her that the shotgun shells needed proper storage. And besides, she's always expected that any situation where her gun would be necessary would be one that she would not survive. Cursing in anger or dismay, Ryoko breaks the shotgun open and awkwardly pulls the dud out. Meanwhile, Fuminori stalks toward her like a vengeful demon, the head of his axe screeching as it drags along the floor. I have to stop him. Koji tries to charge Fuminori, but only succeeds in setting himself sprawling. One of his shoes is stuck to the floor, frozen by the liquid nitrogen. As Ryoko fumbles through her pocket for a new shell, Fuminori closes the distance and raises the axe to both hands. Damn! Koji curses and rips his shoe free from frozen concrete, but knows he'll never make it in time. Ryoko thrusts a new shell into the chamber of her shotgun and snaps it closed. Looks up to find her target. Fuminori is right before her, too close to evade, and his axe is already crashing down with the wind howling in its wake. Stop! The sound of bones shuddering, tendons snapping, and flesh tearing together in foul harmony. The thick blade enters through Ryoko's left shoulder, plowing through her collarbone and shoulder blade, smashing several ribs and popping her lung like a balloon before it stopped in the center of her chest. Her expression frozen in shock by the impact, she sprays a geyser of blood from her mouth. She should have died instantly, Through some unimaginable force of will, Ryoko clings to life for a few seconds more. Grinning through blood-stained lips, she raises her shotgun. Not to the front, but to the side. Beyond the barrel of the gun, wearing the 77-degree Kelvin mist like a white cloak of death, is the weakly wrangling Saya. No! Fuminori's scream vanishes into the roar of the shotgun. The destruction is absolute. The impact of the shotgun pellets obliterates the half of Saya's body that fell to the prey of liquid nitrogen. The frozen particles of Saya's shattered flesh drift to the floor like snow. Even the creature's special biology is insufficient to seal a wound of this size. From the opening pour its internal organs, a tide of liquid slime and fat whose color is far too foul to belong to any living creature. The monster convulses, wailing in a weak, pitiful voice.
Saya.
Saya. With his axe still buried in Ryoko's body, Fuminori stares at the dying creature, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Koji grabs his pipe and prepares to attack Fuminori from behind, but freezes when he sees the emptiness on the face of the man he hated. Fuminori pulls the axe out of Ryoko's corpse, then looks at Koji with glazed eyes. There is no recognition in them, nor hate, no rage. When Koji meets Fuminori's blank stare, he knows. There is nothing left in him to kill. Fuminori grips his axe closer to the head and raises it high, the blade towards his face. Koji doesn't know whether he should interfere, but if he wanted to, what could he say to stop Fuminori? Fuminori pulls his head back slowly, then drives his face into the blade of the axe like a spring-loaded toy. His skull caves in with a dull, wet sound, and the spray of blood catches Koji in the face. Despite Fuminori's utter lack of hesitation, his first attempt at suicide succeeded only in transforming his face into a hash of crimson. Fuminori pulls the head back once more, even slower than before. Then, with every ounce of strength still left in his body, he slams it into the blood-stained axe. The sound is wetter than before. Fuminori's body goes limp, then tumbles face first to the floor. Koji stares at the two mangled corpses for a while. He feels completely left behind, like he can't remember why he's standing in the place with a steel pipe in his hand. The stale air filling the ruined building becomes choked with the stench of blood, and the crimson puddles gradually spread across the snow-covered floor. Yet, the tranquility of the scene makes it seem like a painting. A soft, slimy sound breaks the silence. Koji looks to the mortally wounded monster. The creature is on death's door, but even so, it moves. Slowly, feebly, it drags its broken body through the sea of blood. It's coming for Fuminori. Koji had forgotten his anger, but now it comes surging back at full force. He growls and stabs the monster with the end of the pipe. It convulses in agony, but keeps crawling toward Fuminori. Koji explodes into a frenzy of rage. You monster, just die! Stay away from him, then flash. Again and again he smashes the helpless flesh beast with his pipe. Something tells him that if he does not stop it here, he will truly have lost. The monster, however, never succumbs. It struggles on beneath his blows until finally it reaches Fuminori's legs. Don't touch him, damn you! What gives you the right? Koji keeps swinging, his fury unabated even as the tears start in his eyes. The monster's slime flies through the air, joining with the blood of already covering his face. The creature extends one thin, trembling tentacle to touch Fuminori's shoulder, then lovingly caresses his bloody, stained cheek, and then it stops moving. Even in its final moments, the monster would not let Fuminori go. It died joined with him. At last, Koji knows that the world he loved is gone forever. Hey, Omi says enthusiastically, the expected bones of her face clattering. Why don't we go somewhere that we can skate this year's ski trip? Chunks of her body are missing, as though something's been nibbling on her. Makes her look a lot thinner, like she's been worried about her weight recently. But now she shouldn't be able to die. But now she shouldn't need a diet. Funori laughs at Omi's crazy suggestion. That's right. You just started skating recently, didn't you? He sounds amused, but it's hard to tell from his expression, since his face has been cleaved in two by an axe. How many people start skating in their 20s, you know? I was scared when I was little. Those shoes look like big knives. Yes, I know. If someone kicked you in the face with one of those, you'd probably end up like me. Omi and Yo laugh at Fuminori's dumb joke. Yo never used to laugh with such exuberance. She seems truly happy now that she and Fuminori are officially together. But you were able to kill him on your first try. That's amazing, Omi. It felt like playing baseball. You swing hard and let the weight of the axe do the damage. You made killing him sound so easy, I figured I'd give it a try. And it was fun. What is this feeling? Something's wrong, though Koji can't put his finger on what. Oh, well, I want to try eating Omi too. Ah, that's it. When he sees Yo's envious smile, Koji finally realizes what's bothering him. Hey, Tsukuba. What's wrong? Why are you normal? Yo tilts her head quizzically, like she doesn't understand what that means. Normal? I'm always normal. Back then you were... Oh, I get it. Yo nods in understanding. You're talking about when I looked different from you. That was such a long time ago. Was? Of course, she replies, deflecting Koji's confusion with an uncannily cheerful smile. After all, you're one of us now. Oh, of course. Koji looks down and is satisfied to see wriggling tentacles where his arms and legs should be. When he opens his eyes, his mattress and pillows are soaked in sweat. It's always the same nightmare. He doesn't know how many times he's had it, but at least he's not leaping out of bed and screaming anymore. He sits up, clutching his throbbing head. It's 4 a.m. He hasn't had nearly enough rest, but he probably won't be able to get back to sleep tonight. Time for a smoke. A full pack will last him until dawn. Now where did he put that pack he brought yesterday? Koji wanders sleepily into the den, where yet another old friend is waiting for him. You look like hell. Doctor, you're here too. Ryoko's chopped up corpse is sitting at its dining table, looking as deathly pale as ever, as she sips coffee from a mug. You can't be getting much sleep, tossing and turning like that every night. It's not always like this, Koji says amicably as he sits down across from her. If I take some pills, it usually helps. For now. Hallucinations like these are easier to deal with than elaborate nightmares like the one he just had. It should probably worry him more, though. If you listened to my warnings back then, you wouldn't be in such bad shape now. Let's stop talking about that. What's done is done. Ryoko chuckles, smiling the same cruel manic smile that she used to when she was alive. Her left arm hangs from her half-severed shoulder, dangling like a forgotten wind chime. Sounds like you've come to terms with it. You were the same, weren't you? You managed to pass yourself off as an elite neurosurgeon most of the time. It's not that hard keeping up appearances when you have to. The corpse shrugs her intact right shoulder and grimaces in disgust as she takes another sip of her coffee. But it's only gonna get worse, you know? Time heals emotional wounds, but with you, it's more like you've been poisoned. She's probably right. Everyone dreams at night, no matter how dim the memories may get. The nightmares will always be there to tear into Koji like fresh fangs. The insanity that has taken root in his heart will grow, eventually consuming everything that's left inside of him. In my case, I've had you to learn from. I'm ready for anything. Is that so? Koji nods, smiling confidently, then stands and walks to the bathroom where he retrieves the weapon that he keeps hidden behind the mirror. Okai's revolver, the the one souvenir that Koji's brought back from the other world that night.
ものすごい苦労したんですけど、結局
It was tough, but I finally found someone who deals in these things.
弾も買ってあります。
I bought bullets for it.
驚きま
Can you believe
した。
this ammunition is more expensive than the gun itself?
おやおや。
How about that? In the mirror, Koji sees Ryoko with her axe-afflicted gash reversed. She raises her mug in a toast to Koji's resourcefulness.
何発買ったわけ？
So,
弾は。
how many shots did you buy?
一発だけです。
Just one. This time, it's Koji who shrugs his shoulders. He uses both, exercising his privilege as the
そ
survivor.
れ以上必要になるような
You see,
状況は
I never want to be in the situation where I'll need more.
ふん。
Oh? The corpse in the mirror nods sagely, her smile approving.
と。
You really do get it.
トノ君。
There's a brief silence. Koji doesn't really feel like getting all melancholy with a dead woman.
ねえ先生。
Hey, doctor,
いい加減
let's give the
ファミレスの
diner
コーヒー
coffee a
を飲みま
rest
しょ
if
う
you
よ
want. I'll put on a new
なん
pot
か
of...
新しいの入れますから。
When Koji turns around halfway through his sentence, he realizes that the room is empty, but for the silence of the night. And so, Koji returns to the world of the sane. He lights his first cigarette of the night and takes a deep drag. While sitting alone in his den, puffing on his smoke, he stares at the gun in his hand. He knows just how precarious a cliff he's standing on. The final line of which Ryoko spoke is now one step behind him. Koji no longer has anything to protect his soul. Now that Agai Masiko's fantasies and Tenbao Ryoko's delusions have all become tangible horrors, he knows what insanity and despair truly are. Back in the real world, Sakasaka Fuminori is wanted for several gruesome murders. It didn't take long for someone to discover the stockpiles of human meat in the empty Sakisaka house. Sorry. I told you I don't have any water. I'm done with the water. No more water. I can maybe get like a drop. There. A drop of water in your name, Lufenheim. It didn't take long for someone to discover the stockpiles of I took my water drop of human meat in the empty Sakisaka and Suzumi homes. In the two refrigerators were found the remains of Suzumi Yosuke, his wife and daughter, and Takahata Omi. They found the clothes and the other effects of Tsukaba Yu, but were unable to locate any trace of her among the various body parts, a fact that made Koji's nightmare all the more livid. Dr. Tanbo Ryoko of the T University Hospital vanished mysteriously around the same time. Because she was Fuminori's chief physician, the police have been investigating her connection to his crimes. As for the two corpses, secretly buried in the backyard of a certain ruin, well, they'll probably never be found, and this incident will become just another cold case. Koji alone knows what really happened, and he has no intention of revealing it. Not now, and not ever. The guy's writings were not nonsense, which means that everything else was. What fool was I? What fool was it to hold who said that men are the lords of creation? Those who can believe in paltry things like human wisdom and valor. Those lucky innocents who have not looked into the abyss. Koji can no longer share in their blessed ignorance. He knows. He has been defiled by the insanity called truth, and he will never believe again. If he has been poisoned, as Ryoko's ghost said, then that poison is none other than the truth itself. Just as pure oxygen is harmful to the body, the naked truth has the power to destroy men's minds. Only by diluting it with lies and taking it in small doses can humans maintain a healthy soul.
どんなに世界が底抜けに
No matter what horrors the world might hold. Words once spoken by the living Tanbo Ryoko passed through Koji's mind.
悲鳴を上げて逃げ回る
I still had some power against the madness.
自分にはある
That, without a doubt, was the comfort that she kept hidden in her bosom. The only thing that allowed her to face her dreams each night. Koji has taken his predecessor's lessons to heart. He is prepared for anything. One bullet is always behind the bathroom mirror, promising him salvation. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's done. Oh my goodness. Alright. So I know I'm not 100% done. And normally I like to leave when I like talk about stuff and give like a full opinion on it. Until I'm like 100% done on something. But I feel like I can kind of guesstimate how that other path plays out. Because, you know, if you don't call Ryoko, you don't have the meeting with her, you get trapped by Saya, and then... yeah. Aside from that, nothing else really changes. I assume. Probably something with what, Saya says. Sticks through. Yeah. So looking on the whole thing, though, I was a fan. I think overall I liked the characterization. I think I'm more of a fan of the what is it? The kind of like pre-choice. When you made your like first choice, it was like, oh, do you want to change? Do you want to stay in this world or switch? I was a bit more of a fan of that because I felt it was a bit more like a character piece. Where with like as you kind of got past that, especially on this route, this longer one, became more of a like a thriller, I guess is the best way to say it. And like it's not like it was a bad thriller or anything, and I enjoy a good thriller. But yeah, I think I'm gonna check because I'm willing to bet there's probably like a CG or two that I don't have that's on the other path, but I'll figure that out. I'm more than likely not going to stream the other bit because most of the content of, if I check the CG library, yeah, there's still there's still 3 missing. So I'm kind of inclined to believe 3 missing is a lot, actually. Well, I guess there's probably gonna be a shot of like him dying. And then probably 2 CGs from like the after events. But yeah. Let me. Oh my god. Oh, I feel relieved actually being done. There was not streaming for so long and then popping in with a 7-hour stream that I'm just constantly talking. Oh my goodness. I feel like my throat's gonna hate me tomorrow morning. But you know what? I think I'll be able to survive. I'm a strong lad. Oh, goodness. With that, that's the end of Saya no Uta. I might look into it and see if like the other path is like really long. Because it's like I can't imagine it's gonna be longer than like 30 minutes, and like I wish I'd done that one first. I was thinking it like a little bit through. I was like, you know, the other one's probably gonna go the shorter route. But it is what it is. Oh. Anyway. If I do like look into it and I see like, oh, you know, it's fairly long, I might tack it on to like the beginning of another stream. And then kind of go from there. We'll see though. Alright, anyway, stream is going to be ending. Do I have anyone to raid to? Is May still alive? Is May not alive? Are they still alive? They are still. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna raid over to May then. I think that'd be fun. We don't really have many people that we're raiding over to, but meow, meow, meow. I'm gonna start the raid. Hey everybody. Thank you so much for everyone who's like had sat through any of the stream. It was pretty cool. It was pretty awesome. And I'm feeling pretty good. And hopefully I'm going to be able to stream more for you guys. All right.